but I'm the baddest. You can try, but ain't no point, you never match it. Cause I be on my new and it's incredible. I'm only coming down so you can snap me.
I'm going to win this.
You better act like it's a privilege. I'm your journey like a pilgrimage. Can I get a witness?
I'm all in.
And he is all in.
The win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles! Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion. This is why people love the EPT. Hello, my babies, and welcome to the final day of what has been an emotional PokerStars EPT Barcelona. A 6-day epic, a record-breaking tournament, a field of 2294 whittled down to 6. We want to hear from you. Most questions and most comments are welcome. Use the hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter, use the live chat on Twitch or YouTube, but warning, be cool or be banned. EPT Barcelona hosted the very first EPT back in 2004, and today will crown the 17th Barcelona champ in what is the biggest EPT in history. Day 5 was the most entertaining day of poker I have ever seen. If you didn't tune in yesterday, I'm going to be honest with you, you missed out. We saw it all. Tears. Jubilation. Jimmy Guerrero having more lives than a cat. An exuberant rail, samba. And to top it off, one of the sickest hero calls we have ever seen on the EPT. And after all that action, we're left with just 6 players. Here's how they stack up. Patrick Guerrero out in front, but not by much. Kehan Mockery had an up and down and up again day. Might as well be tied for first. Kowalski not far behind them. Bendinelli and Costa tied at 4th and 5th. It's Jimmy Guerrero, the shortest stack with 20 big blinds. Here are the players as they walk down the corridor here at Casino Barcelona. Jimmy Guerrero and his wife, T. Wynn, an accomplished player in her own right. Patrick Guerrero, very chatty, loves to interact with the rail. Kehan Mockery, all but eliminated yesterday, now nearly in first place. Giuliano Bendinelli. Here's a fun fact. His mom's flying in today to watch the final table. How very Italian. Neville Costa with his girlfriend Giovanna. And Fabiano Kowalski, who made that incredible hero call last night to end play. We've been banging on all week about the money in this event. The total prize pool, $11.1 million. Everyone now guaranteed $334,000. Ladder up even one spot, you make another 100 grand. Get to third, nearly $750,000. 1 million euros for second place. And if you take the whole thing down, it's 1.7 million. And that golden trophy. Now, at this time, let me reintroduce you to the voice of PokerStars, feeling a little bit better, my good friend, James Hardigan.
Hello, Joe's babies. It's good to be back and good to be here for the final table of the biggest European Poker Tour main event in history, but also, Joe, hopefully the continuation of what was an amazing day of poker yesterday.
Yeah, and as Nick said last night, I hope it's sort of a sign of things to come. If poker could be a little bit more like this henceforward, a little bit more like it was yesterday, I think we're in for like another poker boom potentially.
Yeah, and I know I obviously missed out on being in the booth, but I have to say it was quite the experience watching the stream. I got to see it from the audience's perspective. It was so entertaining to watch, and this is not the first time I'm going to blow smoke up your hoo-hoo, but dude, you have really stepped up. I've been loving your work over the last few days. In fact, everyone has been on point. Nick, Maria, Griffin, really enjoyed what I've been listening to over the last 48 hours.
Yeah, the whole team really stepped up, and I meant what I said yesterday, James. I learned it all from you. I don't know how I could have done it without having such a great role model in the booth next to me.
Oh, bless you. We'll shed some tears later on, buddy. We'll be high-fiving soon. Great to see the players in the room. Great to see the players at the table, unbagging their chips. Hopefully, we'll be able to get the action started quickly. What an entertaining lineup we have at this feature table. No one more entertaining than Jimmy Guerrero, who had so many survival yesterday. We spoke to Jimmy about it.
A lot of up and down. I mean, the craziest moment was like when I got pocket nines. I don't want to go all in, then I go all in, and I went all in, and the guy got ace king. The river was the king. For me, it was like terrible because the day was very long, and everyone wants to finish this day. Okay, I say, okay, guys, we go to 5 a.m. to play all the night. Yeah, that was crazy moment, yeah. But there are a lot of intense moments. I went all in a lot of time. I split apart. And the atmosphere was amazing. With the Brazilians, it was amazing. Super, I like it. Yeah, insane, yeah. I mean, it's the biggest EPT of the history. So I understand the atmosphere, I understand everything. Yeah. It was very intense.
Yeah, and I think what really added to the atmosphere, Joe, what really made it such an incredible penultimate day of poker was the rail. Yeah. And the players were feeding off the energy of that rail. We have not seen a crowd, we have not seen an audience like that in a long, long time.
What was really cool about it was not just the size of it, but that the rails seemed to be not entirely segregated by who they were cheering for either. It seemed to be a real communal experience, everyone sharing in this momentous occasion together.
Yeah. Now, we know that the Brazilians are very passionate about their poker and definitely support each other. And we saw that in Monte Carlo earlier this year, where we had the first ever Brazilian EPT champ. There is the chance of a second today because two of the players in the final six are from Brazil. And you can imagine that for as long as they are in this tournament, there are going to be plenty of spectators cheering and waving those flags.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like Patrick Yarosh was a little bit of an honorary Brazilian because they were cheering for him just as much as anyone else. He was getting everyone involved, and we can see, I mean, these guys were talking earlier today about no matter who wins today, they're all going out to party together. Look at this. Have you seen something like this in recent memory?
That's amazing. Not the official final table photo. That is a Patrick Yarosh selfie. Patrick, a player who likes to compete in computer games, mainly a cash game player, has $220,000 in winnings. Well, let's hear from one of the Brazilian players, Joe. Before he came to the main stage, we spoke to Neville Costa.
The atmosphere last night was really incredible. It's like always has been my dream being on final table like this, and with all my friends and my girlfriends supporting me. I'm just trying to enjoy the most every minute and every hand because I think it's the best thing to do now. I think I'm really prepared, and I studied a lot for along of these whole years. So I'm just trying to have fun and enjoy the most experience, and what will be what's going to be. I'm really sure that it's going to be the Brazil rail. because it's a big party for us, yeah. And we have two players. So I'm really sure that Brazil Rail is going to be the biggest.
Absolutely, and I can already see the flags. Bear in mind, play hasn't even started yet. There's already a crowd growing on the rail. Really excited to get the action started. Really excited, I guess, for the continuation of this final table, because I do feel the last few levels of yesterday were the start of something special. What you said last night, Joe, could be the best final table in European Poker Tour history. Maybe not the biggest names, but certainly the best atmosphere, the most energy.
I mean, the fact that it's already buzzing in there, and look, I'm not going to lie, we're a little late getting started right now, right? Cards should already be in the air. And what I've noticed is it's almost as if these guys don't want to ruin the moment with poker. They're really enjoying this and squeezing every last drop out of this. It's so much fun to watch.
Well, they are now going to take the official final table photo. It is Patrick Jarosz who comes into this FT as the chip leader, but not far behind him is Kian Mokri from Norway. Again, another cash game player who doesn't have a huge amount in live cashes. But interestingly, I didn't know this until this morning, Joe.
Yeah.
This is Kian Mok.
Yeah.
This is the player who came third in last year's Scoop main event for nearly $800,000. And he is looking to be the 4th Norwegian EPT champ. Here is a hashtag fun fact, not for Norwegians. Norway has not claimed an EPT trophy in 12 years.
Oh, wow. Not only did he go deep in the event you mentioned, James, I believe we've seen him in the Sunday Million coverage as well. And he kind of, you can put it together with his personality here and his play there. The way he kind of plays like a maniac online also.
Absolutely. Right. And of course, Fabiano Kowalski. Kowalski won online, another high-stakes pro, a player we've covered many times in online events, including WCOOP 2020. We interviewed Fabiano, got to see his dog.
The one exception you made to the Cavatar.
Yes, absolutely. If you have your actual pet as your avatar, I will excuse it if it's not a cat. If Turnmulder actually owns that horse, I will allow it.
He probably owns an entire stable of horses, human or otherwise.
So we are going to pick up the action with 20 minutes left on level 33.
Look at high fives all around. Let's go.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Blinds will still be 125,000, 250,000, so just shy of a 50 big blind average for most of the latter half of yesterday. This tournament playing shallower than it has done on previous days.
It's about time. Like to call it the lily white luxury levels. They're like, oh, we got to play poker now? All right.
Go.
Very hard to know. With no immediate short stacks, right? Jimmy Guerrero's still got 20 big blinds. Very hard to know how long it's going to take this final table to play out. And in some ways, I don't mind, because in many ways, none of us want this to end.
Yeah, let's make this last. Plus, when you say Jimmy Guerrero is the shortest stack, like, obviously, he cannot die. He is invincible. So that doesn't even matter.
I am invincible.
My biggest fear is that these guys are going to go out and party, and I'm not going to find out where they went, because I want in on this.
Look at this Brazilian girl. Look, guys.
Yeah, we all see it.
Mayhan, Mokri. Someone we also spoke to earlier today about the camaraderie between him and the other players at this final table.
All right, guys. I'm not the big blind. He's big. Yeah.
Only big.
Let's hear from him.
It was crazy. The atmosphere was good. Everybody was on fire. Everybody at the table and off the table were enjoying themselves. And I think it's going to be even crazier today. I have friends flying down just to come join the party. It's going to be great. I think it's going to be good. You know, the guys are really good guys, so it's very easy to have conversations with them, and you know, they're good guys, and we're all social, and that's why I've been so chatty. You know, we're a good group, and yeah, we're all chatty, and yeah, it's a good group, and we're planning to have some fun at the tables and off the tables. It's gonna be yes, for sure, and winner pays. Winner pays.
But where?
They're not going to tell you, Joe, with good reason. Let's just talk about previous results of these players on the European Poker Tour. We know that Jimmy Guerrero made the FT of Monte Carlo in 2016. He was the third-place finisher in that event. We have Fabiano Kowalski, who's had a good record here in Barcelona. Cashed this very tournament in 2016, 2018, 2019, and now in 2022. Last time, it was an 11th place finish. He's bested that already, but how far can he go? And Giuliano Bendinelli, it's a name we've heard so many times because what stands out in my mind is your bend it like Bendinelli gag, Joe.
Yeah.
But he's never made a super deep run, and obviously this is his best result to date.
You know what's weird is that you mentioned Kowalski has got all these Barcelona scores. We have a lot of Barcelona scores. How many great memories do we have from Barcelona? And this one somehow finding a way to top the others, and we're not even at the winner yet.
You're absolutely right. And of course, it's very easy to sit here and say, this is the greatest final table of all time. But then you think back and you remember the rail we had in 2013, which was the hit the whole year. Then you remember the fins and sparkly hats in 2012. And even the early years as well. The Stevic year. It's very hard to say this is the best ever.
I mean,
absolutely.
It's
his winning moment, of course.
It's so ridiculous. John Jawanda, like just so many times at Barcelona is just, look, my memory sucks. We know that. We know that. I don't remember much, but if you were going to ask me for like top 5 most memorable things that happened, I'd probably name 4 things from Barcelona.
Well, we need to see how this pans out before we can decide where it ranks. As far as entertainment is concerned, we're not saying these are the greatest players to have ever made a final table, although they're clearly all very talented. It's about the value they are bringing. It's about how awesome this has been to watch. And the energy we experienced last night is not something we've seen in a long time. We're hoping that continues today. Looks like the clock is running, so I guess we are going to get cards in the air.
Don't let the poker get in the way of you guys socializing, though.
And just to recap, we are going to carry on with the blinds at 125, 250. We'll play out the end of this level and then roll straight into level 34, where the blinds will go to 150K, 300K.
Can I get a coffee, please?
The drinks orders are in, the blinds are posted, and we are set to go here with the final table of this record-breaking Barcelona main event. The biggest EPT in history, 2,294 entries, just 6 players remain. Today they play down to a champion. 1.7 million euros on the line, plus a 7-figure score for the runner-up. No big deal.
All right, we're back. That's how you say Juliano?
Well, let's introduce the first analyst of the day, Nick Walsh. Good to have you with us here at EPT Barcelona.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. I am super, super pumped. I said it yesterday. I really hope the energy that we had at the end of last night comes through into today. And I was out there just for a moment as it got kicked off, before the delay, of course. And the claps were in. People are psyched. And I'm just so grateful to be able to witness this final table.
Absolutely, which has started with the chip leader opening. Patrick Jarosz making it $500,000 with King 10. Round 2, Bendinelli on the button. That's a fold. Ace deuce suited for Neville Costa in the small blind. Sorry, Costa in the big blind. No small blind this hand, of course, because of the elimination of Pinto last night.
Whatever happens. Thank you. Except you, Giuliano. No, come on.
There's always an
Well, the ace deuce defends and is still ahead. Ace high the best hand on a queen 7-4 flop.
Yep, seems like a pretty reasonable continuation from Jarosz if he wants it. Queen 7-4, very, very dry. You will get plenty of folds, especially against that wider big blind defend.
Into a pot of 1.25 million. Jarosz fires 450,000. And gets a fold.
First pot goes to Jarosz.
We can't expect every hand at the final table to be fireworks. I know that's what happened yesterday, Nick. I know that literally every single hand, someone was all in, or someone was bluffing, or someone was winning like a massive pot, but, you know, ebbs and flows.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. But what we can expect, and what we have come to expect after last night's antics, is people cheering when people fold the big blind. You know, people cheering when their champion, you know, gets away from the worst hand. And like you say, that energy on the rail is what is driving these guys. And, you know, they've got to be brimming with confidence, right? There doesn't seem to be too much harsh judgment. People aren't anti-railing. Everybody's kind of there just trying to feel the vibes. And, yeah, I mean, what a great way to enjoy your final table with your friends. That's great.
I mean, there was a very good chance that you guys could have been done early evening yesterday if Jimmy Guerrero hadn't won like 73 all-ins.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I reminded Joe as we saw that hero call to end yesterday, Jimmy Guerrero just absolutely dodging bullets, so to speak. Not literally, of course, in the Texas Hold'em sense, but just holding on there, getting lots of chops when he was dominated, you know, just surviving at all costs and finding that huge, huge ladder.
Yeah. So Fabiano Kowalski has opened from the cutoff with jacks, 500,000 to play. And Kahan Mokri
You started with 14-5?
Yes.
defending with 10-4 suited. He has paired his 4, but it's bottom pair on board, and suffice to say, jacks, 84% favorite.
Yeah, I think Kowalski knows that this is a board where he can still get value from 4x, 5x, straight draws, flush draws. So he might be tempted to bet, or he might want to control the pot here as well when the ace is on board, because that, of course, ever-present ace is going to be a little bit scary, and he can get value on a later street as well.
So both players check the flop. Action on Mokri. Does not lead the turn with his pair of 4s. Still playing in flow. Checking to Kowalski. Do we now get a delayed c-bet?
I feel like that's probably likely. I mean, I'm not saying he always does it, but I feel like Mokri probably does want to rep an ace on the turn, or at least get value from an ace if that's what he had. It is an interesting run out as well. Both players check turn. That is quite surprising.
Yeah.
But on the river, of course, now that one card straight available. The tray is a straight. I mean, James, surely on the river, he's going to go for something.
You'd think so. It's been checked to him 3 times now. To answer on Wobby's question, blinds are currently 125, 250. That's 125,000, 250,000. That's where we ended last night. Just 13 minutes left on this blind level.
700.
There we go. You know, I'm not sure if Kahan Mokri here is going to go for this, though. This is a very, very strange way to bluff, James. It's just... It would be a very, very unusual line to find a bluff here. If you're going to bluff, you've got such a nice ace-high board to do it on, right? You'd start it early or at least delayed.
If it's going to happen anywhere, it's going to happen at this final table.
Yeah, great fold there. He does have showdown, but little grin there. I think he's thinking what I'm thinking.
Ace?
Asking me to fold. Yeah, I don't think he's folding an ace.
Yes, please.
Puckle Patrick asking, are they allowed to make deals? They are. I don't think we've ever seen six-way deal negotiations on the EPT. The most number of players I can recall negotiating a deal are 4. I mean, with the sums of money up for grabs, Nick, and with the not insignificant difference between first and second, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we will see deal discussions at some point.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget as well, these guys are super, super chummy with each other. I mean, it might be that the friendships and the bonds that they've made, you know, kind of induce some sort of sympathy deals at the end, right? Like, we've got so much history together now. We're such good friends. Let's just chop it up here, guys. Why not? Let's all enjoy this. But I think, of course, as always, it will come down to the chip stacks.
How much did you start? 5? Yeah.
Chip distribution, card distribution, all factors in deciding the outcome of this record-breaking main event. Still relatively deep right now.
By the way, guys, I meant to mention, is this the year of the bucket hat? I don't think we've ever seen so many bucket hats on the scene, but for this year. And I guess you guys should be aware as well that part of the sort of players pack merch offering that we have here in Barcelona, there was a EPT Barcelona 2022 bucket hat that was in that bag. So I don't know, on brand, on trend. Well done, PokerStars.
We had a bucket hat at the final table of the Super High Roller. We've got a bucket hat at the final table of the main event. Bucket hats are in, and I'm here for it.
Yeah. I believe it was Jack Salter who was rocking that white EPT Barcelona bucket hat as well, all day as well.
I think he got a spare, which he's going to take back to his father Walter when he returns to Gibraltar.
Oh, lovely. Okay, look at this flop. Mokri with a pair and a flush draw.
Lots of clubs. So yes, Mokri with the advantage here, has the pair and the flush draw. This might be the quietest we've ever seen Jimmy Guerrero, by the way.
I actually got a chance to say hi to Jimmy as he came back to the hotel last night. Didn't realize he was staying in the same hotel as me, but he walked in, gave him a high five, told him he was a warrior, as his name would suggest.
Jimmy said last night, I thrive when the table is fun. Silent tables, no one likes them. I think this might be one of the most entertaining tables in EPT history. Understandably, there will be points where he needs to concentrate and focus, though, this being one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. These are really tricky spots because depending on the characteristics of your opponent's hand, I mean, you could be turning a very strong holding here. And as played, it has 100% on the turn, of course. No way for Guerrero, excuse me, Mokri's hand. No way for Guerrero to improve in a way that will beat Mokri.
Yeah, bets 275,000 drawing dead. So it was unraised pre. This is a blind v blind battle. Check on the flop. And now Guerrero taking a stab. Mokri calls, and we get the Jack of Spades on the river.
Okay, Mokri's going to check here. Could be a bit of a bluff catcher, but I don't think it's ridiculous for Guerrero to try and represent a bigger club. Ooh, and it looks like he wants to do it, James.
Yeah, the only thing limiting him is his 17 big blind stack, Nick. It's dangerous to bluff too much. You want to make the bet sizable, but if you make it sizable, you're losing too many of your chips.
Yeah, and if you go too big, it might look like it's a bluff more often, right? Okay, check. Mokri tables his club, and he's going to take this one down.
I understand that, and maybe this is not the right attitude, but if you are that short, if you're playing a sub-20 big blind stack, it's hard to make moves like that on the river.
Yeah, and obviously as we get closer to the money, those chips increase in value. So probably right to be a little bit more cautious.
vi må jo matche hverandre. Nei, vi kan snakke om I pausen. Men det litt for trollen, egentlig. Broren min jeg på TV, I hvert fall. Broren min hater jo sånn.
Good to see that Mokri's got his supporters with him today. I do think my favourite story of the day, Nick, is the fact that Giuliano Bendinelli's mother is flying in for the final table and trying to put together a railing crew for him because she does not want her son to not have supporters when there are all those Brazilians there cheering on Costa and Kowalski.
Yeah, we should clarify as well. We had a little laugh. I think there was a moment Bendinelli won a pot and turned around to find his rail, but everyone had missed it just by a couple seconds. He does have a rail, guys. He does have the supporters out there, but it's really cool to see her trying to Avengers assemble, you know, a crew to try and support him.
He's not in the bluff anymore.
Trying to amp up that rail.
So Kean Mokri still second in chips, starts the hand with around 56, 57 big blinds, has opened to 500k with ace-8. And Jimmy Guerrero says, present me with a red triangle, please. I'm all in with ace-10.
I mean, he didn't header it in, James. I don't know if you saw that action from last night, but I'm only accepting the all-in if he headers it in now.
I mean, we've established, Nick, this is 17 big blinds. You're not calling off a 17 big blind shove with ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah, as you say, those chips are extremely valuable. I imagine he's probably going to be on the tighter side here. I don't think Jimmy Guerrero is going to be pumping it in here too light, so ace-8 is probably in no man's land.
Ay, caramba.
Caramba.
Ay, caramba indeed.
Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy boy. Here we are again. Fold, fold.
Ace-10 again?
Yeah.
I had my favorite hand in the cutoff, you remember?
Folds the shove of slipping Jimmy.
This is going to be great.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Ay,
ay, ay.
It is hard
you're creating a monster.
to remember sometimes that these guys are playing for ridiculous amounts of money, hundreds of thousands, and in two cases, millions of euros.
All right, hand number 5. Don't forget, guys, blinds are 125,000, 250,000 with a 250,000 chip ante. Bend it like Bendinelli has folded. Costa UTG +1 with a very playable hand. King 10 suited. He's probably going to go ahead and raise this puppy up.
Yeah. Looks like he's made it 600,000.
And you start with 10? Yes.
Just referencing that prize money. Next player out, by the way, gets 334,480 euros. But the ladders are not insignificant, and we're looking at $1 million for the runner-up and 1.7 million for the winner. So chip leader Patrick Jarosz is in the big blind with pocket 4s. Sorry, he's in the small blind.
Yep.
Still got Fabiano Kowalski to act in the big, so just a call from Jarosz.
Ooh, hello.
Kowalski with ace-7 clubs.
Yeah, very pretty hand here in the big blind. He could defend this, no problem at all. He could potentially squeeze this as well, but with Jarosz to his right, he might want to avoid clashing with the chip daddy at this table. Should be pointed out, though, Jarosz and Kowalski are not that differentiated in their chip stack. So at the moment, after some action here, Jarosz has about 58 big blinds and Kowalski has 53. So he's not way out in front.
Good point, Nick. Kowalski, Mokri, and Jarosz all between 50 and 60 big blinds. No outright chip leader at this final table. No one in a position to kind of bully. Although Kowalski's decided, I'm just going to make it 2.4 million.
Yes.
I'm going to squeeze.
Yeah, what a great squeeze spot for ace-7 suited. As I mentioned, it's just such a great spot. Once Jarosh calls in the small blind, he's going to have a ton of stuff that flats and then folds to aggression here pre-flop. So unless Costa can wake up with a hand he wants to play here, or indeed a hand he wants to sort of 4-bet jam, I think this is going to get through a lot of the time. King 10 suited is not completely unreasonable to call to try and improve, but don't forget Costa's only got about 36 big blinds behind. It's very awkward in 3-bet pots. It's very easy to go broke once you call a 3-bet. And there it is. James, he's all in.
Wow. Wow, Costa, a non-believer, and takes a decent pot, which will see Kowalski drop below the 45 big blind mark.
Yeah, and I should say as well, this almost exact scenario played out yesterday, James. I don't know if you remember the spot exactly, but Costa opened, Kowalski 3-bet with, I think it was ace-6 or something like that, and we saw the artisanal sourdough 4-bet jam from Costa in almost the exact identical setup. I think Costa's just aware of the fact that Kowalski can make some plays there, and he's not having any of it.
Yeah. So the Brazilians have actually switched places on the leaderboard now. Costa sits in 3rd, Kowalski in 4th. Jimmy Guerrero is still the shortest stack at this final table, but is playing a 20 big blind stack. That being said, in 30 seconds time, the blinds will go up. It's ace-10 for Mokri in early position. With an asterisk against early position. We are now 6-handed.
Folding around.
Raised to 500,000. Yeah, and it's Bendinelli in the big blind with ace-deuce.
I like the way you fold.
I was about to say the same thing, James. We've seen this all tournament. The Bendinelli look, consider, fold 1, look again, fold 2.
So here's the thing, and I'm sure you've discussed this. If he liked the second card, would he hold on to it? It's like, I don't want that one, but I want this one. I'll happily play the hand with one card, just this one. That one, no.
Yeah, he's, what's the word? He's manifesting. So he throws away the deuce, and then he looks down at the ace. He goes, this is what I'd like to see in the future. This is what's in my future. Bring me more of these, please, poker gods.
So this is hand number 7 of the final table as we start the new level. Blinds are now 150,000, 300,000 with a 300k big blind ante. And pocket 7s on hand 7. Under the gun for Kyan Mokri, who is now the marginal chip leader, has the slight advantage over Patrick Jarosz.
Yeah, and another hand that he can open up here. Guerrero in a very interesting spot. He only has 17 big blinds here, guys, and he's got a sort of lowish pair. It's sort of getting up there towards the middle. Oh, this is such a tricky spot because, of course, under the gun is going to be a very strong range. However, at 16 big blinds effective, sorry, 17 big blinds effective, do you think you can just flat here? I think he says all in, and there you go, another red triangle for Guerrero.
Now, we know that 6s are dominated by 7s. However, Mokri knows, you call this, doesn't matter whether it's an 80-20 spot, you cannot knock out Jimmy Guerrero. There is no way your 7s are holding.
Oh, this is really close, James. This is excruciatingly close, but it's still a lot of big blinds here. It's still 17. It's still going to knock a big chunk out of Mokri's stack here if he does decide to call. and he gets it wrong.
Caramba. Fold.
He says fold, and he gets the best hand to fold. That is absolutely huge, James. 7s versus 6s, that's the kind of domination that you want in this game. 80% pre-flop equity against the lower pair, and he gets the best hand to fold. That is a huge spot. You just can't knock him out, James. You just can't get rid of the warrior Guerrero.
He wins all-ins. He gets better hands to fold before the cards are even on their back. I mean, one question, possibly a stupid question. The fact that Guerrero survived so many all-ins yesterday, does that affect anyone psychologically about calling him? Do people start thinking, even if I think I'm ahead, I'm concerned about his run good?
I'm sure that affects some people. I don't think it's going to affect anybody at this table. Everyone here already pretty experienced, you know, a lot of confidence in the game. I think that's a very sort of superstitious ideal. But regardless of superstition, it does seem to be true.
Guerrero is indestructible. Still short, though, still playing around 20 big blinds as we see the action folded here to Patrick Jarosz. Once again has the chip lead.
Now, guys,
and it should highlight. Now we've gone to new blind level, Nick. Everything has got a little bit shallower. No one has a 50 big blind stack right now.
Yeah, absolutely. With the increasing blinds here, 3, 6, 9, 8. Average stack's about 40-ish. 40 and a bit big blinds.
We do see Jarosz opening with ace-6 suited. Has made it 600,000. King 7 in the big blind for Mockery.
Easy game.
So after that hand, Patrick Jarosz does move over the 50 big blind mark. KM Mockery playing 45 bigs, Costa 40, Kowalski 36, Bendinelli 33. So those guys quite bunched together, to be honest, and then Guerrero trailing a little bit with a 20 big blind stack.
Yeah, he has managed to stack up early game here, though. 20 big blinds still very, very playable, and as you say, 20 big blinds in the context of this final table is, you know, one double and you're right up there with the chip leaders. So it really is getting close at this stage. It was actually Jarosz yesterday who said Samba Bamba, but it was in reference to Kowalski wearing his Samba poker patch. So I'm not sure who we're supposed to credit the Samba Bamba to, but I feel like that's got to be a thing at this final table.
Not here? Not important. What happened? She probably went to get my mom. She just got here. Oh, your mom. She's going to be here soon. Oh, nice, man.
Oh, that's nice.
The mothers are coming. The mothers are coming.
Race?
Kowalski opening with Queen Jack. Makes it 600,000. Ace 10 of strawberries for Giuliano Bendinelli. A player we referenced a while ago has appeared many times on the EPT. This is his best result to date. Now guaranteed to eclipse $1 million in live cashes and looking to become the 3rd Italian EPT main event champion, following in the footsteps of Salvatore Bonavena and Antonio Buonanno.
So I definitely think this could have gone one of two ways, James. Ace-10 suited could have been a call here. It also could have been a 3-bet. I think you're always going to want to play it, of course. Do you think the fact that his mother is literally on the way from the airport as we speak is going to get him to play more passively here? You know, this is the real psychology of poker.
Are you waiting until your mum arrives to really start messing about?
Don't want to bust before mum arrives. That would be a real shame. Guerrero in the big blind, realizing that he is a shorter stack, but he does have a hand that can come along, does have the correct price with 6-3 suited very, very often. Makes a call.
And we only have the one club on the flop. It's ace, queen, 10. So 2 pair for Bendinelli. Kowalski with a pair and a straight draw.
Yeah, I think so far what we've seen from Bendinelli is slightly more passive play pre-flop, but then very willing to defend and raise up his made hands on flop. So had Kowalski continued here, which I think I actually prefer the check regardless, probably going to see a raise from Bendanelli. But as played, Kowalski checks to the 2-pair. I don't think this is a spot where you want to slow down. There's a lot of cards that will still give you action on this board. Yeah. Plenty of king queens, queen jacks, jack tens, maybe some weaker ace combos that might be just trying to pot control here. Maybe you open a hand like ace 5 suited that will still give you at least 1 or 2 streets of value. So there's 2.25 in the middle right now. What is the size from Bendanelli?
Psychofish asks, are we definitely playing down to a winner today? Yes, 100%. We will reach the conclusion of this record-breaking main event today. We will crown a champion who, unless a deal is negotiated, is going to walk away with 1.7 million euros in prize money.
All right, no messing about here. He does bet around half pot, James. Kowalski, having checked to the player in position, might be a little bit suspicious here. I don't think it's ridiculous for Bendanelli to have some bluffs at this stage.
So Guerrero folds this 1.1 million. Kowalski does have equity.
Wow, very, very good fold. Very disciplined. He doesn't look impressed.
Absolutely.
He's aware of the fact that that could literally be any 2 cards. Although I think what's more likely is he's aware that the flatting range there is going to be pretty strong. He's not going to be messing around with a lot of weird, you know, suited connectors and that kind of thing from that position, given his stack depth pre-flop. And a very, 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 very disciplined and spot-on correct fold from Kowalski.
Well, Fabiana Kowalski's mother has arrived and taken her place on the rail. I present to you Lydia Kowalski.
Oh, that is awesome to see. As if this rail couldn't get any more lit.
Okay. She's awesome.
If she had you, I believe she is my friend. Small blind.
Yeah, small blind.
No.
So we've reached hand 10 of the final table. 10 minutes into the new blind level. Oh, bless! Oh, this is so awesome!
Oh, that's just wonderful.
We've got Neville Costa
Same as me now, yeah?
opening with King Jack, and now Cam Mockery on the button with Queen 10. The whole Kowalski clan has come out to play, or rather watch him play. You get the idea.
So Costa in the cutoff here with King Jack off does decide to raise it up. Mockery on the button, deciding what he wants to do with Queen 10 off. That cutoff range can be pretty wide. Costa is middle of the field right now. Started the hand with around 40-ish big blinds.
Yeah, it's 700,000. And I think it just got a tad more expensive. That looks like a re-raise from Mockery.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some trends here, James. And one of them is the old Queen 10 off 3-bet from position, especially as we got down to the last few tables. We've seen a lot of 3-betting with this combo, specifically very often from this sort of cutoff dealer, hijack cutoff kind of scenario, and does get a quick fold from King Jack. Very nice little move there, and it's going to pick up a lot of chips at non-showdown there. He increases his lead now up to 49 big blinds for Kahan Mockery.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, again, pretty much tied at the top with Patrick Yarosh, who's got 14.6 million. And it's 14.8 million for Kahan Mockery.
Yes, I win the pot, Jimmy. I won one hand. Leave me alone. Huh? Why you look?
Did you win it?
What? Why you look?
Because you were asking me.
Jimmy Guerrero, a sub-20 big blind stack, has 18 bigs at the start of this hand.
James, I was saying to Joe, I just feel like I'm at my local casino, just playing like a 1-2, 1 pound, 2 pound cash game with the boys. This is amazing. Yeah. Like, there's this sort of cheeky, poking fun kind of energy, and it's brilliant. I'm just grinning from ear to ear here in the commentary booth.
As I said earlier, you would never imagine these guys are playing for the single biggest payouts from an 11 million euro prize pool.
Got a message here on Nostra from #PokerStars TV over on Twitter. The bucket hat has to be considered the official wardrobe of the EPT at this point.
No, you don't.
I think it's certainly the official wardrobe of EPT Barcelona 2022. We can say that for sure. Absolute crusher is rocking the bucket hat here.
Got a blind v blind situation here. Jarosz completes in the small with King 9. Fabiano Kowalski with King 10 in the big. Time for a drink, guys. Just get refreshed, and then we'll decide how we want to play this.
He looks too chill.
Everyone's chilling today. Ace, Queen, Jack. That's Broadway for Kowalski. That's a pretty strong hand, Nick.
Yeah, I feel like when you have King 10, you're thinking of a flop. I don't know. Jack, Queen, Ace, something like that. Yeah, it's pretty good. The absolute nuts here for Kowalski. Jarosz with the nut blocker, which actually might get him into some trouble here, of course, because he's blocking the old King 10. Once again, blockers confirmed, not real. Complete falsehood. There is a continuation bet from the small blind here. Excuse me, just a lead, I should say, not a continuation. It was a call and a check pre-flop, so no pre-flop aggression. Kowalski looks down, he's like, yep, that's still the nuts. Oh, and look at the turn. Now a chop pot, James.
Such a horrible card for Kowalski.
Ugh, yeah, these are the annoying ones in Hold'em, you know? You're like, you flop something massive, you're like, just don't pair my... Okay, there you go. I flopped the straight, now chopping. Looks like Jarosz is going to try and trap him here. Or he thinks it's a trap at least, James.
I mean, yes, annoying, but also I'm sure they'll be smiling at the end, because this will be the type of pot that everyone loves. And these are the kind of guys who are very much on board with that mentality. That's actually a good point from Spike D. Jarosz has a 6-card straight. That should count. Maybe he should get like the extra chip if the pot isn't quite even.
Right. You got to round down or something, and then he gets the rounding off.
Or maybe he gets like, maybe it's 60-40. Maybe we just change the split slightly.
Did you guys do your voice warm-ups this morning in preparation for today?
I'm not going to lie to you. I am not in any condition to sing right now, so I am going to have to enlist the services of Mr. Stapleton to lead this particular performance.
Okay.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Who's napping?
Oh ho.
No longer the nuts.
No longer the nuts. Lots of boats out there now.
Okay, so is the appearance of Barry Greenstein going to allow one of these players to push the other off the chop?
No, absolutely not. Especially not given the size of the pot. There's not enough in the middle, and you know, full houses are now available, but I'm not sure either player has really represented the kind of combinations that would now be a boat. Ace Queen probably would have been played more aggressively pre-flop. Ace Jack the same. Queen, no, that doesn't work either. Ace 10 probably would have been played more aggressively as well by one of these players. And a check on the river.
Joe, I'm going to have to sit this one out. Do your thing.
This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Got off easy there, Fabiano.
That's a 10. That's an easy 10. I don't want to see any scores lower than a 10. Otherwise, I'm going to start banning people.
Oh, the hearted ban.
Hardiban.
So 11 hands played so far at this final table. Jarosz and Mokry pretty much tied for the chip lead. No super short stack, but Jimmy Guerrero does have fewer than 20 big blinds. The blinds are going to stay at 153, though, for another 72 minutes.
I am smart. One day I was but next life I want to be.
I know it's weird that the final table is when the average stack would finally start plummeting, but it does feel right. Like, let's wrap this up. Let's go. I'm not saying immediately, but it's been such a deep, amazing structure the whole way throughout. This is the time, like, okay, the water's starting to fill the tank.
4 meters tall. How tall are you, seriously? You. No, seriously, how tall are you?
Costa under the gun. King, queen, off suit.
No, I'm not small. You're just very big. You're just...
Ooh. Oh, I thought we were going to get a sweat with him.
All the same height. You're just...
I kind of like it when they miss the cards occasionally.
Certainly makes for some interesting viewing because we get to see how you play when you just don't have a draw and or a pair and or a made hand. You know?
Right. So that's Kowalski's mom on the rail?
No.
Bendinelli's.
Bendinelli's.
It makes me miss my mom.
Well, she was lovely to meet her in Monte Carlo.
There's just certain characteristics that all moms share. Many moms share, I should say.
A maternal energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that.
You know the first thing my mom did when she got to my hotel room in Monte Carlo is that she went out and bought groceries.
Did she really?
Yeah. And I was like, Mom, I'm in this room for like 6 hours every night. I don't have time for... What are you doing? And I bet Bendinelli's mom brought food, too.
Yeah, I think that's definitely part of the maternal energy to feed.
10-5-5. Costa's king high out in front. Bendinelli defending with the suited two-gapper.
What kind of groceries, Joe? Like white bread and like bologna sandwiches, or what? Like
she got like a baguette.
Okay.
Costa betting 650. I assume Bendinelli is going to be backing out of this one.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was Kowalski's mom.
Yeah.
Oh.
But that's what I'm saying is it could be anybody's mom.
I see. I apologize, chat.
But we have another mom on the way because I'm told Bendinelli's mom also coming.
Okay.
Bendinelli floating there with 9-6 suited. Maybe this turns into a hand. Checks again. So what do you do here when you're floating with 9 high, like other than like trying to improve a little bit? Are you hoping Costa checks back on the turn and then you can just fire river?
Yeah, I think that's almost always what you're very rarely gonna be excited about improving, but it does make it easier to call the turn if they want to continue, right? But for the most part, when you have a dry float, you're just looking for them to slow down so you can bluff the river, and hopefully on the river it's another like sort of bricky card, like another deuce or something like that, maybe a tray.
Costa not going to accommodate that hope.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is quite the action that Bendinelli was looking for. I mean, it's not completely crazy for him to try and rep a 5 at this point, I guess. What if he check raised the turn? That would look ridiculously spicy. Uh-oh, this looks like a classic Bendinelli fold. Throw one card away.
Bends him
and
folds him.
There you go, just the old 2-card fold. Yeah, I do apologize, Chad. That's why I was confused, Joe, because Kowalski's mom is on the rail, but Bendinelli's was on the way.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought, oh, she's on the way as in she's walking down and she's arrived. So we got some...
Yesterday the stream went off, I heard.
Some maternal support on the rail ×2. Love to see it.
Oh, yeah, they told me. When the king came. My king.
Oh,
against Jimmy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. Good king. Yeah, good king, yeah.
Big king.
Big king, yeah.
First time chat on Twitch from Marco Villa says, hey, James, Joe, Nick, I started playing PokerStars when lockdown started in 2020. End of that year, I won the Sunday Million. Satellited in for $550. Wanted to thank you for your commentary that day. Great memory for me to look back on. And Joe's story about Japan, thumbs up. These are the stories we love to hear. We love to hear about people picking up the game.
Yeah.
Being entertained by it first, dipping their toe second, and then winning big third. Great story. Thank you, Marco Villa. Happy to have you here. Mockery, under the gun, pocket queens. The two moms. Bry Arias asks, who's chip leader now? That would be the player with the most chips. Thank you for your question. Raise and take it for Mockery.
No action with the ladies.
Who happens to have 51 big blinds. Exactly as many as Patrick Yarosh. And everyone else has fewer blinds than them.
That's how it works. Chip leading boys. As I say, though, any doubles from any of those shorter stacks, and they'll be right up there. Chip daddy.
We're having fun now. It's good.
Ken Mockery says we're having fun now. I'm glad
now we're having fun.
I'm glad you finally realized.
We need that momentum change.
Yeah, we really do.
Jay Wicked Boy asks, this tourney is big blind ante right? That is right. And right now, the big blind and the big blind ante are each worth 10 players starting stacks.
Pretty nuts.
So when you post the big blind and the big blind ante, you're posting the starting stacks of 20 players who have been eliminated from this tournament.
20 souls reside within one ante.
Unbelievable.
Curling Master says, that is a great story. I've never won anything significant, but for me, I've made so many friends and now met many of them IRL too via poker and the PokerStars streams. This place has become like a family to me. Thank you very much, sir. It's very kind of you.
That is cool.
It's been a pleasure hanging out with you as well, buddy. Thank you for your support.
Igor A on YouTube says, how do we report commentator for being rude? If you hold down Alt and press F4, it'll bring up a special dialogue window where you can speak with customer support.
Almost 11.
Sorry, you might be a Mac user, in which case it's Command Q.
Hello, this is commentator support. Oh, Joe Stapleton, yes, we've been hearing a lot about him recently. Yeah, I'm very sorry to hear your experience has been negative.
Yes, Lo, I am the manager.
I want to speak with your manager. Costa on the dealer button here with 8-7 off. It's folded round to this individual. He's got about 41 bigs. Decides to give it a rest, especially, I mean, if you're on the button there and you're looking directly to your left, Joe, you're looking at two of the chip daddies. So I don't blame him.
5 point something, yeah, 5.4. Correct?
Yep. Emmy says, just want to shout out the new commentator, Nick. You are doing a crazy good job. Shout out to Stapes and Hardigan as well. Nick is stepping up big time. Thank God, because I have no idea what's going on in the game presently.
Thank you very much. That really means a lot to me. I'm trying super hard. So we do see a limp here from Mockery in the small blind with the queen 3 suited. Guerrero, which I'm sure is not how you pronounce it in French.
Two pretty bad suited hands. And both of them missed this flop. Unless you're Jimmy Guerrero and you see that 7 of diamonds and you think, straight flush draw.
Yeah, Joe asked for more of these, and this is what he's getting. Absolute nothingness for both players. I think Guerrero probably just wants to check this one down. Yeah, he does check the flop on the turn. Oh, okay.
Has a gut shot now. Both players with a gut shot.
Both players with a gutter.
And the same card makes it for both of them, so that's kind of interesting.
It could be. I mean, it'll be more interesting if the 6 comes. Yeah. At the moment, though, it's a check. I feel like Guerrero could do something here. He's probably better off just playing it safe. Oh, there you go.
Enjoy the sickness. We know that's what you all wanted. It's like the reason why people watch car racing, hoping for a crash. There you go. Y'all are messed up. But you got what you wanted. Much to the demise of Kahan Mockery, who's going to value cut. Thinks he's betting for value. He's really juicing this pot for Jimmy Guerrero. Jimmy's making it straight. Jimmy doesn't have the stone nuts, but close enough. Would have to be up against 8-9 to be losing this pot.
That's right. I feel like 8-9 might have wanted to go ahead and semi-bluff the turn.
And Nick, if I may.
Yeah.
Blocking 8-9.
Oh, that's also true. Yeah.
I believe in blockers when it's convenient, kind of like most people with God. And Guerrero is raising. And Mockery. Yeah, is right. It's a pretty fun board to bluff. Guerrero obviously has plenty of 8s.
Yeah, 7-8, Jimmy.
Plenty of...
Smells like 7-8.
Smells like 7-8. Doesn't matter what the other card is. Guerrero's got 8-9s. He's got 7-8. He's got 8-10, 6-8. I mean, so many 8s. All the suited 8s.
Jimmy boy. Jimmy boy.
Yeah,
Jimmy Guerrero.
I'd be tempted to fold here, honestly.
The French hero. Yeah.
Okay, he pays him off.
Oh, I thought all fine meant fold, but no. Couldn't lay down. I don't mean this personally. The dummy end.
Right.
Of the straight.
Right. Yeah, when you've got the bottom end of those kinds of straights with the one card, and there's only there's some random other card that's the top end. It's tricky.
So I don't know if you covered this or not, but T-Win, Jimmy's wife.
Yep.
I incorrectly identified her as girlfriend yesterday, and I apologize about that. So when Jimmy finished 3rd in Monte Carlo in 2016, T finished 13th in that event.
In which event, sorry?
So Jimmy finished 3rd in Monte Carlo in 2016.
Yep.
By the way, that's Ben Dinelli's mom, and I can definitely see the resemblance. That's Gabriella.
Have they drawn on the EPT Barcelona shirts?
It looks like it. Forza Benda.
Forza Benda. That's amazing.
So yeah, T-Win, I believe, finished 13th in that same Monte Carlo where Jimmy finished 3rd.
Wow. I mean, that's quite the take home for the household.
And she's in one of the most famous highlights from the last PCA that we had, where she folded a
11.
full house correctly.
11 at the beginning.
That's right.
You start now 10.5.
Yeah, really cool moment.
This is under the gun versus small blind. Kowalski gets Guerrero to lay down ace deuce in the small. Yarosh calling with 6 deuce. Has those hearts dominated. Jack high flop, 1 heart. Yarosh does not pair. Kowalski does not pair. So we've got 2 moms on the rail. I wonder, I don't think I could get mine here in time. But she'd be game. So I was like, Mom, we're doing a mom thing.
Does your mom like to travel?
She does like to travel. My mom would do anything I asked her to do. Like, one time I was like, Mom, if I killed someone, would you help me bury the body? And she was like, I'll get my coat.
That's really funny.
I told you I crush you, man. You have 25%. Huh? You have 25%.
Was that a bet and a raise?
I crush you. You have 25%. You add
60s of hearts.
Kowalski bet 100,000. Jarosz made it $1 million, and that was the end of the hand somehow.
Let's go. Very spicy.
Oh, maybe we got that wrong.
Huh? When you have sixes.
Or is it bendy?
No way.
Oh, First Scan says nobody care with your mom. No one's gonna be able to read your tweets, your messages anymore because you're banned. It's too bad.
No, the 60s is a good
like,
one, yeah?
If you jump, win, and my surname. Se saltelli, it's like if you jump, okay? Win, me. No satellite. Se saltelli, it's like a jump.
But could be a good music too.
Yeah.
Ouais, c'est bon.
And poporopo, it's poporopo, it's when Italian wins.
With pocket 5 or pocket 6, if I jam one. Imagine. Now you have to.
Wouldn't that be embarrassing if you were like watching a stream and then you said something and then that was the last thing you could ever say?
I'm happy they didn't celebrate for the. If you have S10 off.
If you're just like.
Oh, like you said something and now.
And then you were like, nobody cares about this, and everyone's just like, oh man, what a jerk, bye. That would be so embarrassing.
I think that people that troll on Twitch like to think that they don't care, but I've been sort of like accidentally banned before on a channel, and there's something incredibly soul-destroying about not being able to respond.
Yeah.
I said something like really innocuous and got like snap banned on a channel once, and the ability not to defend myself was really heartbreaking. And then I got in contact with the moderator, and they're like, "Oh, sorry, I just misclicked," and like you didn't say anything about it after all. Yeah.
Happy ending to that story. Action folds around to Jimmy. Jimmy's folding ace-8.
You have the tournament style. We'll see the 25K Bahamas. You will make final table. 25K Bahamas.
And once again, folds around on the blinds.
This one is amazing.
Kowalski with 4 high.
I mean, we can play bigger.
Benzelli checks Jack 9. Tourist Gambler wants to start listening to Poker in the Ears. Wants to know if there's a good episode to start with. You know, we did a really cool run of episodes for the PokerStars 20th anniversary. We had like Eric Seidel, John Hamm. I forget who else. Colin Murray, who is the original commentator on the EPT. Those were pretty fun. A lot of people just start at the beginning. We've had a lot of people say, hey, I started at the beginning, and it's cool listening to the evolution.
Yeah. I can still remember discovering poker in their ears some time ago. A friend of mine would listen to it religiously, and we were just chilling, doing something, and he had it on in the background. I was like, this is really cool. It's like, this is definitely something I want to listen to more of.
What's cool about it, as Kowalski folds to the semi-bluff from Bendinelli, what's cool about it is that, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes at the EPT stops that we can't really talk about on the air.
Right.
And then with a little time and a little distance between, we get to go like, hey, that time, like, this thing happened. It was because this happened, right? There was a power outage. There was somebody unplugged a cable, that kind of stuff. A lot of behind-the-scenes stuff. I will admit it was a slightly more interesting when I was single. And I would have Tinder tales.
I mean, you say that, Joe. If you guys want to hear a great story about Joe in a hot tub.
Oh, that's a good episode, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. That was quite recently.
Me and Sandy the Degenerate in a hot tub at UK IPT London. That was not that long ago.
if you guys ever feel like you were bullied by like a night porter in your life, this is the one for you.
I forgot about my arch nemesis on that trip.
All right, guys, so hand number 19 of our final day of coverage from EPT Barcelona 2022.
Wait.
And Jarosh is going to open up the pot. Just the straight min raise. 300,000 is the big blind. He's going to make it 600,000. Bendinelli in the small blind. He's like, yeah, this is a pretty hand, but oh, it's the classic Bendinelli fold.
This is what I like about Yara. She's like, cheer for me. I don't care who you are or where you're from, as long as you praise me.
Yeah,
borders aren't real.
I think he was reaching for the Brazilian rail there.
All hail Yarosh.
Somebody make some noise.
Jimmy. 6? 7? 7.7.
7.7?
It's always coming 7.
Exactly.
Round 7.
I can't wait for Jimmy to win another pot so we can see that classic Jimmy action. Jimmy table talk start coming out. He's taking it real serious at the moment. There we go. Okay, he's up. He's over the 20 big blind mark now. Guys, I have a theory. The closer he gets to chip leader, the louder Jimmy Guerrero gets.
Oh, yeah, of course.
He is the definition of chirpy chips.
We love you, guys. We love you.
Yarosh. Ace 4 suited. Kowalski 7-8 suited.
Uncle Patrick says, imagine Joe commentating in a hot tub stream. Guys, where do you think we are right now? Kowalski in the cutoff here has a decision.
1.9.
1.9, he says. Watch me 3-bets. Watch me 3-bets. A7 suited. Bendinelli with a very pretty hand on the dealer button. I'm not sure if he can enter the pot, though, given his stack size. And, of course, Queen 10 suited. Very pretty, but you have to really connect in order to get anything done here a lot of the time.
Cajun asks, why no face cams at APT? Because despite what I might make it seem like, it's not about us. It's about these players. It's about giving them the attention, the fanfare they deserve. Nobody needs to see me. You'll see me at the end.
Yeah, I agree with what Joe is saying here. I do kind of wish we had some cameras on us for the end of last night, though, because me and Joe were literally on our feet. Like, we jumped up at some seriously cool pots yesterday.
Yeah.
And that last hand, we were stood up. It was like those shots you get of like Dana White at UFC, like, you know, like the reaction shots.
I think it's great a lady runs UFC. Is that not Dana? Okay. My mistake. Not a UFC person. I've seen enough real fights in my life. I don't, like, not that they're not real fights, but intentional fights are not my jam.
You prefer the street brawls? You're
No,
more of a
I
street
just
brawl
all
guy?
fights sicken me. Even ones where people both agree to it ahead of time.
You heard it here first, guys. Joe's like, UFC stuff's all staged. You know, I prefer the real gritty stuff on the street.
I do think it's pretty impressive that Poison Ivy is on Patrick Yarosh's rail. She must have escaped from Arkham Asylum.
She's always escaping from Arkham, man. They gotta work on their security over there. All right, guys. So Bendinelli here is going to open up the pot. Ace 10 off in the cutoff.
Now WWE, on the other hand,
yeah,
totally fine with that.
You like that?
Yeah. Nobody's, you know, I'm not saying nobody gets hurt, but it's not the same. No one's getting intentionally hurt.
I think you'll find it's 100% real, Joe.
Hey, Jai Pai, who had to go beg Mason Pai to get unbanned. You want to nitpick my references? You're going to have to be crawling up to the EPT horse champion, begging him again. Don't cross me.
He did just win an EPT horse championship, though, so I guess, you know.
Say hi to your mother first.
That sounded so threatening.
I know.
No, not yet.
Under any other circumstances, that might come to
Hey,
blows.
say hi to your mother.
Hey, just say hi to your mom for me. All right, guys. So hand at number 22. If you've just joined us, blinds are 150,000, 300,000 with a 300 chip ante. 300,000 chip ante, I should say. Bendinelli, very playable hand, UTG +1. Started this hand with about 36 big blinds. I think this is a very, very reasonable hand to be opening here. So far, we've seen just min raises as opens. Looked like 600K to me. Yep, there it is, 600,000. Folding around. Mulcahy does have the button, but queen 3 off, very, very weak holding. Small blind gets out of the way as well. Pocket 8's in the big blind. Ooh, Jarosh. Looks like he just called really quickly, and the flop is 9 high. Pocket 8's still the best hand.
If you were going to choose one overcard to hit when you have 8s, you would choose 9.
Yeah. The 9 is actually interestingly a very, very good spot because it's not only one that's directly above the 8, so it's not a much higher card, but there's way more 10x that opens from Bendinelli's position than 9x, right? Jack 10, King 10, Ace 10, Queen 10, that kind of thing. Still plenty of 9x, but it is a consideration here, and Bendinelli does continue once Jarosh checks over to him. I don't think Jarosh is going to go anywhere on this flop, though. As Joe says, very favorable for the 8s. Just a call.
Marble writes in to say he would also accept Lilu on the rail for Patrick Jarosh. I will accept that. Multipass.
Oh, my days. The ace of clubs, though, very, very interesting. If Bendinelli is betting King Jack on this flop, he might continue betting on the ace turn. It seems pretty reasonable. So there's 3 million in there, just a little bit over 3 mil. What if he just bets like 1.6 on the turn?
I don't think we've seen Bendinelli in too many spots like this.
Yeah.
With the ability to be the aggressor, the ability to fire on a potential scare card on the turn. Yeah, and he does not take the opportunity. 6 on the river.
Sure. Yeah, I think the check is reasonable as well. King high can still be the best hand here, no problem at all. Plenty of straight draws or flush draws on the flop you're still ahead of, so you don't necessarily need to take the aggressive line on the turn. Wow. Jarosh decides to bet. This is really, really interesting. Was not expecting this from the pocket 8s with so much showdown and the ace on board.
This is wild. Is this a bluff or for value? This is why I need you, Nick.
You know, honestly, I'm at a loss here. I would love to understand Jarosh's thought process here. I mean, maybe he really thinks that this is such a coordinated river, he could even get some ace X to fold once in a while. I don't know, and it's his size to do it. King Jack's certainly going to go away. Joe, I think I know what's going on. We have the same size rail as before, many of the same people. We just need to give it another 30 minutes for like the vodka shots to kick in. And then we'll get the ultra hype, you know?
Sure.
I'm not sure if the bar is open yet, guys.
Thank you.
EPT Barcelona almost at its end. 2 more EPTs this year. It's not too late to join us. Not too late to be a part of this. We are back in London for the first time in a long time. October 18th through 28th. That should be a really good time. I'm probably going to do some stand-up while we're there. If that hopefully doesn't keep people away. You don't have to go see the stand-up. You can just come play poker. And then we'll be in Prague December 7th through 18th. And Prague is always a pretty jovial place to be that time of year. People are in a good mood. There's the Christmas markets. There's hot alcoholic cider and wine. You can go out and just get look, if you're a meat person, you can just go out and get a big chunk of meat on the street.
Yep.
Walking around with some ham and a glass of hot wine.
It's beautiful.
Listening to Christmas music. It is a very good time.
Oh, man. Honestly, great time of year to be there in Prague. It is stunning. And, yeah, that Glühwein, absolutely delish.
Jarosz limping in with ace-queen, and Kowalski just checking Jack-9. Both players under-repping their hands a little bit. Ace-high flop. Kowalski is going to need runner to run down Jarosz. Adam asks how to join EPT events. Well, one way is to get on a plane and bring a bunch of cash with you, buy in directly. Other ways are to satellite in. You can do that on PokerStars.
If you are going to cross international borders, remember to declare correctly if you've got bags of cash over, is it over 10K, Joe?
The best way is to wire the money to the location, and there's information on how to do that.
Yeah.
If you go to PokerStarsLive.com.
In some cases as well, you can pay with cash in your PokerStars balance as well.
Yeah.
You can buy it online.
So I said Kowalski was going to need runner to run down top pair. One of those runners has come in, one of the best ones. Because if I'm not mistaken, this is a open-ended straight draw now.
It is, and it's one of the cool ones where you improve into the jack high straight if you turn the top end. Yeah.
Yeah, make sure you pay attention to international customs laws if you're going to bring cash with you. And Jarosz checks, hoping to elicit a bet, I think. But I don't know if he wanted to elicit a bet this big. Just a skosh more than pot.
Skosh.
With this semi-bluff. And in the big blind, Kowalski's range, can we say, is uncapped?
Yeah, absolutely. That is the correct use of that term.
Which means uncapped is a fancy way of saying he could have anything.
Uncapped is a fancy way of saying, we're not putting him into a box of hands based on pre-flop action. Yeah, I mean, exactly.
You can sort of, rule out a set of aces.
Right.
But 6-7, 8-6, 8-7, 9-10, 4-5, all within Kowalski's potential hands. And Jarosz checks after the king on the river. And the flush draw did come in. I think some sort of combo draw that maybe includes hearts is a potential hand that Kowalski could have bombed the turn with.
Yeah, what about like a hand like 8-10 of hearts? That would make sense, right? But what about a hand like 8-9 of hearts? Sure. I'm not sure if they always play their hand the way it's been played, but definitely plenty of combos that will have flushes here. Maybe a hand like ace-deuce of hearts once in a while.
It goes check, check. Oh, man.
Oh.
There it is.
There we go.
It's like sometimes you tell a joke that doesn't go well, and then people laugh more at your reaction to that.
He tried to get some sort of synchronized chant going, but they killed it too soon.
I saw some pictures. I'm going to go. What pictures? from the internet.
I actually wouldn't mind if I only had 4 people on my rail.
For sure.
Those were the 4 people.
I'll check your AZ on the
I'm
screen.
totally fine with that. Guerrero still the shortest stack, but has one more big blind than he started the day with, which is saying a lot because the blinds have gone up.
Cold in Norway, which is in 1 month.
Everyone treading very lightly. Now, to be fair, there haven't been any cold decks, coolers, not a lot of cranking happening. But things are starting to get pretty shallow in the middle.
Yep.
Yarosh on top with 66 big blinds, but after that, it's 42 bigs, 39, 29, 28, 21. Nobody in the danger zone, but nobody with a ton of room to maneuver either.
Yeah, guys, the average stack right now, just shy of 11.5 million. So we're looking at around 40-ish big blinds average. Little blind v blind action. We've seen a lot of that today. A limp and a check. Bendenali playing it cool from position here. King 6 off. Definitely a hand that you could be raising here if you wanted to.
Didn't he just have Jack 9 last hand?
Yeah, he did. Was it the same Jack 9?
It feels very similar.
Okay, so neither player connecting. Bendenelli does have king high with a gut shot, though. I think when you've got these kinds of straight draws, you know, you can definitely be betting them, but when you've got king high in a limped pot and you've got the straight draw, I think you're supposed to be checking down more frequently. You've got showdown already. You've got some nice backdoors. You have a way to improve right there and then, and there you go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 5. That's a straight, Joe. It's a straight. Not
the first gut shot we've seen come in.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Straight.
Half Beer Human asks, Joe, which is your favorite suit? I only have one suit. It's a really nice Hugo Boss suit that PokerStars bought me for being on camera. So technically, it's my favorite. Thank you for your question. Kowalski checks.
Eddie Grace, he was talking about doing some stand-up in London.
Don't have a venue picked out yet. Not sure what my actual travel plans are for EPT London yet. So once that's locked in,
Joe,
Kowalski just lays it down. Nice one.
You should travel a little bit before and do some stand-up in Brighton, buddy.
Not a terrible idea.
Yeah, I mean, the scene there is awesome.
Here's the problem is, what were those dates for EPT London again?
Let me take a look. I got them right here for you guys. EPT London will be taking place.
It was like the 8th through the 18th or something?
18th until the 28th of October.
Okay, all right, cool.
This I can say. If they say some may be doing it, I don't think you guys are. Just for what it's worth.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, really beautiful little trip from Brighton to London. Direct trains, easy peasy. Brighton, my neck of the woods, guys. For those of you that don't follow me already, live on the south coast of England. Really nice town. Very, very cool spot.
Yarosh in the cutoff, ace-jack. Spheric Sound says, see any good fringe shows? Yes, I saw a couple that I really liked. I saw Anthony DeVito. My dad is not Danny DeVito. I saw Elizabeth Guterbach, geriatric millennial. And I saw Nathan Cassidy, observational, and I loved all 3 of those shows. So there's 3 great choices for folks who are going to fringe. Raise and take it for Yarosh. You know, Nick could maybe answer this question. Rousey asked, does Yarosh ever let go of his neck? Isn't there like a thing about when you put your arm across your body like this?
Yeah, I can't remember the exact explanation, but a lot of players do opt to have a pose that they keep, you know, at all times, so as not to give away any tells. You know, very frequently it's this sort of hand up to throat, hand up to neck sort of thing, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to close the fabric around their neck so that you can't see their pulse in many cases. And also, it just means that you don't have a stray hand wandering around that might do something which is
it's like a comfortable position, is what I was told.
Exactly. It's just something that it's just part of your ritual. You do it every time. It's a comfortable position. You don't have a stray hand wandering around doing random things to distract your opponents or give them additional information. It gives you the opportunity to come up and cover up your jugular, which might give away some sort of pulse tells.
12.
You see the same people doing the same thing where they wear a hoodie and they pull the hoodie up over their face, over over their mouth and nose or whatever. Kind of the same gig.
What did you call me, Kayang?
Folds around the bend to Ellie, who folds ace-5 on the button. And that'll happen when you have a 30-something big blind stack and 2 shorter stacks.
My friend has exactly the same last name like you.
Yes?
Merci. Tiens, je peux donner ça? Ça.
Mine is with an I. He's with a Y, right? I saw him on the cash game list. Yeah. Is it call?
Mockery with ace-7 in the big blind. Costa's limped in with 10-8.
Okay. So it's interesting that Mockery. Oh, wow. This is an action flop indeed.
Action.
It's interesting that Mockery didn't opt to raise here versus the limp against Costa. I think Costa definitely would feel the pressure here. They're not that different in stack sizes, though. Only about 4 big blinds separate them at the moment. Flop goes check, check. I think Costa needs to start putting chips in the middle now if he wants to get paid by anything, though. If you miss the flop bet, do you size up on the turn? Maybe like 500,000 on the turn. What do you think, Costa? How you feeling about that line? 1, 2, 3. Was that a full pot? Did you say 900,000?
I mean, that's 2 great chips, which is 1,000,000 chips.
I did say size up, Joe. I did say size up.
What do you want to hear? You're right. You're always right.
Yeah,
what do you want from me?
It's.
I got you and I got Hardigan. You're both always right. What can I tell you?
It's everything I have, Joe. This is all I've got, buddy.
Well, that's why I'm just wrong on purpose sometimes to cover all the other times that I'm definitely accidentally wrong. Jack on the river is not an improvement for anyone.
I've got nothing left. So there's 2.7 million in the middle right now. Costa, how do you get max value? And what are you getting value from? I mean, it could be a queen once in a while. I guess it could be a 3 once in a while as well. It could be a hand like Jack 10 too. So I think probably you want to target some of those stronger combos I just mentioned as opposed to trying to go thin with a 3.
So you're never going to check here and hope to get bluffed into?
No, never with this run out. There's too many combos that just want to check behind and get to showdown. 2.2 million. Really, really, really chunky. Looks like he's thinking along the same lines, and a bet to take it.
Costa up to 42 big blinds, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it is good for second on the leaderboard. And the fact that this is sort of, I don't want to say dragging, but the fact that this is prolonging, and we might have to get to a point where players are starting to be forced in by the blinds, kind of makes sense. It makes sense from an ICM perspective. It makes sense from just the sheer size of the prizes left up for grabs. It makes sense because the card distribution has really been a little bit frosty, I would say. And it makes sense just based on the fact that we can tell that everyone is really enjoying this experience and maybe is reluctant to punt, we'll say, or to get their chips in, even though they might, if someone chose to play that way, maybe could have a bit of an edge right now. It's just such a risky proposition all around.
Right. So Jarosh did open the suited king here, king 5 suited in the first position, first act, FTA.
FTA, first to act.
Guerrero in the big blind has a very nice hand. Probably doesn't want to go too mad here. I think just a call makes a lot of sense. He is, in fact, dominating the king 5 suited, but Jarosh with the initiative here pre-flop. Ho, look at this flop. Connects with the 5. Does give him the best hand now, but Guerrero has 2 overcards and, of course, the flush draw. He doesn't know it right now, though. The king is not going to be a clean overcard for him. That will give Jarosh 2 pair. I think it was a check and a very quick bet. Seems good. He's going to c-bet very aggressively. Jarosh, that's what he's been doing this entire time. So bets 500K and a quick call, of course. Excellent, excellent price to draw and a very pretty hand to do it with. 6 of spades, no change.
Guerrero checks again. Not seeing a lot of semi-bluffing with these flush draws. People happy to take free cards if they can get them. And did get it, but again, brick.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Joe. I think it's just the final table dynamic that you mentioned. You know, people they're like, oh, I could check raise with, you know, a king high flush draw here. Sure, why not? You know, but I think that you want to control these pots and you want to make sure you remain in the tournament because, as we've seen, I mean, looking at Guerrero specifically, his survival allowed another player to be eliminated, and the ladder there was absolutely huge. All players, of course, guaranteed now 334,000 or a little bit more euros.
Jimmy's asking for time.
Is Jimmy going to represent the straight on this river?
Y'all know that traditional French name, Jimmy?
Joe. He's going to rep the 4. He's repping the 4.
And gets a
oh, my God. That was so beautiful. That was so beautiful, you guys. I didn't even imagine that spot, but look at the line here from Guerrero. Misses his draw, but goes, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have like a 4 here that often. What if I just go ahead and, what if I pull the trigger? That was smooth, you guys. That was absolutely cold. Jimmy Guerrero with the really, really cool little cheeky lead bluff on that river gets away with it. That is awesome. That's maybe my favorite play of the day so far, honestly. That was very, very, very cheeky and so effective. You don't have to make your draw to win that pot, and that's how you do it right there.
You could also win it without a showdown.
You could also win it if your opponent folds.
That's right.
I'm glad we can have fun, Joe.
Pocket jacks for Ben Dinelli. Speaking of Bens, how about those 2 curves? The Jables. The Joe and James. No one to get through but Mockery. That's not true. Mockery's on the button. Still the blinds to get through. King 7 suited for Mockery. QWERTY says this poker is unwatchable. Well, have a good time because you're out of here. You're banned. You're lucky Strag got you before I did.
Call him out like that. Mockery with the 3-bet, king 7 suited. I think Ben Dinelli's only got about 30 bigs behind. Not sure what Guerrero is thinking about here. Hello? Is he thinking about a cold 4-bet here?
Jimmy's.
Okay.
Chickening out.
I think Ben Dinelli is probably going to be tempted. just to ship it in here. But as you say, this is so stressful. These pay jumps are so big. A misstep at this stage could be extremely, like millions of euros, costly. He's all in. Let's go. He knows what he needs to do.
Impossible.
King 10, Queen 10.
And takes it down.
I get questions like this all the time, and I don't answer them. I'm not going to answer it sarcastically. Green Ace asks, Stapes, who you think is a favorite here? I don't know. I just don't even think about stuff like that. It plays out so differently.
A6? Yeah, I know you have nothing.
It's just not worth making a prediction for me. I'm happy when people make predictions in chat. Go for it. That makes you more interested. But
2 days ago,
yeah, I think
it's just not a thing I do. I just want to watch what happens.
It's a bit of a weird question these days anyway, just because the level of play is so high. Like at some point, you're playing with individuals who are all very equally matched. And it does come down to sort of card distribution, but also sort of like the setups that occur as well. So like the actual spots, we've seen a lot of situations at this feature table over the last couple of days where it was like a loose open, a standard 3-bet shove, and then, you know, somebody wakes up with aces or kings in the big blind. You know, like those kinds of weird, silly ones that no one can really control or account for. All players doing the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, the only way I would ever answer it when the skill levels are not completely disparate is go, I don't know, Guerrero has the most chips. He's probably the most likely to win it, but that's boring, and that doesn't happen. I don't know if anyone's ever crunched the numbers on this, but the chip leader, even though they're the favorite a lot of the time, like, you know, I don't know how often the chip leader actually ends up winning, you know, when we start a final table.
Like, if one of these guys was the chip leader at, like, you know, like a WSOP side event, you know, or something, you could probably be like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that guy's gonna do well. The level of play, just generally speaking, in the States being a little bit lower on average, but on this stage, it could go any direction, I think.
It's you and me.
Are there any more Brazilians around we can cram in here? I'm down.
I mean, I feel like they've just got like a notice board, like a Barcelona like notice board. They just go, vamos amigos.
Probably not, but
when we have 6 million.
Quite a message being sent
when we have 6
on that iPhone.
Because this is a lot of this. I just want to
Neville, let's go. Neville Costa.
1 million is good for me.
Only one Brazilian flag out there, though. I imagine we're going to see some more.
They've just got like a Brazilian flag bat symbol that they just throw up into the air somewhere over Barcelona.
Let's get the rest.
Let's get them all in here.
Let's put the, what is it, that a blue planet? They just shoot that up into the sky?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just loving what Brazil is bringing to the game in general. The Sunday Millions we cover every week are full of Brazilians. Scoop, W Coop, full of Brazilians.
We say goodbye to Italy and France now. Ciao, ciao. Adios.
Yeah, they are really a force to be reckoned with. I actually had a really funny conversation with a taxi driver last night, Joe. Jumped in a cab to go back to the hotel. Guy didn't speak great English, bless him, but he goes, yeah, I had a couple poker players in here last night. They told me Americans are the best poker players.
And I wonder where they were from.
Yeah, and I went, oh, really? He goes, yeah, he told me 100% the Americans, they beat everybody. I said, no, I think it's probably true to say that the Brazilians are up there. You know, Europeans in general just very, very strong. I think Americans might be some of the worst. Oh, okay. Well, he said they were the best. Well, where are they from? Boston.
Oh,
as well.
Okay.
Everyone knows. Beantown.
Beantown.
Doesn't make any sense.
So Ace Queen is going to open up this pot, guys.
It's like flip and go.
Because nobody was lost yesterday.
All in flip. Flip and what is the name? All in flip. All in and fold.
Flip and go, I think is what we call it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like spin and go turbo. Spin and go turbo elite.
Jarosz raised Ace Queen.
Yeah.
Kowalski is 3-betting Ace 7 suited.
Maybe today, I don't know, but.
Bendinelli folds. Costa with King Jack can't do much to the 3-bet. Jarosz with a decision now. And Jarosz, yeah, Kowalski's the shortest stack, can really just, yeah, can just muscle Kowalski out of this pot. Jarosz picks that one up and has finally cracked 70 big blinds. It's putting some real distance between himself and Neville Costa, who's in second with 44 bigs. We've got Boston chiming in chat.
I was about to say.
TJ says, I'm from Boston, and I can say that was merely because we've been spoiled in every sport for the last 50 years. Gives us egos, lol. No shortage of confidence in Boston, I'll tell you that much. I lived there for a couple of years.
Shout out to all the Americans watching. I love you. I was not a slight on Americans. I just thought it was a funny story because of the source, not because of the statement.
I mean, I would say that Americans have produced probably the most greatest poker players, like the biggest number of them.
Sure.
But every day they're being gained on.
Yeah.
You know, and if they haven't been overtaken yet, they will be soon.
Sure.
And, you know, Hardigan talks a lot about this. Poker is in our blood in America.
Yeah.
It's so much more a part of our culture.
Right.
Than anywhere else. And not to say that there aren't great poker players. England, Italy, Spain, Germany, Brazil.
Isn't poker a French invention, though?
The deck of cards, the traditional deck of cards is largely credited to France. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's definitely part of our culture. It's ingrained in our story as Americans. And I think somebody made a good point as well. Like when you go to the World Series of Poker, there's just so many players as well. You get so many people come from all walks of life to take part, which I think is why, generally speaking, the field is softer as well.
Is this some kind of trick from Jimmy Briggs that says Americans think Barcelona is in Mexico? Yeah.
I can see it.
Obviously.
It's going to be me and you.
What do you think, they don't speak Spanish?
What did you think it was?
You have both sides.
Give me the 2 black. Give me the 2 black. Lucky. Voilà. You got? Good?
Yes, the lack of online poker in America is largely to blame for the fact that all the other countries are catching up. Jarosz under the gun, 6-5 suited. Makes it 600,000. Over to Costa on the button, ace deuce. I think maybe we might be seeing Jarosz gearing up here and sort of slightly applying some ICM pressure.
Yeah, I'd like to think so. As I said, a little misstep here could cost you a ton of cash, though, so players need to tread carefully, pick their spots very, very well. you know, a lot of people in the chat saying about how slow this game is going so far. I feel like everyone's being respectful. I don't think anyone's taking an excessive amount of time just yet. But that's all part of it. I mean, think about how costly a little mistake. You know, you look at a stack, you go, yeah, I think he's probably got about 20 bigs. What if he's got 40 and you've just, like, you know, haven't taken the extra second just to double check? I think it's very important that they use the time that they're allotted. I don't think anyone's going particularly slowly just yet. Nice pickup there and a little cheer from the rail. I also think the people that I get really, really pissed off about, you know, like, oh, like this guy takes 10 seconds every decision on the EPT final, you know, main event final.
Yeah.
I think they're the same people that have like mad timing tells in real life, right? Like they're hyper aware of how long they're taking. They're the guys that like are getting wrecked and like getting hero called because they're like speed folding everything that isn't the absolute nuts.
Both of you just bluff when it is chipped.
Or like speed checking the river whenever they just haven't made their hand.
I feel like when we've covered online events and with this sort of distribution of chips. So right there, we just saw Costa re-raise ace deuce. I feel like so often Yarosh doesn't really seem to be doing the ICM jail thing that we see chip leaders do. Maybe it's because his chip lead isn't big enough.
Perhaps.
But I feel like some other players would be taking a little bit more of these spots.
Yeah, no, and I think I picked up on that as well. I think he's had a couple opportunities to put some more squeezy ones in. It also could be a card distribution thing again, though, Joe. Remember? So, like we saw Kowalski try and get that squeeze through with ace-7 suited, but it was just a really nice little layup spot for him, right? He had the initial open, he had the call from position. That's kind of a layup spot for him to try and put in the squeeze. I don't know if maybe it's just because he hasn't had enough of those like sort of good combos in the right sort of pre-flop setups to take advantage.
Do you think the camaraderie at the table, not consciously, but maybe subconsciously, is making this less of a cutthroat game?
No, I don't think so. I think when you're an experienced player, you just naturally play an aggressive game. I don't think that would inspire you to subconsciously soft play your opponents. I think you're just gonna play your game, and I think that's going to be it. If anything, I think that it might be easier for them to pull off some of those moves because they feel less like, you know,
oh, that's
spotlighted.
That's just rude. It's rude. Oh, this guy's my friend. I can get away with this.
No, not like that.
He'll never suspect it.
Like if it's a really quiet table and you feel like all eyes are on you and the whole world is looking and all the cameras are pointing at you, you might feel a little bit nervous to try and pull off a big move. But if you feel like you're friendly with everyone, you might be like, I'm just going to give this a shot. Whatever. If it doesn't work out, it's no judgment on me.
Some folks in chat asking what ICM means. It's sort of a catch-all term that we use pretty liberally.
Get off a bluff.
That stands for something specific, but mostly what we mean is the money that you lose out on by gambling too much at this stage of the tournament. That your chips are worth more money now than they ever have been before, and protecting them actually has a real dollar amount associated with it. So if you have, say, something like pocket tens, which is like a perfectly fine hand to go all in with, at many stages of the tournament, now you might be reluctant to do so because if you go out next, you're going to lose out on 100,000 euros just for not being the next person to go out.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you are a middling stack and there's two extreme short stacks, you don't want to be getting it all in light against one of the big stacks, which could exit you from the tournament when one of those short stacks are very likely to be eliminated next, and you can get the ladder for free.
Poker Tour has put it pretty succinctly here. Basically, at a final table with big pay jumps, the chips you lose hurt you more than the chips you win.
That is accurate. That's a very good way to put it.
Ay, caramba.
So when Kowalski does this, he's going to have the goods almost always because he's ripping it into a player that can easily call it off against him. Ooh. I mean, That hand motion sometimes can mean all in. Now, granted, I don't think hand motions really count or binding, and we all know what his intent was.
Yeah, but it made me nervous. Me and Joe glanced at each other as he did that. Like, no, careful now.
He's losing. From Saturday, he's losing. You should be in my rail, guys. This guy gonna bust in 5 orbits, actually.
Oh, wow. How much money you got? I'm sure they'd stick around for a piece.
I choose to fold, sir.
So earlier today, we saw Mokri arrive, and he said to the guys at the table, Joe, all right, so after this, we're going to party down, right? We're going to throw down all of us all together, the whole table, we all agree. And then he goes, but just so we know, just so we're all in agreement right now, whoever wins is paying. And I think with 1.7 in your pocket, you're going to feel pretty good about paying for whatever bill.
Especially because, look, Barcelona's not a cheap city. But how much damage could you possibly do in this city?
I mean, I remember when we were in Monte Carlo looking at a menu and seeing a $100,000 bottle of champagne. That you can do some real damage in Monte Carlo.
Yeah, and I'm sure you could find that here, but like most of the clubs that are outside,
right.
I mean, this is going to be at most like a 15, 20K night.
Sure.
For 5 people.
Yeah,
at most.
And you got to go wicked hard for that, even. I think. Yeah.
It's not like in Vegas where you roll up and they just have dollar signs in their eyes, and you have to like give every bouncer $500 just to get in.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you get the bill, and you're like, a bottle of champagne was
$10,000. Right.
This is $49.99.
They come over, they go, do you want which bottle do you want? Oh, any bottle's fine, sure. No, big mistake.
Just because it comes with a sparkler in it. Served by a girl on a tube top. Kowalski raised the button. Bentinelli with a legit hand in the small blind. Not a small blind button dynamic. Kowalski trying to suss that out.
Oh, man, I mean, is it completely crazy to think that he could just ship this in?
I mean, Kowalski is the shortest stack, but not in the danger zone.
No, not in the danger zone yet. I mean, Joe, I hear that sparklers these days are really expensive, so maybe it's justified. I don't know.
We're going to get them soon, though. You know? I'm sorry, man. I'm really sorry. In advance, I'm sorry. In advance. You'll see.
I said that before, and
you saw it happen. I'm sorry.
Oh, I can see it's my car.
Yeah. This is your level.
It's getting difficult to see.
Oh.
Behind my chips,
His banter is brilliant. Jarash not shying away from these kinds of situations. I think 6-7 suited is definitely an open here. Ooh, Kowalski in the cutoff with ace-5 suited, though. How does he feel?
How do you feel about carbs? How do you feel about sourdough?
Artisanal. Well, artisanal.
Worth mentioning, we've been playing almost, we played a little bit of the last level, right? 20 minutes. We're almost through the first entire level of the day, have yet to lose a player. And this is, despite the fact that the insanity is less than last night, this is how it went yesterday.
Yeah.
It took a long time to get from 9 down to 8. 8 to 7 was pretty quick, but 7 down to 6 took, what, a level and a half?
Right. So just really quick, Joe, I wanted to point this out. So Kowalski puts in a relatively small 3-bet here. It's not the full 3x, but we do like this size, generally speaking.
You had a hand, huh?
And Costa seems to have picked up on the fact that Kowalski is 3-betting a little bit on the lighter side. We've seen him jamming ace-5 suited, king-10 suited into his 3-bet squeezes. I wonder if the other players are going to start picking up on that and maybe start defending a little bit wider, like maybe include hands like 6-7 suited versus that 3-bet as we proceed through the tournament.
We either bust 6th and 5th, or we win 1 second. It's one or the other.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's one or the other.
It's a lot of fun either way.
So I don't hope you bust.
Squiddy asks, Guerrero out? No, nobody's out yet. I mean, other than the 2,288 players who came before these 6. But nobody out from today.
A little bit of cam reception there for you, chat. Josh back in the mix with pocket 4s, raising it up, FTA.
Guerrero in the big blind, 10-7 off. Guerrero last in chips right now. Has to give up the big blind and the big blind ante. Tom loves seeing the production side of things like that. Shout out to Tom and all the moderators who've been busting their humps this week, as well as the production that Tom is appreciating. Some world-class coverage. And not only are we lucky to be a part of it, but we're lucky to get to watch it. I can't even begin to explain to you how many people work on this production.
Yeah.
All the schlepping and the wires and the thought that goes into it. It's way more complicated than you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, it really is, guys. And, like, just these guys carrying around cameras on their backs all day long. Like, you've seen these guys on the rollers around the table. There's entire teams of guys who are just stacked up, just wearing all kinds of mics and carrying microphones and audio equipment and cameras on their shoulders, cameras strapped to sort of harnesses on their backs, and it's quite the spectacle. There's a lot going on. Shout out to those guys.
Costa raising from the cutoff. Ace-9 suited Mockery with ace-queen on the button. Mockery, middle of the pack. 4th in chips. Costa 2nd in chips. And there is the re-raise. Committing $5.5 million.
So that's
Costa,
the sizing.
release.
Good size.
Released.
Yes.
I think we're headed on break.
That is the last hand of the level. 20-minute break starting now. Folks have been asking for the full chip counts. Here you go. Take a screenshot.
What?
Check out the players on the rail first.
She brought him a banana, Joe.
See, moms bring food.
You got to keep your energy up. You don't have enough potassium.
That banana probably full of pasta, though. Opens it up, and it's full of cafeteria. Kowalski chatting with his rail. Everyone kind of where they started today. Now, the big blinds are going to change significantly because of this new level, which is 200-400 with a 400 ante. You can see now Guerrero legit in the danger zone. Kowalski drops down to 20 big blinds. Mockery 25, 27 for Bendinelli, 33 for Costa, 48 for Yaros. We got to see some chips move in this next level. Remember when chip leader was 200 big blinds? No longer the case. Under 50 now. Players are going on an 18-minute break. We're going to do the same. Back with more from EPT Barcelona in a bit. So the goal today is to play down to 6 players. But as ever, it's fluid. Kind of like me in college, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a lot of different outcomes that can happen.
Sure, no judgment.
If we get down to 6 players, very quickly. We'll probably play a little bit longer. If we play 6 full levels and we're only at 7 or 8, we'll probably call it a day. But the goal is to get to 6 and have it so that the average stack isn't super deep by the time we start the final tables.
Yeah. I mean, you know, Joe's been doing this a long time. I think he's right. What we want is, you know, a decent amount of action tomorrow follow, but not so much action that it's like 5 o'clock in the morning here in Barcelona when we finish, right?
Correct.
Yeah. You know, we want to see plenty of action tomorrow, fill up our entire schedule.
These are normal.
My goal is that it doesn't go so late that when I hand the trophy over that I don't remember the winner's name. And that has happened multiple times. Let's give it up for Manig Lurzer. Luckily, I didn't have to do that one, but that would have been a situation. Guerrero all in, 8-7 suited.
From +2.
Guerrero starting the hand with 1.1 million, which is around a 15 big blind stack. Kind of risky? I don't know.
You know what? I'm actually not sure about this line. You know, these suited connectors are very frequently going to sneak into some of these jam spots just because they perform so well when called by some of the premiums. And actually, these are some of the best combos if you're going to run into aces or ace-jack. He still has plenty of equity here, though, Joe. That's kind of the point I'm trying to make. He'll still be about 60-40 against ace-jack.
I mean, this is unfortunate. Also, shoving into the big blind of the biggest stack at the table who can afford to call you as light as possible.
I think this is a call every time.
Yeah. I know. Certainly for the 136 big blind stack of Michael Pinto.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to give it a thought. He doesn't, you know, you don't want to make any mistakes here. You've got time. I just think if you really dig deep, he's going to shove a lot of weaker aces here. So immediately you're crushing a bunch of that. He might shove hands like 8-7 suited once in a while. He might shove like 9-10 suited once in a while.
Pinto makes the call. Guerrero at risk. I'll say this. It takes heart to shove 8 high from under the gun +2.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure if this is the shove that I would make, but I mean, I'm not super well versed on these sort of 15 big blind spots when we are still 8-handed.
But as Nick said, you're going to be live a lot of the time when you get called here.
Yeah, that's exactly why some of these perform so well when you're playing push-fold. They perform some of the best against aces as well.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How do they know? Guerrero flops the joint.
Let's go.
Pinto not dead, but Guerrero with 91% of this pot locked up. And the 4 on the turn seals it. Guerrero is going to double up. Don't tell me you can't play poker based on a feeling.
No, I love it. I honestly think that the shove is probably going to be fine. I don't think it's bad by any stretch of the imagination, and that's what I'm talking about. He's like 60. He's going to have at least like 60-40 a lot of the time he gets called. In this case, a little bit more than 40%. It was almost a coin flip and just flopping the joint. There's the reaction. Got him. I mean, you're like, hey, I hope I run good today in day 5. Oh, wait, I'm just flopping straights. Let's go.
All right, action folds around to Bendinelli. Ace-4 off. Marley did that really funny video where the guy's being super chatty and he looks down at aces and he's like...
That was a good one. I like that one from her, yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
He wells up for like 5 minutes and goes, sorry, what was the raise?
Margerison now with the 8-7 suited. His turn. This could be the hand of the day. Haratunian short. 15 big blinds, ace-10 on the button, facing a late position raise. Oh no, Guerrero re-shoves behind him with ace-queen. Stepped in it this time.
Lightning fast.
Guerrero got it in a bit of a dog before, flopped the joint. Now he's the favorite. Does have Haratunian covered as a result of that double up.
You have to. I think your 5 starting hands are like 7 deuce, 5, 8,
Queen?
9, 4.
Oh, it's actually been
That's good hand. If it's 7-6, it's a good hand, yeah?
Don't try. Shit, in 30 minutes I can see.
Yeah. Go see.
Domination situation.
I mean, chop is fair enough, yeah?
Some chop opportunities now.
Come on, do 3, bro. Come on, do 3.
Come on, this 3, bro.
No ass. 3 is fair enough.
Okay.
Turn is a 6.
3, 6.
3, 6, fair enough. I'm okay with the shop.
River is a 4. Ace Queen holds, Ace 10, dust, Haritunian out.
On this river, he can go in with an ace of hearts.
First player eliminated here on day 5. 67,790 euros. Everyone else just laddered up 14K.
But for sure, you are the best player in showdowns. Like,
And we've got action that we were missing out on. It's going to be like this today, my babies. Back and forth all day, ping-ponging between these two tables. Guerrero opened, Jack-10 suited on the button. Cahan Mockery, second in the chips at this table. 3 bets out of the big blind with Ace-King. Guerrero is going to see a flop. Hits 1 club and 1 straight card.
Jack-10 close with the 2 overs and all the potential backdoors, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straights.
And position.
Of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mokri obviously has the initiative here, though, being the 3-better. And 9-5 tray is super dry. I think you always continue here once you 3-bet. I mean, it's almost like it's a value bet at this stage in a lot of cases, right? Ace-King is just going to be the best hand on this kind of a texture so frequently.
See, I'm a panic kind of player of Ace-King. I just much rather get it all in the middle pre, but and then when I don't see an ace or king on a flop, I just start to panic.
I think that was a quick call. Yeah, Guerrero recognizes he might have equity against hands exactly like Mokri's and decides to call. And there's a straighty card on the turn.
There we go.
even if you bust, you take a lot of money more.
Straighty card.
30K, you take 100K.
And if that straight comes in, I think it'll be fairly disguised if we do get to the river.
I don't think a turn bet here is particularly wild. If you are going to do it, though, it's got to be big. It's got to be chunky. You got to scare those 9x combos, maybe some of those small pocket pairs. He does decide to check. I think that's also a completely reasonable line given the turn. 8-9 suited is going to be defending here some of the time, Pi. So that could be an absolutely savage turn for you when you just got the ace high, no way to improve against a turned 2 pair.
So when it's checked to you here in a 3-bet pot, and you're sitting there with Jack high, yes, you have the open ender, yes, you do have the 2 overs. Do we want to bet here and try and fold out ace queen, ace king, all those ace highs?
I think it's a big question about stack depth because what you don't want to happen is to get check jammed on the turn. And the shallower you are, the easier it is for your opponent to justify that given what's in the pot. If you're really deep, it's really hard for your opponent to check jam if you're like 100 big blinds deep or something like that, right?
Yeah, SPR here for Guerrero is nearly 1.
So it could just be the pure jam. You could take it out of his hands completely and just get in on the turn. Okay, he's going to go for a count. I think a small bet is probably more scary, makes it look stronger than just the jam.
Yeah, I think this might get a fold, but it would be really interesting here if we did see Mockery continue and what Guerrero would do on the river if it was a blank.
So what was that, about 1/3 on the turn, something like that, Pi?
Yeah, 875K. Has about 2.1 million behind. Counting out the calling chips and makes the call.
Mockery has been real tough this entire tournament. Like, has zagged when he should zig and has zigged when he should zag. And it goes check, check.
I win.
Hey, Guerrero got him. The suited connector is paying off big time for Jimmy Guerrero.
I saw you said King 5 off against Maria. That's why I called it.
I thought it was a draw.
Huh?
I thought it was
You saw King 5 off yesterday against Maria. That's why I thought you were blocking. I almost jammed pre-flop, yeah? Wow, you have a, finally you have a
Let's see what happens over here. Ace-5 suited in the hijack.
Rocha, super short stacks, has a suited ace.
He's all in. I'm calling it.
No.
Artisanal sourdough, gonna leave a little bit behind.
Taxi bet.
Taxi bet. 3/4 of the stack.
Now, for people watching that don't realize why players only put about half of their chips in the middle there when they're all in, is because if it were to go shove and then reshove, they could actually find the fold and perhaps make a ladder. I'm not sure if we're on a pay jump right now.
We are.
We are.
We absolutely are. About 10 grand or so.
Well, that is the reason. Falls around to the small. Who gives it up?
Far so good for Rocha. Mark Jerrison folds a 6-5. Guerrero calls with 3s, and we are off to the races. Like Park Güell versus the Sagrada Familia. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Go 645, yeah? Yeah, 645? Okay.
Sourdough versus Larry Bird.
I mean, sourdough all day, right? Come on, guys, let's be real.
I mean, the 2020s is the decade for sourdough.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I feel good.
Make some bread, baby.
I think you will flop the 5. 5, yeah, 5 is good. 5 on the turn. 5 hurts. 5 on the turn.
Okay. 5 on the turn.
Jill.
7-7-9 is a good start for Rocha. Can now counterfeit the pocket trays.
Yes, sir. Any 9 means 9s and 7s with an ace, which will counterfeit those trays.
Deuce. Not a good card for Rocha. Could have picked up another counterfeit out, somehow an undercard to the trays.
That is pretty sick.
Hits. River card is an 8. 3 is hold. Rocha was on life support yesterday, came back from half a big blind, laddered up tens of thousands of euros, but finally succumbs to Jimmy Guerrero. This is Rocha's girlfriend.
Italian. Good mentality. Good mentality, bro.
A nice
Say,
moment.
wow, you're so good, bro.
Wow.
You're so good.
Jimmy,
So good.
Jimmy, he just called you bad. Are you going to accept this?
Probably still going to have a good day today, I'm guessing.
Size, my friend.
So you are super good. You pre-flop all in.
Always winning,
You're super good.
even when he's losing.
Lucas Rocha out.
Super good also post flop, but
81,450, and that
I don't want to vote.
is a ladder.
Oh, wow.
For everyone else, yeah.
Getting emotional. Amazing, amazing result.
Man, that's something I really like about people from that part of the world. Not afraid to show their emotion.
Yeah.
Bendinelli, 5-3 off. Folds it. On to Pinto, who folds. Mark Jerrison. Ace-King on the button. Second in chips, but not by much. Nearly 100 big blinds to start the hand. And Jimmy Guerrero, who has not been shy about putting chips in the middle today, has pocket 10s.
Getting chilly in here.
Yes.
For someone.
Right? Especially from these positions. Certainly going to take an aggressive route against a button open when you have 10s in the small.
I think I had this exact hand, button versus small blind in the mystery bounty, and got in like a million big blinds. I was the ace king and I won. So on the button, exactly the same. We also both had a lot of chips. We both had heaps.
Well, Costa's gotten out of the way.
You have 7 million. Total?
Guerrero did have just about 7 million to start the hand.
Yeah, Guerrero's an effective stack, but it's so many big blinds.
It is so many big blinds. This dynamic button versus small blind, it does tend to cause some bloated pots, especially when both players actually have it.
He just rips it. Wow.
Margerison shoves.
That's crazy.
That's kind of what I did too. I ripped for a lot. This is exactly the same way.
Not exactly the same ICM situation, I don't think.
No, there was a pay jump, but not like this, right? We're in the final table bubble now. Yeah. The thing is that this looks like it could be ace king or nines.
It looks like ace king.
Yeah.
Could be nines. He can convince himself that it's nine sometimes, or it could be jack sometimes.
I wish on the TV, by the way.
Yeah, but I think when you're putting all of the hands he would do this into consideration.
I wish on the TV when, yeah?
Yeah, I think you unfortunately might just have to give up your hand.
In any case.
How many time bank chips does he have left? I don't know whether he's going to call or fold, but he's going to use those time chips.
How much? How much you got?
He's got you covered, Jimmy.
He's trying to figure out how many he's going to have left if he loses.
Wow, I want to gamble. Wow.
Well, that's what you would be doing, Guerrero.
Huh? 6 million? How much? No.
Absolutely. Huge
He
spot.
called. I think he just called. Did you say call? No.
I don't think
Okay.
so. It did. I did hear a word that sounded like call, but when nothing else happened.
My God.
He certainly wants to call. I can feel it. I feel like he wants to call. He's just he's trying to figure out, is it the right thing to do? You think he should fold?
Yeah, I mean, I think if this was purely for chips at the moment, it's a call. But I think, given ICM pay jumps and just the fact that, yes.
You go ace queen for sure. You go ace queen.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times this does look exactly like what Margerison has. But it just feels like at this point in the tournament, you don't need to be calling off for 70 bigs for your tournament life. For a flip at best, I mean, yeah, I would agree that Jack's plus probably doesn't play it like this.
Give me the tournament, bro.
I think he's losing it.
Huh?
Not Queen's plus. I feel like Jacks could maybe do this once in a while. But yeah, this is a really tough spot. Oh man, just brutal.
Who's he talking to?
He's saying ace queen. He says he's convinced he has ace queen.
Another time bank card. No, that was a time bank card going in. Nope. That was the chips going in this time. Excuse me, the fold. It was the fold this time.
No, it wasn't.
What a tough hand. Yeah. What a tough hand. And what a spot to shove. A lot of people might make it smaller and wouldn't get the quick W.
Ace queen, I see.
Welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Our Cards Up coverage of the main event final table continues, with the stacks kind of where they were at the start of this FT, as far as the rankings are concerned anyway. It is Patrick Jarosz who leads right now, with Jimmy Guerrero being the shortest of the stacks. But it's a whole lot shallower than it was after nearly 2 hours of play. Jarosz, the chip leader, has 44 big blinds. Jimmy Guerrero just 16 big blinds. Everyone else between 24 and 33 bigs, all kind of bunched together in ICM handcuff land. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan, with me, Maria Ho.
Hi, James, so good to hear your voice.
And Maria, it's fair to say that the start of today hasn't had the same level of bonkersness that the last few levels of last night had, but we're just getting started, we're just warming up.
Yeah, it can't all be fireworks, right? Even though we might want it to be, but these players playing for a lot of money certainly going to pick their spots carefully.
Yes, and this is the money up for grabs. The first player out from the FT today will cash for nearly $335,000. The usual jumps with every single elimination. No jump bigger than that between second and first. A 7-figure score for the winner, more than €1 million, but 1.7 million for the winner. The single biggest slice of the €11 million prize pool in what is the biggest European Poker Tour main event of all time. 2,294 entries, just 6 players remaining. And I guess we haven't had an elimination yet, Maria, because no one wants to lead, and I don't blame them.
I mean, they're having so much fun here with one another. And again, yesterday, it took a while to get down to the final 6 players. And so it's not surprising to see that people are getting shallower because, of course, the blinds keep going up. But no real big coolers to speak of, which is why I think we still have 6 players left.
And there is one of the Brazilians, Fabiano Kowalski, a W-Coup winner. Let's relive the moment he won his W-Coup title in 2020.
And Steve calls all in, will be off to the races. It is a flip that Steve O'Dwyer will need to win to survive. It's a 10-high flop. O'Dwyer needs a 9. Nope, it's over. And it's Fabiano Kowalski who takes down the 5K midweek freeze. We have a champion. If it's just a generic dog picture, that's one thing. If it's actually your dog, okay, no, we can't. We can't
has
not.
my girlfriend's haircut.
We can't not appreciate that. Fabiano, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Congratulations once again.
That is the one time, Maria, I allowed a dog avatar to go unpunished because it was actually a picture of Fabiano Kowalski's very, very cute dog.
Yeah, I mean, and in my opinion, more dogs are better.
Although you cannot overcome the power of the cat avatar. But here we are at the live table in Barcelona, the final day of this epic series, which has seen huge events from the start all the way through to the end. We had that record-breaking Estrellas main event with nearly 6,500 runners. We had nearly 70 entries in the super high roller. Already referenced, we had 2,294 entries in the main. The high roller's been huge. I think it's fair to say, Maria, people came here to play and they have enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, I mean, and it's hard to not enjoy yourself, especially when this rail is so large and they're here to really celebrate. I mean, it doesn't really seem like just their countrymen, pretty much everybody. Like, I feel like there's a lot of love for all of the players.
A quick word on Kowalski, Maria, and we referenced this during the last session of play. This is Kowalski's 4th cash in the EPT Barcelona main event. He made the money in 2016, 2018, 2019, and this year. In 2019, he came 11th for nearly 100K. He's now guaranteed at least a 6th place finish for 334K. Not bad.
I mean, I feel like with that record, that's why he was prepared, and he already had his mom here. He was like, I just know I'm going to make the final table, so why not just have my mom fly in from Brazil a few days early?
So action underway. The blinds are now 200,000, 400,000, the 400K big blind ante. Giuliano Bendinelli, ace-4 under the gun. Folds, one at a time. Costa is out. Ace-king for Kayan Mokri. Down to 25 big blinds, significantly shallower than he was at the start of play today.
Yeah, trended down, you know, had a couple of difficult spots, had to fold the 7s to Guerrero's shoves with 6s, and then also had the lower straight against Guerrero's higher straight and paid him off. So not a great start to the day, but as we know with Mokri, you know, yesterday he was the shortest stack at one point and then came all the way back up to be the chip leader during the day. So he is certainly somebody that can make something happen for himself.
It's so weird because in normal circumstances that would be the story of the day and it would be the story coming into the final table, but you also have the amazing call that Kowalski made. You also have the number of times Jimmy Guerrero survived. It's impossible to summarize very quickly just how ludicrous and entertaining last night was.
Yeah, what's really interesting about these final tables, aside from the fact that they're so entertaining, as you can see, is the fact that they all had very exciting journeys to get here, you know?
Yeah.
Nobody really coasted their way to this final. They had to play big pots.
I know something.
And we have hand 42 of the final table, still six-handed. And I do feel that something has to happen this level. I think you'll be highly unusual to play another 90 minutes of poker without losing another player. It can't get shallower than this, surely.
You got 25 BB? 25 BB you have?
Now I have more, my friend. Huh? I have more.
No,
Or
25
can
BB,
it?
yeah.
As I said, no one wants to leave. Everyone's having a good time.
26 bigs, yeah.
27.
And you got 25 bigs.
So Jarosz has raised to 800,000 with King 6 on the button.
25
Fabiano Kowalski with the decision in the small blind, Queen Jack offsuit.
25, 25.
Yeah, certainly a reasonable hand to get involved with, especially facing a button raise. But Kowalski, again, under that ICM pressure, you know, in a lot of normal chips type situation where you're just not playing for, you know, all of this money up top, you would just maybe call there, sometimes mix in a 3-bet, but I don't mind the conservative play, of course, just fully understanding the gravity of the situation.
It's going to be raise and take it for Patrick, who holds on to the chip lead. Came into play as the biggest stack, still has the biggest stack. More than 18.5 million, which sounds impressive, but again, only 46 big blinds. Average right now is less than 30.
Yeah, and although, you know, James, it would seem like we're due for perhaps an elimination or some type of pre-flop confrontation. The problem is now, even as one of the chip leaders, in order to call off against, say, a short stack, the shortest one being Guerrero with 16 big blinds, it would cost pretty much everybody at least a good chunk of their stack, if not more than half of it.
True.
And so that kind of makes things a little bit tougher, because you certainly don't want to call in a spot where if you were to double your opponent up, you would now be the short stack. So, you know, calling range is going to be tight. You got to play it safe.
Yeah, I get that. And it's weird, Maria, but, and we talked about this during the last session, that throughout this main event, they've actually been playing pretty deep. At one point, we had like a 70 big blind average. And then at the late stages, it's slowed down. And I understand why. I get it. But now everyone's in a really awkward spot where they can't actually do that much.
Yeah, so this is where, if I were one of the players at this final table, I would just be praying to the poker gods to get hit by the deck, to just sun run. You know, I don't need the glory of outplaying somebody, bluffing someone in a huge pot. I just want to get all the big hands.
So it is Kowalski on the button, who's opened with 10-8 of clubs. The other Brazilian player at the final table, Neville Costa, with ace-6, defends. So Costa has been a pro for a few years. This is his best live cash, regardless of where he finishes. And he's checked the action to Kowalski, who does have the flush draw, also has a gut shot. Costa officially ahead right now with ace high, but only 36%. Fabiano making a continuation bet.
Yeah, with all that equity and being in position certainly helps.
And 550k gets it done to the delight of his rail.
Okay, but where did Kowalski's mom go? Where did she go? She was there, and now what?
Where is Lydia? Maybe she's getting lunch. Maybe she's getting some refreshments in. I do feel, And look, I'm not for 1 second suggesting that anyone do anything irresponsible, but I get the impression that what people were drinking last night also played a factor in how exuberant everyone was.
What if his mom comes back with a tray full of shots? Would that not be so legendary?
That would be coolest mum on a final table rail ever.
No, I mean, the coolest mom ever has to be Stapes' mom.
She fell asleep, Maria.
I know. But she was there. She sat out there on the rail, even though, you know, she didn't have a horse in that race. She was just supporting Stapes by being there.
Kowalski in action again, opening with ace-10 in the cutoff. Bendinelli, queen-5 on the button. Folds them both together. Mixing it up. Costa's in the small blind, has ace-queen. Sama on Twitch asking, what does CO and D next to the players mean? That is their positions at the table. So CO is cut off, that's the position before the button. D is the dealer button. SB is the small blind, which is moved all in. Costa shoving with the ace-queen, and back to Kowalski in the cutoff, who's deciding whether to call.
Yeah, great spot for Costa, obviously having, you know, both Mockery and the big blind, who had yet to act at that point, covered, plus Kowalski. It's definitely just a great shove spot, and Kowalski having to fold. You know, we've seen Kowalski not afraid to shy away from being a hero, you know, between calling it off for his tournament life yesterday with the suited ace-king, plus catching that bluff of Pinto to take us down to 6 yesterday. But I just think in this spot, the ICM pressure is too high. You've just got to let Guerrero hopefully run out of lives at some point and get that ladder.
So Kowalski, the second shortest stack with 23 bigs. Mockery and Bendinelli both have 25 bigs. It is Guerrero who is edging into the danger zone now with just 14 big blinds. Chip leader Patrick Yarosh is under the gun here with ace-jack suited. And he is raising. 800K. Mockery, king-8 in the small blind. That's a fold. There is Guerrero, the shorty. 7-3 off. Yuck. Someone was asking earlier on, Maria, if there was any chance we would see a deal. I did reference the fact that we've never seen anything more than 4 players in a deal negotiation before. Maybe we'll set a new record here in Barcelona again in the biggest ever EPT main event of all time. A 6-way chop, question mark?
I mean, it's certainly more and more of a possibility as these stacks get shallower, because obviously, you know, first, let's all establish what we all already know is all of these players are very, very capable. So, you know, the skill edge, of course, is pretty close. I would think that most of these players have respect for one another's game, which would incentivize them more to perhaps make a deal later on. But especially when the stacks get shallower and it feels like that skill edge is also diminished, then you don't want to be, you know, playing an all-in pre-flop war game for 700K euro difference.
Yeah. Oh no, I made the mistake of saying the word deal, and now all the people who play 1 cent, 2 cent are coming out of the woodwork to say about how it ruins poker.
I mean, I don't know how many of you guys can afford to play a 700,000 euro heads-up match, but most players by that point are probably going to be looking to deal, if not sooner.
Kowalski has opened with ace-4 suited. And Costa has re-raised with ace-9.
Second time Kowalski's gotten some pressure from Costa. Both times Costa ahead.
Did Kowalski just say all in?
Yeah, which is not good news for Costa. Can't call off with ace-9.
That's what we came here to see today. By the way, we have an awesome hashtag fake fact from Cuttlefish watching on Twitch. A deal can only be suggested by the player with the dealer button.
Professionally, and I'm from Florianópolis, Santa Catarina, Brazil. Study computer science. I didn't finish. Not actually because of poker, because computer science sucks a little bit for me. And then I was trying to find something and I found poker. My mom never left Brazil. And 6 months ago I said, let's go to Barcelona. She didn't want to come for the whole series because I would be playing and she would have nothing else to do. So I said, just come to see me win the main event and then we can have like a week vacation after it. And she just got here and I had 6 left, so it's amazing. We planned for her to get here today. I mean, well, what are the odds, right? If you win this, you're gonna be remembered forever as the biggest EPT winner.
Fabiano Kowalski. Kowalski won on stars. And we see Jimmy Guerrero with ace-king on the button here on hand 47 of the final table. Is open to 900,000. Kowalski with 6-4 suited in the big blind. And out of a stack of nearly 30 big blinds, Kowalski makes the call. We're going to see a flop, Maria.
Yeah, and live cards for Kowalski, but not much on the flop for the 6-4 of hearts.
Couple of backdoors. Make a speculative call on the flop. Pick up a heart on the turn. Guerrero with top pair, top kicker is better than a 9-1 favourite. Action has been checked to him.
Yeah, I would definitely be a little sus of Guerrero, you know, when he just opens the button off of his stack size versus just, you know, open shoving. I definitely would trend toward the idea that he has a pretty strong hand and he might be wanting to induce pre-flop or, you know, obviously a hand where he doesn't want to lose action. So, yeah, I think in other spots, if Guerrero was perhaps a little bit deeper, then sometimes Kowalski might find a float there, but no, it just looks too strong, I think.
And again, this is another thing caused by the relative shallowness of everyone right now. Making these speculative calls with backdoor draws becomes so much tougher.
Yeah, definitely. And so, you know, when these stack sizes get shallow, it's hard to play post. You know, it's hard to go 3 streets. So again, you're just much more reliant on the cards you are dealt.
Guerrero is still hovering around the 17 big blind mark. Mockery, Bendinelli also pretty shallow right now. Costa and Kowalski not exactly comfortable. Chip leader 46 big blinds. So Cool asks, any other known PokerStars usernames of players on the final table besides Kowalski? Well, I discovered today that KN Mockery is KN Mock, a Scoop main event finalist, and also someone who we've seen in our Sunday Million streams as well. And that player has opened to 800,000 with ace-7 off. Mokri playing the Spraggy. Jarosz is called in position on the button, and these two will go heads up to the flop. And it is Jack 10-7, top pair versus bottom pair.
Yeah, Mokri sensing that the flatting range from Jarosz will contain a lot of hands that connect with this board quite well. So, you know, not wanting to play a huge pot with just bottom pair, it's not really a good spot to c-bet.
That's right, guys. Kayan made a lot of final tables in the Scoop High Rollers. He is an accomplished online player and also looking to become the first Norwegian EPT main event champion in 12 years. Folds to the bet from Jarosz.
Stop.
Go, Patrick.
Okay, I do myself. Ole, ole, ole.
Although I think any of these final tablists would be deserving champions, it's kind of hard to not have a bias to root for the players whose moms are on the rail. Like, can anybody blame me?
So what you're basically saying, Maria, in the same way in an all-in situation, if you put your jacket on, you gain equity. If you bring your mum to a final table, your chance of winning increase.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, it's fair play to them. I'm going to do that next time I make a final. Like, it doesn't matter where I am. My mom is coming.
No way.
Jarosz opening with ace-deuce of diamonds. Fold into the big blind. Costa with jack-6 off. Lets it go.
King Jack suited or Queen Jack suited? Which one?
Nigo says Barcelona coverage has been fire. I would agree with you, Nigo, and I've not been here for most of it. That is a testament to the work of the entire production team, but also the Crackerjack commentary team. Maria, yourself, Griffin, Joe, Nick, been loving listening to you guys the last couple of days.
Thanks, James. Obviously, it's not the same without you, but I mean, just such a privilege to watch this final table and even the play down to the final table. All of the players at the feature have been so entertaining, so fun to watch. It kind of makes our job easy.
I'm glad we had Prague and Monte Carlo before this, because I would be kind of thinking that my critical sensibilities were muddied by that 2-year break in having live events, thinking, wow, this is amazing, but is it just because it's great to have live poker back? No, this is legitimately an amazing tournament. The play has been top tier, and the atmosphere at this final table has been electric.
Yeah, certainly fitting for the biggest EPT main event in history.
Okay, the ace-3 open, the 10s on the button for Bendinelli. And he requests the triangle. And I'm getting a sense, Maria, that we're just waiting for a cooler now. We're just waiting for someone to have ace-queen and someone to have 10s and for it all to get in.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really ask for it all the way up until this final table, but I think it's time for Stapes to crank it.
Oh my. I'm not sure, bearing in mind I've abandoned him for the last 48 hours, and he's been, you know, his responsibilities have increased. I don't think he has the energy.
I mean, is Stapes really ever too tired to crank it, though?
I don't like this.
Good point, well made.
It's like a spin and go.
But you are assuming that he brought the cooler machine from the PokerStars Arena to Barcelona, because if that bit of kit isn't there, he's got nothing to crank.
No, that's true. I mean, usually I feel like Stapes has enough room in his luggage, though, right? Or you guys are maybe paying for some some excess baggage fees for him at least.
Oh, no. We make him pay for that himself. Okay, Bendinelli with another pocket pair. This time he's got the snowman's num-num. Bendinelli has raised it to 800,000. Guerrero has a7 of diamonds. Ooh.
Bad open, a7 off and hijack.
You opened it? Who was it in?
It's a defend. That means we get a flop.
Oh my.
Is 5-4 deuce. It is a street flash board, Maria, because Guerrero has the nut flush with a redraw to a straight flush. Bendinelli has 2% equity. Might think his overpair is good here.
Yeah, definitely can find some reason to bet for protection here with the overpair, but Guerrero certainly can have, you know, all the flushes here defending from the big blind as well as some two-pair combinations. I think both would be understandable, a check back or a bet. Just because, again, you know, if you're not just playing for chips, if you're not trying to play a huge pot and get yourself in a situation where you're not really sure where you're at with the strength of your hand, then maybe you want to be conservative.
Every sicko watching on Twitch and YouTube right now is pleading for an 8 on the turn. Instead, it's the 5 of spades.
Yeah, I feel like this is actually a good card for Bendinelli in the sense of perhaps losing less, because if Guerrero starts betting now, then he also can have a lot more 5Xs than Bendinelli has. So certainly there's just a lot of hands on this board texture that if they're willing to lead with, could have 8s beat at this point. Again, Guerrero defending from the big blind certainly can have all the suited combinations, you know, 5-4s, sometimes 6-3 suited will find the defend as well for a flop straight. Of course, ace-3 possible as well.
Well, after it went check on the flop, Guerrero has led the turn for 1.4 million into a pot of 2.2. Bendinelli looks like he's willing to go to the river, and he will need a 5 or an 8.
Yeah, certainly.
Just an 8% chance.
Can bluff catch here against just a naked diamond type hand.
Guerrero has 4.5 million behind. There's 5 million in the pot.
Yeah, is set up for perhaps a river shove. You know, not really ever going to be afraid of boats too often, because you would think that all flopped sets would bet the flop with that texture.
Yeah. There is the shove, goes for maximum value. Now, as you said, Maria, Bendinelli is in a situation where he has a bluff catcher. Does he feel like calling this bluff for a huge amount, especially against a player who we've already established is invincible?
Right. I mean, psychologically speaking, probably not a good call for Bendinelli, just seeing how Guerrero has had more than 9 lives throughout this tournament. But, you know, certainly a lot of missed draws in the sense of, perhaps if someone is going to take a 3x type hand or a 6x type hand as a semi-bluff on the turn, or, just a naked diamond in hand as well, then there's some hands in Guerrero's leading range there on the turn that can be bluffs. But also, as I had mentioned, just a lot of value hands for Guerrero as well. Once you defend out of the big blind, you're going to probably be defending almost any suited combination. So all the diamonds, again, the 6-3 suited, the ace-3 offsuit combination plus the ace-3 suited. Boats, up the 5-4 variety. But, at some point in the tournament, you do have to maybe make a big call and risk being wrong, but also put yourself in a spot where not only could you potentially think about eliminating a player, but really for the first time for Bandinelli, if he were right, to get him in a spot where he would be one of the chip leaders, instead of just somebody that's kind of hanging in the middle of the pack waiting for pay jumps. I understand the predicament for Bandinelli here. It's not, an easy fold or an easy call. Definitely something worth considering, but it looks like he will fold.
Yeah. One at a time, of course. No, he's not going to fold that one. I'm going to call you with one card, because I'm Bandinelli.
I think if he had the 8 of diamonds in his hand, maybe that would have factored into his decision and maybe would have been more inclined to call if he blocked, some of the flush combos. But I think all in all, that's a good fold.
Well, that has seen Jimmy Guerrero move up the leaderboard, Maria. He was the shortest stack. He's now 4th overall. I mean, I'm not going to say he's out of danger just yet because we've got a lot of players bunched up together right now. But Mockery is officially in last place with 20 bigs. Bandinelli 21 bigs, Guerrero 23, Costa and Kowalski tied on 27 bigs. Jarosz with just shy of 50 big blinds.
Merci beaucoup. Big bluff, Jimmy, huh? Oh, it's on me, sorry. Big bluff, Jim Ski.
So to hand 52. Costa with King, Queen of Diamonds. Rounds the blinds. Guerrero with 7-6 of spades in the small. Nah. And Jarosz in the big. 9-8 offsuit. He defends. Right now, I feel like we should welcome every single flop we get because they are going to be few and far between.
Yeah, not, every player can afford to defend from the big blind even with their stack size, but Jarosz obviously one of them.
Well, Jarosz with a pair of 9s here. Costa with the gut shot. Kings and queens live as well. And he has continued.
Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't represent anything.
600,000 is the bet.
Everyone can win. You got balls, you win. You got balls, you win. Never again. I swear. Next time.
With a piece of this board, Jarosz unlikely to fold to one bet. No, he does.
Yeah, probably just feeling like there can't be a lot of good turn cards for his hand because there is that flush draw possible. So let's say he made 2 pair with the 8 of spades, though, you know, you're still not going to love it. That also completes the straight draw. So I can understand the folds. And as you mentioned, James, you know, with the stacks getting shallower and shallower, not only are we lucky to see flops, but, you know, we're not going to see a lot of turns because of that as well.
Nice, I like it. Yeah. Time for some kings.
And that's what happens when a Brazilian player wins a small pot.
Yeah, you can split the pot, I don't mind.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Someone 3-bet folds.
But as far as we know, like Costa and Kowalski are not very close friends, right?
I don't believe so, no. Or certainly weren't before this tournament.
Right.
Well, Bendinelli has opened under the gun. Ace-3 of diamonds, 800,000. Rounds the blinds. Patrick Jarosz in the small. Folds. Fabiano Kowalski has king-queen of diamonds.
There's too much chips. Nobody wants to talk to you.
You are not
Sorry
in
with 9, right?
But you have really good hat.
Bendinelli is the effective stack here, has 19 bigs behind. Kowalski calls. Well, diamonds could be explosive.
That was 9.
Oh, wow.
There we go. Ace high flop with 2 diamonds, 97% for Bendinelli, but Kowalski probably feeling pretty good about this board.
Yeah, this is a dream spot as Bendinelli, but it's like you have so much board coverage. You're like, what could my opponent possibly call me with? But again, just got to hope for the best here, that they have something that can give you action. Certainly don't want to be losing any players. You're not really going to be afraid of almost any run out right now.
Continuation bet of 600,000. Kowalski calls. Eight of clubs on the turn, has Kowalski officially drawing dead.
Kowalski definitely aware that, you know, from under the gun, opening range certainly will have a lot of good ace X's, and doesn't want to get crazy with this flush off, and also aware that, you know, it's not the ace of diamonds that's on the board, right? It's the ace of clubs, which means he could sometimes be up against the nut flush draw. Wow.
Okay, so check on the turn. Board pairs on the river.
I was going to say, what could potentially be the worst card for Bendinelli? And it's got to be a 9 in the sense of Kowalski would check call with a lot of 9Xs.
Yes. So, with that in mind, is this an opportunity, Maria, for Kowalski to do something funky and put Bendinelli to the test?
Yeah, I really, really think that this is such a nice card. 3.2. Yeah. And
yes,
goes for the pot size bet here. Absolutely putting Bendinelli in the blender with this bet. Especially because Bendinelli had the flush draw to go with it as well. So, you know, it does remove some of the flush draw combinations that Kowalski could have that would be bluffing this river when they miss. And when you have the ace as well, like the most likely hand that might have check called you on that flop would be a 9X type hand. And Kowalski will have a lot more 9Xs defending from the big blind than Bendinelli. So absolutely a great, great spot to bet as a bluff for Kowalski and not an easy call for Bendinelli. We saw Bendinelli make the right decision not too many hands ago against Guerrero. And sometimes, you know, when you fold in those spots, you might be thinking, okay, well, maybe I got bluffed. I don't want to get bluffed again. Wow. Kowalski, look at that smile.
Bluff gets through. Show the cards. Your round will love it.
Kowalski couldn't even hide it. Like, that smile said it all afterwards. The I got away with one smile.
Kowalski catapults up into third place, now playing 30 bigs. Bendinelli, the short stack with 16 bigs.
To be completely honest, it felt like 10-6 of diamonds.
And I know someone who was watching that hand with keen interest. Joseph Stapleton, another hand that proves your theory that blockers aren't real.
No, I felt like that was a good case for blockers.
But how were there two diamonds on board when they both had diamonds?
But they were blocking. Hold on a second.
I think, James, you might have just blown Stapes' mind. He might have to retract this whole entire bit.
I feel like James is trying to trick me with this one.
The whole blocker thing is very confusing.
What do you hear about unblocking?
Unblockers are not real. I really didn't know who to root for in that one, though, because both of them had their moms on the rail. But there was no way for both of them to win that pot. I would have rather had to sing the Chop Pot song at the risk of embarrassing myself so that they both could win that hand.
So I just had a thought. If this does get to deal talk, you know the players are allowed to have an advisor from the rail join them at the table. Is there any chance that Bendinelli or Kowalski get their mums to come to the table to argue for a better deal?
Their mom just takes out the ICM calculator.
I gotta tell you.
Chip chop? All right, let me put the numbers in.
This one time, I bought a suitcase, an expensive one. I travel a lot. It broke within a few months. I went to go try to return it. Didn't have the receipt. They wouldn't do S for me. I sent my mom in with the suitcase. She comes back, no receipt, comes back with 2 brand new suitcases.
There you go.
Send the mom in to make the deal.
I'm telling you, you want to get more equity, you want to get that extra 10,000 off your opponent, send in your mum. Well, we've gone to a flop here, Bendinelli versus Jarosz, and it is second pair solid kicker for Bendinelli, who looks like he's going to get some chips back here. At the 500,000, called by Bendinelli. Board pairs on the turn, 10 of clubs.
Yeah, great card for Bendinelli. Makes him feel pretty good that King 7 is best here, and certainly Jarosz will very likely have to slow down with top pair pairing here. Or no. Heading 1.2.
I don't want to see.
Wow.
I do not want to see Bendinelli get owned 2 hands in a row. 1.2 million is the bet from Jarosz. I mean, his hand's too strong to fold, Maria.
Yeah, I would think so. But you also, a lot of the times, don't expect Jarosz to go for another barrel when the top pair pairs. and you've called them on the flop out of the big blind. So, you know, it looks like Bentinelli is going to come along, but if Jaros is able to pull the trigger on the river, that is going to make it really, really tough for Bentinelli.
I haven't seen Jaros pull the trigger on a river in a while.
Well, Bentinelli is in a really sick spot right now where there's 5.6 in the middle and he's got 4.4 behind.
Yep.
Yeah, we see Jaros giving up.
Okay, well that is going to put a little bit of pep in Bentinelli's step.
You happy? Andiamo.
The Italian rail very excited to see their guy. Back up to 24 big blinds. Keon Mokri now the shortest stack with 20 bigs. And just to highlight, we're now midway through this level, still at 6 players, and it's really shallow right now. Chip leader has 41 big blinds.
Yeah, incredibly shallow relative to how deep they've been for all of the other days of play.
Yeah, it has been quite a luxurious structure. You know the Lily White luxury level.
Yes, of course.
It's been that throughout. But now, I mean, look, I am a huge fan of deals. I love it when they make a deal. I think the fact that all these players have worked this hard and gotten this far, and now it's going to come down to like a shallow who runs better fest, I think a deal's a more fitting ending in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I think that, you know, normally we do expect to see deals for sure heads up, maybe 3-handed. I think there's definitely the possibility that we could see a deal being made, you know, 4-handed, 5-handed, maybe.
Just qu'il avait, l'autre il a recette, qu'est-ce qu'il avait l'autre, le check.
Is that your dad?
T'as pas des écouteurs?
Is that your dad?
Tiens, prends mes écouteurs.
Father. No?
I didn't know dads were here too.
He's my friend.
Your friend, okay.
The whole family affair.
He's my mom's friend. Costa gonna defend.
C'est bon?
Top pair, top kicker for Kowalski. It was cool we got to see the replay of that Kowalski win, and you were there.
Yeah.
I was there, but it was a lot less of me then.
Well, you know, it's hard to dodge the daily pasta, the soggy fries.
Coffee? Coffee?
Kowalski continues. Costa gives it up quickly. I don't think people understand how into it you have to be also to be on the rail and to have this much excitement, because you have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, you can't really, you know, you can't see much. You can barely see the board sometimes. Certainly don't know the whole cards, but yet.
Sorry guys. The big blind.
Like imagine going to a parade and being like 12 people deep, and you just see your friend's hand above the crowd, and you're like, hey, for about 12 hours.
Staves, we had some people in chat asking, what did I end up doing for dinner? And I told them that I ordered a bunch of room service and charged it to your room.
Chad, if you want to, you know, go crazy with the fact that Maria knows what my room number is, if you want to have wild speculation about that, that's totally fine with me. Oh, boy.
Oh.
Guerrero, ace-king under the gun. Bentinelli, ace-queen on the button. Bendinelli starts the hand with 24 big blinds. This could be terrible.
Yeah, the potential for a huge clash, especially considering the effective stack size here.
There's the shove from Bendinelli. Costa in the small out. Folds king jack. There goes a king. Mockery is capping his cards. Yeah, what do you do? Buckle in, everybody. It's going to be a long one.
All right, well. We know he has a decision on his hands, both because of his hole cards and because he's made it very clear that he is willing to go into the time bank for this one.
Ay caramba is right. Mockery, the shortest stack.
And this had to happen now, huh?
I think considering he doesn't close the action and Guerrero open from under the gun, he'll just fold. But
There is
it's
some fire going on.
yeah, but it's not going to be a quick fold.
Yeah, I think this is yeah, exactly that. Laugh at the situation. You got to get away from it. Guerrero.
Ooh, caramba! Chop.
No,
Guerrero
not yet, at least.
is making the call. It's Guerrero who's all in. No matter what happens here, someone will be out or nearly out. Bendinelli is behind. We saw a queen folded. That king being folded, less relevant, with ace-queen being behind.
And now it's time to find out if Guerrero has 234 lives instead of 233.
Well, Guerrero should not have to use a life on this one.
That's true because he's ahead, but
Guerrero checking in with his wife, T-Win. Finished 13th alongside him when he finished 3rd in Monte Carlo. If Bendinelli gets lucky here, Guerrero, who's been living on borrowed time, will be the first player out at this final table. Will cash for $334,000. If Guerrero holds, king high flop now. That does make Guerrero the heavy favorite after the first 3 cards. However, Bendinelli now has 3 outs, which we know didn't exist before because a queen was folded. Turn is an ace. It's a heart. Heart's irrelevant. Bendinelli, 3 outs, needs to make Broadway. Needs to make a straight. River card is a 5. Ace king holds. Guerrero doubles up. Bendinelli on fumes.
yeah, so not an elimination yet, but Bendinelli just hanging on.
So Guerrero wins when he's ahead, wins when he's behind. Has run pretty pure in all-in situations. Bendinelli down to 1 big blind. T can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Guerrero actually becomes chip leader.
What an amazing turn
after
of
that
events.
double up. Yeah. And that's how shallow things are now. From short stack to chip leader with 1 double up. That's how even things are. That's how shallow things are. Bendinelli has some work to do.
You know what's one key point we forgot, Stapes?
All it takes is a chip and a chair, coined by Joe Stapleton, 2014.
Well, yes, that, but also baby run good. Guerrero is a new dad to a 1-year-old. We know about the baby run good. It's
Also related to the Lily White luxury level.
Forgot to factor that in.
Baby run good is real. Yes, Marius, T-Win is the one who folded the full house at the PCA.
Vigny, you. Ce matin, on m'a dit.
Thank you.
L'adaptation permanente.
Cascap noting that Mockery didn't say, hey, I folded ace queen. When this happens, be a Mockery.
Now he's happy again.
Oh, Jim is back.
Well,
Jim is back.
everyone waited on bated breath to see what hand Bendinelli is about to get his last big blind in with. Action on Kowalski with ace-king.
1 million.
Makes it $1 million. Bendinelli, has he looked? Taking one last look at these chips before they have to go in. Maria, 4 high. Do you just get it in here? Wait one more hand?
No, I would wait.
And Bendinelli is going to wait.
Remember your classes.
I can feel his disappointment. I can feel the desperation. Guerrero with ace-9 in the big blind. Freshly minted chip stack.
12.
Blinds are so high, it's so important.
And Guerrero is going to peel.
1 million?
Domination situation. Ace, queen, 9. Guerrero hits the live 9.
Oh
Domination, rotation. Guerrero, someone's going to have to check him for performance-enhancing horseshoes up the...
Yeah, I mean, what a dreamy, dreamy flop. And, you know, you go from hoping you're not dominated pre as Guerrero to hoping your opponent has a big ace here. Just not ace-queen, of course.
4 on the turn, 9 still good. Kowalski bet $1 million on the flop, called by Guerrero. Guerrero checks over to Kowalski again.
Yeah, I would imagine that Kowalski certainly wanting to go for more value. Top pair, top kicker, rainbow board, a couple of straight draws possible, and of course Guerrero can have worse aces, you know, some king queens and queen jacks that might be curious. So a lot of hands you could get value from.
And Kowalski bets 2.3 million. Usually you don't value cut yourself like this to the river, but it seems like Kowalski might be going for all 3 streets. Guerrero likely has a pretty good read on this situation. And calls 2.3 million. This pot is already huge.
Yeah, you see it's just about pot size back for Kowalski. Oh my God!
Kowalski strikes the king. The horseshoe falls out at the worst possible moment.
Wow.
Better 2 pair for Fabiano Kowalski, who's also run pretty hot himself this tournament. Everyone has, to be honest, to get to this stage. The value cuts have healed. How much more can Kowalski get from Guerrero?
Oh my goodness.
To set this up perfectly for a river shove.
5 million.
5 million, little more than half pot. Is there any way Guerrero gets away from this? He is losing to ace-queen. He is losing to ace-king.
I think he will, actually. I just think that that's a terrible river card.
He says.
You get fucked on the flop on the turn, yeah?
Guerrero seemingly very aware of where he is. Guerrero pats the table, says nice hand. The cards haven't gone in yet, neither have the chips. And Guerrero lays it down. What a fold. Call when you're ahead, call when you're ahead, fold when you're behind. How do you play any better than that?
Yeah, it's just pretty much one of the worst river cards, probably the worst river card Guerrero could possibly see. And, you know, Kowalski just not going to take that line there without it. Kowalski certainly has a lot more of the nutted hands as well, the top set, the middle sets, you know, top two from the flop, and of course the river top two pair, as well as Jack tens.
And with that pot, Kowalski vaults into the tournament chip lead. Yarosh in second, Guerrero drops to third. Bendinelli still on fumes. 475K is barely more than one big blind. Action on Bendinelli.
Saved me.
Ace four, gotta go with it. The fake aces.
You fold ace nine? Yeah? Ace nine. Yeah, ace nine, yeah.
Now it's officially time to invoke the mom run good. Gabriella on the rail for her son.
Huh?
Guerrero in the small blind seems interested.
What can I do? I would if it
Is gonna call with 5-6. Yarosh in as well with queen 5. So Bendinelli not in terrible shape right now.
Yeah, but will not be getting any protection post-flop, most likely. You know, both players in the side pot incentivized to just check it down unless they really smash.
Two pair for Bendinelli. All but has this hand locked up. Doesn't have to worry about running diamonds. Turn card does give some hope to Yarosh, who can make Broadway. River is a 7. Safe card. Bendinelli is going to quintuple up.
Two pair.
Even two pair is not good.
Two pair is Jack, Jack.
No side pot. Giuliano Bendinelli stays alive. It's like I said back in 2014, Maria.
Yes.
All it takes is a chip and a chair.
And there's been so many times throughout this tournament that's, oh, sweetie.
Mama Bendinelli.
And there's been so many times where, you know, Stapes, people use the chip in a chair phrase and don't give you credit for coming up with it in the first place. I don't know, though.
You're
I
a
don't
really
like
good friend.
it.
I appreciate that. I don't need credit, though.
I always like to make sure people know that
As long as people are
it's a
using
Stapes
it.
original.
Thank you. No, as long as people are using it. And nothing would make me happier than for it to come true at some point.
How much do you have? I will ask you. I will ask you.
I mean, this has been the tournament for people not going broke. There was probably a better way to say that. That was an awkward turn of phrase. But you know what I'm saying? Like, just Goonies never say die, and neither do any of these players. The fact that this tournament has gotten shallower than a Kardashian family reunion
Like me yesterday. You can do it. 3 BB yesterday.
speaks to the fact that no one is going broke.
Oh, yeah.
Yarosh just calls with ace-king. Does not get a raise out of Kowalski with the hammer, 7-deuce. And it's a 7-high flop. This game, though, this game.
The resentment builds inside of Stapes.
I mean, this is just so funny. You like limp in with ace-king, you're like, all right, got him. Nah, just kidding. 7-deuce is going to outflop ace-king. No big deal. Snap fold from Yarosh, too. I mean, what?
Yeah, just not really a board that he feels like he could continue super profitably on. If he hits an ace or king, might not even be good. You're out of position. You've got someone sitting there with now 2 bigs. Let's just move on to the next one. We'll wait for an elimination, and then we'll talk.
Someone's saying that chip in a chair was first set in 1982. That's ridiculous because the EPT didn't even exist in 1982.
Yeah, Stapes was barely born in 1982.
Yeah, like I was 1 year old in 1982. I really invented it then.
Megafone.
Kowalski in the small blind, Bendinelli in the big. Bendinelli, after having posted the blinds here, has 2 big blinds left behind. Kowalski, I assume, put Bendinelli all in. Bendinelli called, yep. Bendinelli with live cards, 5-4 of diamonds. Kowalski with queen high for now. Bendinelli is going to need at least a pair. He'll be the first player to hit the rail here on day 6.
Yes. It's 50-50. Yeah, more or less. 50-50. Dis-moi les matchs que je t'ai demandé là tout à l'heure. Je sais pas, dis-moi les coups, tu vois, c'est intéressant.
King, king 6. Bendinelli misses. Not a lot of hope here. Maybe a diamond on the turn. Still needs a 4 or a 5. Turn card is a 6, and that is it.
Yeah.
Even a pair of 4s or 5s won't do it. It's going to be kings and 6s with a queen at worst for Kowalski.
Oh.
Wait a second.
Wow, hold on.
Chopportunities. Kings and 6s with an ace for both players. And Bendinelli survives again.
Oh gosh. Okay, now I'm getting nervous because I think it's my moment is coming up.
No profit for Bendinelli, but he is still in, still has chips, still has a chair. No one wants to go broke here, and the poker gods are obliging everyone. How is
amazing.
this possible? Maria, this hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop putt. I had to try so hard. You have no idea. There was a lot of eye contact. Thank you for giving me a lot of lead-up time, Stapes. Just anything and everything for it to not be a disastrous chop pod song. Thank you.
How much you had? 1.8.
My phrase that I invented in 2014, still ringing true. I see a lot of people spreading misinformation in chat, disinformation possibly. I don't know where this 1982 story came from.
If this guy wins now, I'm gonna lose my mind. I even didn't realize the ace shot. I realized. I was the only one who realized. Because you're like, it's not over. You're super pro, bro. Only you realize that. I mean, I know the rules. No one here I realized. I know the rules. So the 5 best cards make the hand, yeah? 5 best cards, yeah.
I think an 8.5 out of 10 is generous on that chop pot song.
What?
Not my favorite.
Oh my gosh. You don't like harmony? You don't
I don't
like
mind that. It was the timing was you were still early.
I don't think I was early. Guys, I'm tired of Stapes gaslighting me on this chop pot song. I am so close to walking out of here.
Well, don't walk out before Costa has a chance to play these kings. Kowalski opened 8-7 on the button. Kowalski still the chip leader at this point. Costa starts the hand with 25 bigs.
We love you, guys. We love you.
Daniel, who says, yes, too bad for the commentator to try to make it like a chip in a chair is something original from him. Maria, you can back me up on this. You've been in the game a long time.
Yeah, I can honestly say that for all of you guys who haven't been around for as long as I've been around, the very first time I've ever heard anybody use the phrase chip in a chair came straight from Stapes' mouth.
And you've been playing since, what, the early 2000s, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. 3.3 million, the 3-bet from Costa. This is going to be a smirk fold from Kowalski. And the Brazilian rail is confused. A Brazilian won, but a Brazilian lost. What do we do? I know. Make noise.
I'm such an idiot. How much you pay? How much you pay, man? Yeah, roughly. This is too for no pass here, man. Caramba. This was caramba. 12 minutes. Thank you.
We play on. Still six-handed. Giuliano Bendinelli, if he was on fumes before, now has drops, a couple of drops of gas. Coasting, hoping to make it to the service station. Guerrero raises under the gun with ace-8 suited. Kowalski,
How much do you have, Jimmy?
again with a dominating ace.
8?
Ace-queen.
14?
Yeah, you see him looking over at Bendinelli's stack with just 3 big blinds.
I can promise you out there that Doyle Brunson did not invent all it takes is a chip and a chair. Ask him if he invented it. He will tell you he did not.
Oh, okay. I said I'm all in.
I heard I'm all in.
I heard I'm all in. Yeah, okay. You can go blind.
Bendinelli with Jack 10 on the button.
I mean, he's through the blinds.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a spot where you're just kind of wanting the other stacks to get into a huge confrontation,
Right.
and maybe you can just hang on for the ladder that way.
We've seen stranger things happen. I'm pretty sure in a tournament we covered either earlier this week, very recently, I'm sorry it all blends together, but someone with one big blind laddered up.
Yeah, was it Rocha? There was some player who had half of a big blind.
Rocha definitely laddered up tens of thousands of dollars after doubling and tripling,
Yeah.
whatever. But I feel
There
like we
was
covered a
another-
final table recently where someone with like 3 or 4 big blinds laddered just because on the next hand there was some huge cooler. And I did make a big deal about Guerrero running hot, and then Kowalski spiked a better 2-pair in the river. Guerrero this time does not outflop Kowalski.
Yeah, and so far both players just trying to get to showdown with their ace high.
If anyone can pull up footage of this supposed 1982 World Series where someone said all it takes is a chip and a chair, I'd be willing to entertain the idea, but pretty weird. You know, my Wikipedia page says I'm worth $12 million. That's also not true.
But, you know, with technology these days, deep fakes and all states, they could probably just insert that into the old footage and say that it was originally there.
But no one's even gone through the trouble. Guerrero checks. Kowalski with plenty of showdown. And is going to check back. Ace Queen's going to play.
What? Of course.
Easy.
Ai, Neville, caramba.
Ay, caramba. I'm just kidding. Enjoy.
Enjoy indeed. Chip counts. That big stack, Kowalski, that's 50 big blinds. Not too bad. After that, we dropped to 38, 32, 29, 15, and 3.
Looking at me strange.
But are we somehow going to get to the end of this level without an elimination? We've got 16 minutes to go.
Yeah. Caramba.
In the dumpster.
Action folds around to Neville Costa. His turn with ace queen.
Yeah, Costa hasn't really gotten involved in too many pots for the last hour or so. Hasn't really had a ton of spots. It's been a bit of a Guerrero show.
It has been the Jimmy Guerrero show for multiple days, except for the fact it's also been the Guerrero show. It's also been the Kowalski show. It's also been the Cahan Mockery show.
Yeah, it's easier to talk about whose show it isn't with these final table lists.
Bendinelli, been a supporting character, not gonna lie.
Because the blind is so high and it's so important, like take 5 bigs, makes difference.
Just by virtue of the fact that he's with so many other superstars, hams, if you will.
Looks like Guerrero announces a 3-bet.
Whoa.
I mean, I love this combination to do it with, though, you know, 6 deuce of hearts. Definitely one where it feels like it's a little bit too weak, where, yeah, you can defend the big blind, but very often you're not going to really be able to continue on too many boards. And the chips you make from getting a 3-bet through is so huge, plus the ICM pressure, considering Bendinelli only has 3 big blinds, makes it so that
Costa's all in. And if you find yourself thinking, call, you might be Giuliano Bendinelli.
Yeah, if Costa didn't have as strong of a hand as ace queen, though, you know there's going to be a lot of raise folds there with all of those factors in play.
Yes, girl.
Yes, girl.
Brazil.
Get that wine.
Very nice.
Drink up.
Jaros, are you still here? I thought you went for lunch.
I feel like I'm not in the club anymore.
So do I. I said,
I'm actually, I'm
it's fine. You own the club.
We are in the club.
It's fine.
Who's this guy?
After checking out this Brazilian rail, let me be the first to suggest EPT Sao Paulo. No? Yes? Okay, we got one yes. Or Rio de Janeiro, I'm not picky. Bendinelli, King 8. The blinds are approaching again. All in. Costa folding an 8. Not great. Ace-jack of clubs for Mockery. Mockery, the second shortest stack. Does Mockery want to get in here and somehow end up being all in also? Would be a disaster, but can't fold the ace-jack suited. Reshoves.
Yeah, it's too good. Has fold equity in his stack, though, so that's nice, right? Ooh.
Yarosh folds ace-10. All right, Bendinelli all in and at risk again. Behind again. We saw an 8 was folded. Does have live-ish cards. I didn't see any other kings or 8s folded. Two other aces were folded, which is kind of good news.
I think we got a bark out of the Spanish commentators. I don't know what that means, but we're going to go with it.
I think it's because Bendinelli is a dog, but not anymore.
Oh my goodness.
Bendinelli flops a boat.
I think Mockery's getting the prepay, right?
What in the world is happening in Barcelona?
This is unreal, y'all. What an absolute treat of a final table for us.
Mockery dead on the turn. Bendinelli not only survives again, but doubles up, more than doubles up this time.
If anybody had any doubt about the mom run good, how is this not proof?
What in the actual bejesus is happening here in Spain? We're going to have to make 19 episodes out of this tournament. I don't know how this is ever going to play on television. This is maybe the only time in my life that I would say to people, you have to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, this might be the most viewed replay of all time after people get wind of what's happened here in Barcelona.
This is absolute insanity. All it takes is a chip and a chair. Joe Stapleton, 2014, chip counts. Bendinelli not far behind Mockery at this point, does have fewer than 10 big blinds, has not posted the blinds. Excuse me, is going to be under the gun this hand, it looks like. Nope, it is posted. I don't know what's happening. Pocket kings for Costa.
But what we do know is 6 players still remain.
We
Joe.
do know that we have yet to lose a player in almost 2 full levels today.
Uh-oh.
Mockery with ace-9 might be a little jealous of all these all-in double-ups for the rest of the short stacks. This would be a bad time to get it in.
Guerrero with a playable hand on the button, but will
Smart.
fold.
Wisely. Yarosh in the small out. Kowalski in the big. Jack 4, easy fold. Tom on Twitch asking, what time do days 7, 8, and 9 start?
Yep, I'm definitely in the process of extending my trip now.
Charlie on YouTube says, this table is just different. I swear I've never seen anything like that. Same. Same.
EPT Barcelona 2022 just hits different, y'all. Everything about this tournament has been one for the history books.
And not a fake history book like wherever people are looking up this 1982 stat. Mockery, ace-10. Gonna bump it up. 7.5 minutes left on the level. Strong chance we get through this level without losing a player still. King, queen suited for Bendinelli. Closing the action. Not a hand you can fold. Maybe does not want to get it all in right now, though. Seems perfectly reasonable just to take a flop. Lots of good flops for king, queen of diamonds.
But Bendinelli does move all the chips in the middle.
Excuse me, does shove.
Mockery hates it. Hates this spot.
Guys, I'm gonna go to 1 million, it seems like.
Mockery is not covered and folds the better hand.
Don't call it a comeback. Bendinelli no longer the shortest stack at the table.
We got a montage here of all the Bendinelli not going broke. There's one.
Guys, I'm gonna go to 1 million and get some kings.
There's two. His rail signifying victory in the form of non-defeat. Bendinelli picks up a couple more blinds, and with that pot swiped from Mockery, has Mockery slightly out-chipped. Mockery, now the player most at risk. Let me get in there and broker the deal. I can do this. We can all be having paella in 45 minutes. I'll get it done.
Stakes flanked by the two moms.
Send me in, send the moms, and send my mom in to talk to the French guy. James Hardigan writes in to say, as we kick off level 52, the chip leader has 7 big blinds. 6 players remain. Heads up to the flop. Ace, 10, 9, 3 hearts, 2 pair for Kowalski. Straight draw for Costa. Nobody has a heart.
Yeah, somewhat interesting board. Obviously for Kowalski, going to be a clear bet with this 2 pair, but Costa, even with the equity of that straight draw, without a heart, might be tough to continue out of position, just not really sure what you want to do in this spot.
Costa's going to take one off. Try to hit that straight. Try to fade a heart. It's another heart on the turn. Does this slow the action down, or is someone trying to tell an even more convincing story?
I mean, I think this definitely should slow the action down. And then I think, depending on the river, Costa could choose to turn his hand into a bluff pretty easily and represent a flush.
River is the straight for Costa, so if they get to showdown, 2 pair no good for Kowalski.
Yeah, this is definitely a river where Costa knows that now, you know, you can beat ace-x without a heart. You can beat some of the hands where they would potentially check back the turn without a heart. So now, you know, getting to showdown seems like a fine choice.
Check, check. This one's going to go to Costa, and for the first time all day, it's Neville Costa's turn at the top of the leaderboard. Kowalski drops to second. That's how close things are. One pot, one small pot with only a few bets in it are the difference between first and second, second and third, third and first even. There's a 10 big blind difference between third and first. One big blind difference between first and second. Italy on its feet. Brazil on its feet. Bendinelli on the button. Can Mockery forced to post the big blind and the big blind ante. Just 8 blinds left behind. Folds around to Bendinelli. 6-5, that's going to be a fold.
I have 3.6. No, wait. Yes, 3,650.
I mean, when you keep seeing all the short stacks double up, oh my goodness.
This could be brutal for Mockery. Costa would shove a lot of hands small to big here. Almost none of them as strong as kings.
Yeah, Costa still going for just a small raise.
Ace-jack
oh
for
my
Mockery.
gosh.
Mockery
Definitely a setup for that stack size.
has to call it off. Too strong of a hand. There's no one else with shorter chips. Mockery now all in.
Mockery's like, I've been on the short stack before and found some doubles.
Mockery has gone from shortest to chip leader to shortest to chip leader. Now is shortest. Everyone has managed to avoid the chopping block here on day 6. Who will be the first to actually lose their head? Statistics dictate it's going to be Mockery here, but we have seen many a miracle here in Barcelona over the last 6 days. The flop somehow does not contain an ace. 3 to a straight out there. This will be the last hand of the level, no matter what happens. Turn is a 9. So there is a 5% chance of a chop. Mockery can win it outright with an ace. Anything else, and we will finally have our first elimination of the day. The river is another 9. Mockery, the first to fall. It could have been anyone. Costa adds to his chip lead. Not by a lot, but every chip counts. And Giuliano Bendinelli, despite being down to one big blind 10 minutes ago, just made another 100,000 euros, as did everyone else at the table. Kahan Mock, as he's known online, played a hell of a game, was a hell of a character. Still somehow has a smile on his face.
Yeah, such an exciting player to watch. Certainly deserved to be here. Things didn't go his way today, but we will definitely be seeing more of him.
Kahan Mock cashes in 6th place for $334,480 euros. Basically the same at this point. Everyone now guaranteed 434,000 euros. That's right, Explosive Candy. About 4 hours of play. Finally, lost a player in 6th place. 5 remain. Love this guy's attitude. Love his demeanor. We got to take a break. Let's take a look at the 5 remaining chip counts. There he is, Kehan Mockery, out 6, 334,480 euros. 9 big blinds for Giuliano Bendinelli. Jimmy Guerrero not doing much better with 19. The whole thing is quite shallow. Neville Costa on top for the first time in a long time. We're going to take a break here in Barcelona. 19 minutes on the break. I cannot believe how crazy this tournament has been. There's going to be more from here at EPT Barcelona right after this.
It looks like Mockery is all in here. King 3 of diamonds on the button. Not going to find a much better spot to get it in the chips with that stack size.
Yeah, and obviously has a similar stack. So we just saw a call off from 8-3 offsuit. Oh, Scott Margerison with pocket 5, so in the big blind. Easiest call he'll ever make.
Yeah, and so, you know, Mockery leaving that extra 60K behind just in case something happens over on the secondary feature. But those chips will end up going in the middle shortly.
Pre-time banking. All of those in the middle.
You know, when Mockery started the day, this certainly was not a position that he probably saw himself in, but unfortunately just one big bluff against Margerison actually didn't get through when Margerison had aces. Made a good call on a pretty scary board where Mockery had some straight blockers, and now he might be eliminated at the hands of Scott Margerison if he can't find a king or a couple of flush or straight cards to help him out here.
Yeah, big danger for Kehan. Not a nice spot to bust, 10th place. But he has some hope.
And he also has Margerison wishing him luck, which he clearly doesn't mean, so.
Never sincere.
Never.
Enjoy the run out.
Why do people
like
even
that.
say that?
I'm done with good lucks. I'm all about goodbyes.
Okay, but really though, Spraggy, you said you were kind of anti-sweating Mockery, so you don't wish him luck either.
How about that then?
Ace, king, deuce, king on the flop for Mockery.
Not over yet.
He can breathe a little easier. 2 cards to come, 2 outs for Margerison.
Classic Mockery, gets it in with a king high and gets there. I know that feeling.
Turns a jack of diamonds.
Oh, you have diamonds. Oh, huh.
Yeah, Mockery was kind of hoping he was only down to 1 out, but no, still 2 outs for the 5s. 4 of clubs on the river, safe, and a nice double for Mockery. Really needed it. Found the 3 outer straight away on the flop.
I mean, I'm honest.
Scott, by the way. Scott, thanks, by the way.
Oh, for the time?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was needling him. Thanks for
Like,
the
thanks
double
for
up.
the,
Yeah, thanks
or
for the
thanks
double
for
up.
the luck.
Yeah.
Thanks for wishing me luck.
So that's such a huge pot for Kehan.
Oh, yeah.
King queen.
Maybe I had an 8.
I'm very happy, huh?
Maybe I had an 8.
Margerison, ace queen under the gun. And we'll have all of the action behind short stacks and one bigger one. Pinto with a bigger hand and also lots of players to act behind, so just calls. Official with ace-6 suited, gonna give it a think and then put it in the drink.
Pretty interesting flat from Pinto. Of course, a hand normally we would expect to see the re-raise. It's a premium ace-king. But this is very much, again, a product of the fact that Margerson hasn't covered. We're playing within very significant pay jumps.
8 million.
And Pinto still has close to 70 big blinds. It's a lot of big blinds. If he re-raises and gets 4-bet, very uncomfortable very quickly, even with a hand as strong as ace-king.
And Guerrero reaching for chips on the button with queen-jack off. A re-raise is going to end poorly. A flat is going to make squeezing incredibly appealing. There you go.
The thing is here, we're already, we're definitely dealing with one pretty strong range, right? Pinto's flats, we've already seen Margerson fold like king-queen, Kowalski fold queen-jack suited, Kowalski folded king-queen offsuit. So Pinto's flat versus a big stack is already quite strong.
Kowalski getting some ridiculous pot odds.
But again, with one of those hands that is dominated so easily by certainly the sort of hand that we'd expect
one
Pinto
or
to
more
have.
hands out here, yeah.
Yeah. But a good price. He does fold. And you've got to be really disciplined here. People think that because you're going multi-way...
I mean, that's crazy discipline. I'd be like, just to flick it in, maybe I'll flop a straight.
Right, but you actually, even though you're getting a good price, your hands need to be stronger in order to get your equity back out of the pot. Wow, what a flop.
Flop comes queen high. Margerson jumps way out in front. Was the original raiser. And this is a situation that you do want to bet into two opponents, right? Top pair, top kicker, value protection, the whole nine.
On this sort of board, I think Margerson, by and large, will be looking to drive value on his hand.
Yeah.
We might expect hands in the small blind. There might be some king-queens or queen-jacks. Obviously, having the ace of clubs, it does mean that there are fewer flush draws for him to protect against or worry about or indeed draw value from.
Yep.
So Pinto's going to take one off with ace-king high, which is... you know, he has 2 overs to the board. The dangerous thing for him, though, if he does connect with his king, or indeed his ace, some of the time he's going to recooler himself because he's up against a king-queen or an ace-queen. So it can be tricky, especially with no backdoor flush draws. It can be tricky for him to move forward in the hand. I think Margerson now is in value mode of trying to extract value from the king-queen and the queen-jack suited portions of Pinto's range.
Just checks. And it's going to get a bet out of Pinto the hard way.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I'm loving taking this spot as a bet, though, for Pinto, just because you would imagine if Margerson was willing to bet into 2 players after opening under the gun on this flop, that very likely, you know, certain hands that this bet would profit from getting folds out of right away, like, you know, 7s or 8s, probably would have checked that flop. So it just kind of feels like Margerson doesn't have a super weak hand here that would just check fold. And so it just kind of makes this bet a little bit less profitable.
More than $2.5 million in the middle. River's a 7.
It does bring that four-liner in, Joe.
Yeah.
But hard to imagine that Pinto has too many 8s in his range.
Yeah.
I don't think we see him with maybe not even 7-8 suited pre-flop, given that we're in early position against a big stack.
Pocket 8s?
Pocket 8s, perhaps, but would he call the flop, bet the turn? Perhaps at a very low frequency, but it's certainly not something I'd expect most of the time. So I think it's very hard for Margerson to credit Pinto with an 8. It's also very hard for Pinto to tell the story that he has an 8. Now, that's not to mean that he doesn't have value bets, but we're also got to think that he might not be value betting that thinly against a big stack. We spoke about this earlier, when you're reopening the action against a big stack, do you really want to be trying to bet, even something like king-queen here, and then get check raised? That sucks when you can just show down.
So just a little bit of context. To my understanding, Pinto is relatively new to the game.
Right.
Was in a motor vehicle accident fairly recently, wanted to take a new lease on life. Poker's a part of that. And I think that this move takes some real heart.
Yep.
Does.
Maybe isn't the most logical move based on all the reasons Spraggy just went over.
But
But
he's
it
going for
certainly
it.
has swung for the fences here.
2.6.
And it's a pot-sized bet as well.
Pot-sized
But
bet.
I like it.
With no pair. Margerison
immediately
flummoxed.
indifferent.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I love the heart, and he's very lucky that Margerison has the ace of clubs in his hand, I think, because that just takes out a lot of the suited ace.
The missed flush draws.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that will really help him potentially get a fold out of Margerison, because once again, the sizing polarizes his hand to, you know, straights or sets.
Oh, he's double checking to see which ace it is and lays it down. Pinto steals one.
Is he
from
going to
one
show
of the
it?
biggest stacks at the table, breathing a sigh of relief. And Jesus, we're ticked into a break here.
What a huge
I
play
didn't
from
even
Pinto.
notice. That hand was so intense.
Amaze balls.
Jimmy at the 23 big blind mark. Guerrero still on top. Margerison, haven't heard much from him lately. 77 big blinds, very comfortable stack.
Of course.
And Kowalski is first to act here. Kowalski starting with 18 big blinds. Ace-Jack under the gun. Can be a dicey situation with that stack size. And there it is in the very next spot. Pocket queens for Margerison.
Probably 3, maybe 2.8.
Yeah, this is not what you're looking for with ace-jack off, the stack on your left, taking an interest. It's a very nice hand to be opening off a short stack, where blockers are so important. And Scott coming out with the 3-bet. These two will have played a lot of poker against each other online. Both regulars on PokerStars over the years. Played with them both myself a lot.
Good point.
Costa with the king, jack of diamonds.
See you later.
Yeah, just take a moment to mourn the fact that he can't play this beautiful hand.
Mockery with kings.
No,
Can you believe it?
Wow.
And these are two big stacks. Mockery third on the leaderboard. Margerison second.
This is
going to be a shame.
Mockery with 60 big blinds, and you know what?
Kings for the third time this level?
Yeah.
Does it make it like 2.2? Yeah, I was going to say something in that region. Really, really small 4-bet here is called for.
Yeah, and Kowalski's ace-jack going to shrivel up. And Scott, one of the best in the business, going to realize the narrow range of hands that Mockery's representing.
So this is 2.1.
Margerison
7.1 behind.
1.175 to call.
Yeah, and even as experienced as Scott is, not often you face this exact spot on a big final table. And all three things are possible depending on the type of player and the type of approach Scott wants to make. Fold, call, and shove, or 5-bet. My instinct is that Scott's going to proceed through call, but we shall see. This is just a real genuine tank from Scott. This is a very unusual situation to be in. He's assessing his stack, Mockery's stack, the position in the tournament. Actually, Mockery with just 46 big blinds.
Does Mockery's reputation play into this at all, knowing that he's made moves like this with eights before? He's made crazy bluffs.
Yeah, well, I think Scott's going to recognize, you know, to some players it seems like Mockery's crazy. I think to Scott, he's just going to recognize his opponent's smart and capable, right? And it will be with a lot of respect that he takes this flop out.
The flop is 9 high, still big trouble for Margerison.
Yeah, both of them with a spade. And this is just a very neutral flop, like not much changes. Very occasionally, Mockery might have hit a 5 or 4, depending on what hands he chooses to bluff in this situation. But nothing really changing. Mockery doesn't have tens, probably doesn't have jacks in this situation. It's a hand a bit stronger than queens or a bluff. Very occasionally ace-king. Ace-king suited particularly. Ace-king off might elect to shove. Just really narrow ranges of hands. And Mockery, of course, is also going to realize that Scott has a very, very narrow range of himself.
But this is at one of those small C-bets.
Yeah, no need to bet big.
Under $1 million. So under just about a fifth of the pot.
Yeah, and this is a high pressure moment. You're seeing one of the UK's finest poker players in a very difficult spot. Do we want to fold out ace-king, raise now, you know, fold out an ace overcard? Do we just put it in and hope for the best? Or do we proceed through call again and sort of make Mockery blast off, keep his bluffs in? What does Scott want to do?
Michael on YouTube says, I don't know why Mockery would bet this. I do, to build a pot.
Yeah, this is
to win chips.
High stakes poker, by the way. On the biggest. No.
Oh, Margerson shoves.
Yeah. Just wants to follow. And
wow.
No
Mockery.
way. Oh, wow.
Makes the call. This is the biggest pot of the tournament. Margerson with 2 outs. Mockery, the player at risk. Margerson will not go broke here, no matter what. Trying to figure that out for himself now, trying to see what he'll be left with.
Yeah.
If the 90% probability holds.
Yeah. Huge deflation for Scott.
Big hand after big hand for Mockery this level.
Margerson.
They have all either won pre-flop or held.
7 point something.
This will be Mockery's second double up of the level if these kings hold.
Yeah, or 10% of the time. Scott Margerson will be a huge chip leader. That's a brick. That is a brick.
One card to come. And we will be on the 75-minute dinner break after this hand. River card is another 9. Those kings do, in fact, hold. Full double up for Mockery, who is now table chip leader, tournament chip leader, 123 big blinds. Margerson drops to below the 20 big blind mark.
Yeah, amazing scenes. And you see, Mockery doesn't even overtly celebrate. He's aware almost of the magnitude of the moment and doesn't want to rub it in Scott's face because it's such
It could have happened the exact opposite way. Absolutely. And good poker pros know this.
Yeah, and Scott tumbles to 14 big blinds.
Ooh, 14 big blinds, excuse me.
So that was highlights from yesterday. This is now the final table of the biggest PokerStars European Poker Tour main event in history. Just 5 players remain because on the last hand of the last level, we lost Kayan Mockery. He cashed out for 334,480 euros. So now 5 remain. It's still pretty shallow. Neville Costa is the chip leader with 44 big blinds. Fabiano Kowalski, the other Brazilian, the second biggest stack with 35 bigs. Patrick Yaros playing a 28 big blind stack. Jimmy Guerrero on 19 bigs. And Giuliano Bernolini, who is on life support right now, has survived a few all-ins, has just 9 bigs. I am James Hartigan. With me, Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me again.
So, Nick, there was a fear that we were going to come back from break still with 6 players, at which point the big blind average would have been 22, which is just silly. Even losing 1 player, though, even losing Mockery, it's still shallow. We still need a couple more eliminations. We need some chip consolidation.
Yeah, absolutely. So everyone's looking at Bendinelli right now with those 9 bigs thinking he's the next one to go. And if you have 28 big blinds and you're in Patrick Yaros's position, you're thinking, yeah, I'm going to tighten up and wait for that to happen to get that ladder for free.
Absolutely. Next player out, 434,850 euros. Look at the ladders. 565 for fourth, 734,000 for third, more than $1 million for the runner-up, and 1.7, more than 1.7 million euros for the champion. The single biggest piece of the 11.1 million euro prize pool generated by the 2,294 entries in this record-breaking main event. Exciting stuff, and what we saw during the last 45 minutes was akin to what we saw last night. Craziness. They're not afraid to get their chips in, Nick, but oh my word, no one wants to go broke.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually in the room just now when you guys were catching up with the 30-minute delay, and it's incredible. It's like we're at a football match. Everyone's screaming. You got the Brazilians screaming for the Italians screaming for the Brazilians. Nobody cares anymore. They just want to see people bust. Let's go.
Absolutely. And still have an amazing rail. We've got the Italians supporting Bendanelli. We've got the Brazilians whose loyalties are divided between Costa and Kowalski. Jimmy Guerrero's got his friends there, not to mention Patrick Jarosz's rail as well.
Oh, yes. I mean,
now,
sorry, James, I was going to
He started the final table as chip leader, but it is Neville Costa who is currently the biggest stack right now, albeit just 44 big blinds. We actually caught up with Costa, so let's find out a bit more about our new tournament chip leader.
My name is Neville. I'm from Florianópolis, Brazil. I'm 30 and I'm a professional poker player. I started being a professional like in 2013. I finished college. I made a civil engineer, but I never worked. I just finished and made my parents happy. And then I started playing and make some money and having fun. So that's when I decided to be a professional poker player. This is like living a dream, because when I started playing poker, I just watched on TV these big tournaments and dreamed about being here one day. And now that it's happening, I'm just trying to enjoy the most, enjoy every minute. I'm gonna win because I'm ready to win. I'm prepared. I worked a lot. I study a lot. So if I win, it's because I deserve.
Florianópolis is such a cool sounding place. It sounds like it should be in a Disney movie, Nick.
Yes. And here we go, guys, back at the final table. Cards are back in the air. Let's see what they got for us.
Yeah. The clock is running. We are now at level 36. Blinds are 250,000, 500,000 with a 500k big blind ante. And looks like it is going to be Jarosz who's first to act here. Ace-4.
Yeah, James mentioned Jarosz's rail, but I mean, at this stage, he's calling on anybody to cheer for him, right? He's looking around the room. He's going, who's going to cheer for me this time?
You play 16, you play 16, you play 4 millions, 4.5?
I'm going to count now.
No, Giuliano, we have 5 millions, okay. And you play 14.
Fabiano Kowalski not going to play the ace-4. Of course, we do have the battle of the moms, Nick. Both Fabiano Kowalski and Giuliano Bendolini have their mothers in attendance.
Absolutely. And Bentinelli's going to go for all of it here. He's putting it all in. Cutoff versus the big blind. Folded around to Guerrero with King 5 of hearts.
So this is a shove for fewer than 10 big blinds. King 5 suited. Ever a call here, Nick?
Oh, I'm not sure. It's not that many big blinds, but at this stage, you know, you can't be going too loosey-goosey because every single chip counts, and all of those chips extremely valuable at this point. I think he's going to be dominated too often here, James.
If I you show me?
If you
As he is
see
here.
on TV, so I can show you because no matter the difference.
Yeah.
If you want, I can show you.
I fold.
He folds.
You have one ace? Ace? Alpaca 5?
No.
Ace 5?
No, King 5.
King 5 is not close, come on.
Color. Of course it's close. It's color. It's color.
You
suited.
never call king 5.
I promise you, I can call. I'm suited. No, I'm suited. You'll see on TV, I'm suited.
Okay, nice
King
fold.
5 of hearts. Yeah, nice fold.
Ha mostrato un 5 di cuore, dice che aveva K5.
I mean, you can jam
From
any
cut-off.
ace, queen 10. I don't care, the money.
Yeah, but if you lose, you are short stack.
Yeah, but I don't care.
I think you can.
Strategy time, I don't care.
No,
I honestly don't care.
Discuss a bit
I
more,
pay,
Show
this
him
is my
opening
buy-in.
charge.
100,000 is my buy-in.
Guys, it took them a level and a half. They warmed up pretty quickly. We're now back to where we were last night in terms of table banter and atmosphere around the rail.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I think it's the beers kicking in, James. We're getting there now. Everyone's catching up. Everyone's a little bit buzzed, and the table is lit for that reason.
All in.
Here we go again.
Bendinelli shoves the second hand in a row, this being hand 70 of the final table. All in with ace-5.
Any big blind specials?
Nope. I think those cheers from the rail tell you that he picked up the blinds and antes, and they're happy about it. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Italy, performed for your listening pleasure by Bendinelli's Rail. Oh, he's upgraded to suited ace-5.
Does he want to have another go?
Artisanal sourdough.
Artisanal. Yeah, here we go.
Yep. Triangle time once again. If this shove gets through, are we going to get another rendition of the Italian national anthem?
I mean, I think the rail will explode if he gets through again. Wait a minute. 6 is in the big blind. He might give him a spin here, James.
5, 2, 4, 5. Yeah, it's going to be 6, 2.5, 4.5, 6.4, 6.9. 6.9. 5, 45, 5, 6.9.
I mean, the problem is, it's such a significant percentage of Kowalski's stack. It's more than half his chips.
Wow.
He folds it.
Wow. I mean, if you're getting hands like ace-5 of hearts to fold here, you are really doing well.
Here we go again.
Is that real?
Something about pizza. I like pizza. Pizza's nice.
Is it pizza with a sourdough crust, though? That's what I want to know.
I mean, we're almost at a point, Nick, where I can see more Italian flags than I can see Brazilian flags.
Uh-oh.
We've still got the homemade Patrick banner, though.
I mean, don't let me hear you say that, James. They're going to have the Brazilian bat signal outside Casino Barcelona here, calling in any Brazilian within a 200-mile radius.
Oh, apparently it was something about Ibiza, not pizza. Guys, I'm hungry. I'm sorry. My brain is not functioning for as long as my stomach is empty.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Costa opened under the gun with 6s. Guerrero has moved all in with 10s.
Yeah, raising a fold
And
is good.
This is the reality, though, Nick. If you look at the stacks, if you look at how shallow everyone is, no one really has any moves other than all-in, and their calling ranges have to be so tight because calling is for 50%, if not more, of their chips.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see how tight players have to be at this stage, and as the sort of bottom 3, bottom 4 in this case. I'd say probably the bottom 3 are the ones that are in most contention. They have to be really, really careful. If they misstep here, they could be throwing away what could be millions of euros worth of chips. Look at his mom front and center, Joe. James, excuse me. Kowalski's mom in the middle of that pack singing her rendition of Seven Nation Army.
I kind of feel that the white stripes bet is so overplayed by spectators at sporting events now, but on this occasion I will allow it. I mean, if we're going to get this every hand, this is going to be awesome.
I mean, James, we're meant to commentate. There's just so much going on in that room. You kind of just want to leave him to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rail Wars. Whoever shouts or screams loudest wins.
This is unreal, James. I hope this is the new standard. I've said it so many times since yesterday, but if this is how we're going to be doing EPT from now on, these will be the best events in the world, as if they already weren't in the first place.
Kick at the penalty too.
Benzinelli here on the button, thinking about what he's going to do. He's been playing very push-foldy, managed to steal his way up to 16 big blinds, getting a couple dominating hands to fold along the way as well. And Costa now in the small blind with 10-9 off.
I mean, Costa and Kowalski are arguably the only two players who shouldn't be doing push-fold poker.
Exactly. And sure enough, a little limp here from the 10-9 off. Guerrero in the big blind with Jack-5 suited. Both of these players are going to be looking to ladder somehow. I don't know if Guerrero is going to be aggressive from the big blind here. There can be plenty of traps here for Costa, but he might put in a small raise and try and play this hand in position. Okay, he checks. That seems like the more standard line.
Okay, so we're going to see community cards, people. We're going to see an actual flop. Unraised pot, blind v blind, king, 8 deuce with 2 clubs, Guerrero with the flush draw.
Costa decides to lead. And I don't think Guerrero is going anywhere. This is a nice small pot as well, James, because it's unraised. Not too much more to see the turn because he has to size his bet accordingly within pot. Because it's not already inflated, it's not that much more. So he bet 600K. Costa only has to call just over 1 big blind. Guerrero only has to call over just 1 big blind to see that flush card potentially bluff on a later street or get to showdown with Jack High, which is still the best hand.
Guerrero calling the 600K, and now Costa with the advantage on the turn, pairing his 9. Guerrero still with the club draw.
Guerrero has color, James. He has color.
He does indeed.
Of course it's close. I have suit.
Well, it's $1 million on the turn for Guerrero to continue.
Yeah, I think he has to call.
2 big blinds. He does call, and we are going to see a river card. Will it be a jack or will it be crunchy? It is. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, the biggest club of them all.
And Guerrero has the second nuts. He is going absolutely nowhere. Currently only beaten by the queen high flush, which is extremely unlikely here. Costa with the 10 of clubs, though, he could get really spicy here. He checks.
He checks it to Guerrero. So obviously going to go for value.
Oh, yeah.
How much is it going to cost his opponent to make the call?
If he thinks there's a chance that Costa had a king all along and that's what he was betting flop and turn, he might want to target that. But he's aware of the fact the ace of clubs is a scare card, so he might not want to go too big. 4.7 out there, James, and he decides that he's going to bet 1.6. So about 1/3 river. I really like this size, James.
I can see how this might get a curiosity call out of a king. Out of a 9, not so sure.
Yeah, potentially not. I mean, trying to figure out what they were calling with on 2 streets that you're still beating at this point is pretty weird. I think it's totally possible for a king to make a value bet on this river, especially if it's like king 5 with the 5 of clubs or something like that. You know, when you're blocking your opponent, giving you a check raise with the clubs on the river if they were barreling, and then doing some kind of a weird trap check river. But also, people who have bet flush draws flop and turn do not slow down when the river comes a club because they know their opponent is going to check behind in position too often.
That is Jimmy Guerrero's wife, T. Win, an accomplished poker player in her own right.
I mean, what you'd really love this board to have is like a bunch of missed straight draws that they could then turn into a bluff. Like if this board was like king 8-5 and he could still have 6-7 on the river that he turns into a bluff when he misses his draw. In this case, obviously the 9 would have completed it, but you get my point. You got to try and figure out what the hand your opponent is going to be calling with that they might have missed where they could turn it into a bluff, or, you know, if they might somehow think that maybe if he has like a 9 of clubs in his hand, he thinks he's value betting with the 9, but that seems pretty unlikely at this level for him to want to go for such a thin value bet at this stage of the tournament. So really, I'm not seeing how Guerrero has that many bluffs in this situation, or indeed hands that think they're going for value that you're still beating with a 9.
He must have used some time bank cards by now, right?
Yes,
this
he
has
has
been more than 30 seconds.
Yeah, so he's
I hope Bernie's not sleeping on the job. I hope that counter's still going.
But Bernie's been cranking it all day. He's got about, looks like 4 or 5 time bank cards in front of him there. And he makes the right fold. Good fold, sir.
So Jimmy Guerrero chips up. Now sits third in chips, 26 bigs. Guerrero, a finalist in Monte Carlo back in 2016, a third place finish for him. Here's a hashtag fun fact about this tournament, Nick. Guerrero entered at the start of day 2. That means he started with 20 bigs and managed to spin it up and has made it to the FT.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely dodging bullets left, right, and center along the way. We saw him all in at risk, I think, 2 or 3 times yesterday, at least just in the times I was in the booth, James, and managed to survive long enough to see Pinto exit and get that massive ladder.
And 75 of the final table. By the way, just to keep things into perspective, Neville Costa, chip leader, has 35 big blinds. That's right, the biggest stack right now is 35 bigs. The shortest stack is Bendenelli with 16 bigs. So if the short stack doubles up, he's pretty much tied for the chip lead. That's where things are at right now.
On again with the 7s, seems good.
8.5. 8.5.
Yeah, ace-6
The thing, you can't make these light calls here. You can't make these speculative calls here.
No, definitely not.
It's only like 10 big blinds or 9 big blinds. But the problem is it represents such a huge chunk of your own stack because no one has anything.
Right, right.
Okay, well, Bendenelli now close to 20 bigs and 10 bigs.
20 minutes. 220, eh? 18. Hey, level. You got like 18, 20? 20 millions?
18 behind. Yeah, I got 15. 15 behind blind. I got 14, yeah.
That's right. None of you have anything. If you want to look at the numbers.
Yeah, 14 millions.
I mean, James, do you think Guerrero's kind of trying to make a point here about how everyone is kind of leveling out apart from, I mean, even Bendinelli's not that far behind at this stage, right? He's kind of saying, hey, guys, just how much you got? Oh, because that's a lot like what he has. That's a lot. Oh, yeah, I've got a similar stack here. Maybe he is trying to sort of angle for a deal.
I think he's certainly highlighting the fact that everyone is close and at any moment, anyone's position could be reversed.
But James, if they were to do a chop at this point and just chop it right down the middle, who's going to pay for the drinks tonight at the party? They had an agreement at the start of the day.
Well, remember, any deal at an EPT does have to leave a set aside, a significant percentage of the prize pool they still have to play for, and the trophy and title. So there would still be a winner who would get more than everyone else.
Right, absolutely. And Guerrero on the button with kings. 23, 24, he's probably about 25 big blinds here to start the hand as he's made it 2 to go here from the button. And Kowalski in the big blind, 4-3 off, taking his time, but this is not a great spot. Makes full.
Kowalski lets the 4-3 go. Guerrero says he was scared. Yeah, right.
You're going to jam all in, then Jimmy. I was really like
wishful thinking, James. Wishful thinking.
He was confused.
He was terrified that he'd have to get it all with kings.
Then after you fold,
when he opens with 10 bigs, you remember?
Have a good hand.
He opens under the gun with 10 bigs, and I have 10 bigs. Irish shove king queen suited. You know what? Irish shove king queen suited. You know what?
I was here. I was too high.
With 10 bigs, ace 10 off. Instead of shoving, if he shove, I call, and he has 60% of equity. He raised fold with 10 bigs. It's so strange.
And 77, still 5-handed at this final table in Barcelona.
Like 9.5. Actually, it's 9 because it's 9.5 less. It's 9.
Blind v blind. It's Kowalski in the small, Bendinelli in the big. And Kowalski has 6-3 of clubs.
Kowalski makes the call. Bendinelli has an option.
Indeed, with ace-8 of spades.
Might be tempted just to push it in. Yeah, there it is. There's the all-in.
Don't waste our time, Fabiano. Just
will we ever see a flop again, James? Round into hand number 78, guys. If you're just joining us, 250,000, 500,000 are the blinds with a 500,000 chip ante. Guerrero with the Stars Nuts UTG pocket nines, going to raise it to 1,150,000. Kowalski on the button with ace-8. Makes the fold. Bendinelli in the small blind with a very, very poor hand. Queen 5 off. Not a great hand, even from position. And Costa in the big blind here with king 5 off. Again, not a great hand. He might be tempted to come along purely because he has such a nice price pre-flop. Interesting to note here, though, Guerrero's not making it.
15.
Okay, so he's just asking how much he has there, deciding whether or not he wants to turn king 5 off into a 3-bet bluff, I imagine. This is definitely not the worst combo to do it with a high card, but a weak kicker.
My bottom range.
My bottom range. There's a chance he might have exposed the 9s there, trying to make a point.
You will see on the TV in 15
Yeah, he exposes the 9s. He's trying to make a point.
Bottom range.
The bottom of my range. I'm only
guys.
playing 9s plus, he's saying.
My bottom range, guys. I mean, where is Jaros? Where is Jaros, guys? Where is Jaros?
See him?
Where is Jaros? Jaros.
Yeah, he fold from like 6 hours.
I would like to.
Where is Jaros, guys?
I would like to, what
I mean, where is Jaros, guys?
9-4, 17, 7-4.
Where is Jaros?
7-4, 7-4. Then
Where is
7-4.
Jaros?
Then some couple of 9 deuce. And, yeah.
Where is Jaros?
This table talk is unreal. I'm loving this right now.
Sorry, man.
Oh, he's going. He's trying to make a point. He's saying this Jaros guy used to play poker. I haven't seen him play a hand for like 30 minutes. This is brilliant. They've completely lost it, James.
100%, guys. See that?
It was quite interesting that the first hour, or the first hour and a half today, was a little bit more muted, but now they found their mojo.
Oh, yeah.
He's the beast. This guy is a beast. He doesn't play with ego, yeah?
How do you think about it? Like,
check. You don't play with ego, I respect you.
I'm not saying now, but when for the possibility of a deal or not? To see a numbers, or you want to play for it?
Not yet.
Okay. Just to know, because I just like to know.
Oh, I heard the word numbers mentioned.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure who was speaking just then. I think it was Jaros and...
Like you said about how many times I shove, I'm not scary. I'm not saying it. I'm not scary at all. I was just curious about it.
I'm not sure who quite said it though, James, but sounds like there was... He sort of said something along the lines of, you know, not right now, but I think we should take a look at the numbers. And the reply was not yet. I think they're waiting for a couple more people to buzz. As James pointed out, it's pretty unusual to be talking deals when we're still 5-handed.
That's fine. If I'm going to win this,
Costa going to limp call here with the queen 9. We're going to see a flop.
And it is ace, king, 8. So it's a pair of 8s for Jimmy Guerrero.
He's got showdown at this point.
So it goes check, check, and 4 diamonds on the turn doesn't change anything.
Yeah, it's one of those weird spots where you raise because you want to try and maybe put some bluffs in on the right kind of boards. But when you connect with ace, king, 8, you're not really ever going to get an ace or a king to fold. Might get some value from the spades and that kind of thing, but you'd probably just rather control the pot. 4 of diamonds. Again, a check from queen high. I think Costa's probably at this point very suspicious because, as we've spoken about a lot, once you've raised pre-flop, ace-king-8 is a board that you can see bet as a bluff very frequently. So if you're checking, more often than not, you're actually going to have some showdown. Yeah, check, check, river, and the 8 will take this down.
So we've reached hand 80 of the final table, and Jimmy Guerrero, who has been the short stack for most of this final table, is now the chip leader at this final table but not by much. 33, 30, 29, 21, 19. I mean, there's going to be a lot of swings now.
Yeah, every decision counts. And I mean, I made the joke about, are we ever going to see a flop again? But understandably, a lot of these people are trying to take that part of the game out. You know, they're trying to put people under pressure for the maximum at all times so they can just pick up the chips, remain in the game. They're not allowing themselves to be exploited post-flop. So there's lots of all-ins here. And, I mean, if not at this level, I imagine we're going to see a lot of busts in the next because blinds are coming up pretty quick. If I'm not mistaken, guys, remember, once we get three-handed, the blind levels will have. Is that correct, James?
Yes, the normal system is that when half the final table is gone, so when we're down to 3 players, we see a 50% reduction in the blind levels. You might remember at the super high roller when we went three-handed, we went from 60 to 30. So in an EPT main, we would go from 90 to 45.
Right. So folds round here. Costa decides to play Queen-6 suited on the button as an open. The absolute min. Jarosz in the big blind is going to defend King-8 off again, adopting that pose of composure, and it is king high. Jarosz with a very strong hand now on the flop. Top pair, not a great kicker, but a very dry texture as well. King 9-5, only some sort of gut shot straight draws, and that's about it. No flush draws available. Quick check from Jarosz, and Costa will continue. 2.75 million in the middle. I think maybe like a 1/3 size, something like that. Yep. So 750K is the size.
Well, with top pair, Jarosz makes the call with 96% equity. Well, the jack on the turn does give Costa a little bit of an out.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, a 10.
Exactly. So 4 cards to complete on the river will give him a very strong hand. Still not the nut straight, but what will be the best hand an overwhelming amount of the time.
Yeah.
The question is whether or not he wants to use the jack as a card to barrel on. So he picks up a gut shot. A barrel on the turn might convince a 9 or a 5 to fold, but really the theme of today, James, has been more cagey turn play. People not really taking those super aggro lines because they're aware of the fact that losing those chips at this point could be catastrophic for their overall EV in this tournament.
So a reminder that Costa was the pre-flop aggressor, and Jarosz has been playing in flow on every street. Check called the flop. It went check, check on the turn. He's checked the river. Costa has bet the river, and Jarosz calls with the best of it. And that is a huge pot for Patrick Jarosz.
Now the chip leader.
Look who's back. Titi.
Yeah.
Ajoute Salim sur Messenger.
Look who's back indeed.
Ajoute Salim sur Messenger. Patrick the calling station.
Now, not 100% convinced that bet size on the river there was 5.5 million, and there could be a mistake here on this graphic. I actually think Jarosz has 2 million less, and Costa has 2 million more. So we'll try and get this updated, try and get this amended, but these stacks might be slightly out.
Yeah.
No, it must be someone else.
was only
No, I would never do this.
He was looking for set, yeah.
Calling station.
Hand number 81, folding round. It's like a quick fold from ace-3 off on the dealer button, so we're now already blind v blind. Jarosz with 10-6 off looks like he doesn't want to play, so it's a walk for Kowalski. Still picks up about 250K there for his troubles. Plus some ante, I imagine.
Why didn't bet more actually? Cost me money. He should go for like higher sizing.
Yeah, I think just going back to hand 80 for a second, Nick, I do think that that river bet from Costa was in the region of 2 million, not 5.5 million. I think that's why the stacks are out right now. We recorded that bet size wrong. It's distorted the chip stacks. We have Costa shorter than he is, and we have Jarosz bigger than he is.
Yeah, I was confused by that sizing on that river. I mean, I always knew it was going to be a check call from the king, but that makes a lot more sense. We'll get that sorted out in just a minute. Guerrero now again with the stars nuts. Pocket nines. Ooh, Jarosz here definitely could make a play. One of the chip leaders. In fact, Jarosz and Guerrero are both.
Yeah, but based on what we were just talking about, I actually think that Jarosz is the all-in player here.
That's right, that's right.
I think Guerrero still has Jarosz covered.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Ace-6 off, probably an easy fold for Bendanelli here in the big blind. I mean, this is really going to be close.
I'm sorry.
James, honestly, this is...
Big pair.
Nines is really getting up there at this stage in the tournament in terms of hands you call off with. I don't imagine he'd like to flip. Even if he's jamming a hand like Jack-10, he's still going to hate that.
Pocket 6, pocket 7, semi-range.
Ooh.
So we'll see the dealer verify it here, but we believe Jarosz is all in for actually 15 million, which would mean Guerrero has him covered, which means if Guerrero calls here, Jarosz will be at risk and behind.
I don't know if you heard that, James. He did say, I don't know, pocket 6s, pocket 7s are definitely a possibility.
Wow.
So he's kind of hit the nail on the head if he's willing to actually give it to him. He calls.
And it is a domination situation.
This is a huge spot, James. 87% favorite pre-flop for Guerrero.
And remember, the red triangle of death should actually be against Jarosz. We think Jarosz is the at-risk player here.
He needs to header the all-in.
Sono uguali ma più 6-6. E ho foldato un 6. No? Sì, però tipo un buio di più. Sì, ma ho foldato un 6, raga, mono out.
So unless Jarosz gets lucky, the start of day chip leader, the player from the Czech Republic, will be eliminated in 5th place.
Opportunities.
Well, the moment I saw that board, I'm thinking it's going to run out like Broadway, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jack of hearts, bro. Jack of hearts. Jack of hearts. Jack of hearts. Jack of hearts. Si mette, il va crier.
Oh, even more opportunities now. Can both players get counterfeited?
We've already seen a player saved by a chop once today.
5, bro. 5. 5.
Well, nines hold, Guerrero wins the pot, and we believe that that is the elimination of Patrick Jarosz.
I'll cover you. I'll cover you.
It has been confirmed that Guerrero has him covered, and it has been confirmed that Patrick Jarosz is cashing out in 5th place for 434,850 euros.
Wow.
And we are down to the final 4.
You have more or less? I don't know.
I mean, James, it should be said here. Those were two of the biggest stacks at the table. I know there was some confusion about the chips, but we're seeing this thing that we see so frequently, one player running away with a significant number. And now, as a result, the shorties are going to have to battle it out to contend with that 70 big blind stack from Jimmy Guerrero now.
Now, it's Sunday, not Chat Pro Saturday, but suffice to say, Nick, many of the viewers want to have their say on the matter. They want their opinions to be heard. The phrase ICM suicide is being thrown around. Should Jarosz be getting involved there with sixes when you look at the stacks of the other players?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, you're going to get so many folds. You're probably going to get even sevens to fold. You might even get eights to fold there. So really, it's probably still fine given the stacks here. But look at the victory dance.
Adaptation permanente.
Question. Now we are down to 4, and we will verify the stacks, by the way. We know that everything was thrown out by a bet size earlier on. But once we verified the stacks, is there any chance that the players do look at the numbers? Or now that Guerrero has what is likely to be a significant advantage and the only playable stack in the entire tournament, does that mean he's likely to try and wield those chips and destroy the competition?
I mean, if you guys have seen any of the interviews we've had with Jimmy, he's openly admitted that he's a field player. He likes to gamble. This has been his plan all along, is to get involved and, you know, not try and focus too much on what is theoretically correct, but just go with his gut. And so far, it's paid off for him. I mean, that call with the 9's very, very bold, very potentially risky. If he thinks his opponent even has 2 overcards, it's a lot of equity that you're gambling for. He gets it right on this occasion, and now that he's got the stack, I don't think he's the kind of guy that's going to back down. I think he's going to play it out. He might be willing to talk numbers, but not until the stacks start to level out again. Or indeed, he just runs away with it. Maybe he'll go all the way and take first place outright.
You had more before. Yeah, I had more. Of course I had more. Yeah, he has more. I had more. I have 18 minutes.
You're just fixing the chip count.
Okay. Okay.
Well, the clock has been paused just so that we can verify the chip counts of the remaining 4 players.
So you think my shove is good?
Of course. It's queen of off. Move.
Because it's queen.
You prefer the win, bro. You prefer the win.
But I know you don't call with a worse hand, so I shove for value protection. Like.
Man, there is, you jam 9 million.
To win, like.
You increase the stack 25%.
I mean, I'm glad the crowd are still excited. I mean, this is what they're like when they're counting chips. Imagine how excited they're going to be when their guy wins.
I was saying to Joe yesterday, James, like, you know, it felt like at the end of yesterday's session, we had found our winner. That's how exciting, and how hyped the atmosphere was here in Barcelona. And again, they're correcting the chip stacks, and they're cheering in the rail. It's just awesome to see. I'm so excited to be here. Honestly, this has been such an experience, just as a spectator and a commentator, let alone what it's like for everyone who's involved there around the main feature table.
Okay, so the situation is we have lost Patrick Jarosz. He has been eliminated in 5th place, but we do want to check the stacks of the remaining 4 players. So we are just going to take an impromptu short break, get those chips verified, and then we'll be back and continue the action here at the final table of the EPT Barcelona main event.
This chip leader has been quiet for a little while. Been pretty chatty, pretty active all day.
Yeah, and just thinks better of it. Realizing the strength of
You knew 5-4 suited was also out there. Over to Bendinelli in the small blind. Also has 4 high.
Just taking his time anyway. So good.
Bendinelli out. one player left to get through. And it's Pinto with Jack-9.
3.7 behind.
Good. Definitely a hand folks are going to defend pretty regularly.
Yeah, so just for reference, guys, Mokri starting the hand with about 25 big blinds here when he opens the kings. So a few
Shields up.
Shields down. Makes the call.
Mokri. Third from the bottom to start this hand. 9 in the window. Top pair for Pinto. 2 diamonds as well. Mokri has the better diamond draw.
Yeah, and this is just dream flop for Mokri. Almost no 2 pairs possible. And quick bet from the Norwegian. And Pinto, top pair, a backdoor diamond draw.
Just make him look like a jerk and fold. Soul read, let's go. There's not enough folding of top pair based on a feeling, in my opinion.
Just Duthie could tie him, just like check it, just check his pulse.
Yeah. You've got it.
You're too relaxed, I'm out.
You blinked your eyes, sir, you have a set.
Yeah, and I wonder, one presumes this isn't a time bank about calling. It's a time bank about, do we proceed through raise or call with this hand?
Thems look like raisin chips.
Yes. Protection, obviously, somewhat important for the top pair. You have to balance that against the fact that your opponent
raised to 1.3.
Wow. And this stack that seems a little large for a man of my taste. And
oh, man, that is huge, though.
Yeah, and Mokri's just thinking, okay, does he just have an ace-9 or a good hand that I can stack now? Or is there any bluffs that I sort of want to keep in? Do I want to just put it all in and go against 10-8 of diamonds here and now?
I think it's just a jam. There's so much dead money in there now, Sam. You know what I mean? It's like it's over half of his stack now at this point.
Yeah. Of course, Mokri going to balance a little bit against the times he has a tougher decision than pocket kings. Maybe he should soul read him and fold. Yeah, you love your hand. I can tell you've got a great hand there. I'm out.
1.3, too rich for my blood.
We have a
triangle me, dealer.
Yes, and this is the little bit of inexperience from Pinto, perhaps. He's raised, wanting to protect his hand, feeling good. But now once his opponent goes all in, this 9 really shrivels up in value. Really shrivels up. Of course, now also even the Jack of Diamonds works a little bit against you, right?
Yeah.
You've ruled out Queen Jack of Diamonds, King Jack of Diamonds, Ace Jack of Diamonds. But surrendering the hand and giving up all the equity, you know, with the backdoor flush draw on the top pair, that's also not an appetizing prospect. You turn like a reasonable situation into a very difficult one.
What?
3,720,000. And I really feel for Pinto here.
More. Yeah.
Very unappealing situation to find yourself in. The cameras, the lights, the rail. This is where the pressure of the moment sort of...
Wasn't the Pinto...
What's he saying?
But knowing you could have everything.
Oh, that's true. Mokri does have a reputation.
You really could have an up and down here. You could have a flush draw.
Up and down.
You could even have pocket 8s, pocket 9s. Pocket 7s, I mean.
Yeah, you're doing well against 8s, not against 9s.
Maybe 4 or 5.
When you don't see the snap call, you're like, yes, this was the right play with the kings.
All the things he's naming are things that kings are.
He calls.
Wow, Pinto makes the call. Mokri in a great spot to double.
Have to be lucky. Boer 9 op een 9 op. Je moet een boer of een 9 hebben.
King,
yeah.
And we've got a Dutch rail on the scene as well now.
He could have an overpair, but yeah.
No, he does have an overpair. Confirmed.
Wow, look at the atmosphere here on the EPT final table. Calling from support from the ref.
Calling for the suck out. Mockery, 80% to double up. I don't know if I can handle this kind of heartbreak again. We saw Kalidou So go out in brutal fashion with kings last night.
Yeah, and that's a good card for Mockery. Actually takes... No, it doesn't take any outs. It doesn't change anything.
It's certainly not a bad card.
Yeah.
And that is a flush for both players. Mockery with the king high flush. Pinto, jack high. Ship it to Mockery.
And Mockery's, look at this, going to just take a moment with his friends. Big moment for him. Man. Look at this. I mean, I'm getting a bit of FOMO. This looks like the best fun that you could ever possibly have at a poker table. Really.
And the Dutch are back on their phones.
Yes. You know, big swing in Destinies. This is a very capable and talented player who's ascended from 19 big blinds to over 50 now.
Yeah.
Fourth in chips.
Yeah, this is actually terrible news for Fabiano Kowalski, who is now the shortest stack at 16 big blinds.
How much is the party for them?
Margerison out. Bendinelli out. Pinto is reaching for chips, has ace queen and just calls. Official out. Costa out. Mockery out. Oh, not out yet. Sorry, 10-6 suited.
Yeah.
Not out, but in.
So suited in the big blind. Great price. Let's play ball.
3 ways to the flop. Love me some multi-way Pinto action. And that flop is Queen 7-4, top pair, top kicker for Pinto.
Yeah, and Jimmy Guerrero's bad run of fortune continues. Just the one overcard. Of course, he's going to be aware that Pinto's going to have hands like fours, hands like sevens, ace queen, king queen, and the like. Very difficult to navigate the tens here. Checks over to Pinto.
Prima su KK2.
And it's quite a big sizing, actually, multi-way, going for the third pot here. Mockery just going to pause and see whether he might be able to mess with the button.
Bye.
Thinks better of it. And Jimmy, having checked a pretty strong hand, can he find a fold here versus Pinto's bet? No, he can't. Reaching for chips to call, hoping that his opponent slows down. Obviously, we know Mockery folded a 10, just one out against Pinto's actual hand, and Pinto improves on the turn. Another bad card to see when you hold pocket tens.
2 per now. Top 2 per.
A nice moment for the amateur. Doesn't even check back at his cards, just immediately reaching for chips. And actually, although Jimmy's going to be annoyed to see that ace, going to make it a little bit easier, perhaps, to escape on the turn with the 2 overcards now. Oh, it's a minuscule bet, by the way. 230K into 1.9 million. Almost like he knows he's got his... If you knew your opponent had 1 out, this is the size that you would be betting. And will Jimmy... Yes. One of the most disgusting...
Pinto milking.
Oh,
reeling him in.
Wow. And Jimmy, a bit of stubbornness.
Jimmy's getting stubborn.
The sizing.
Jimmy's missing rivers.
Pinto milking Guerrero.
Yeah, and there's actually, despite the tiny sizing, because the pot's gone three-way, 2.5 million in the middle, which would represent a huge part of Guerrero's stack. And now Pinto loading up, having pulled his opponent all the way along to the river, hoping that his opponent has an ace-king. See, a lot of aces, ace-jack and ace-10, etc. would all chop.
This is a huge percentage of Guerrero's stack.
Yeah, and Jimmy, ten of clubs, very unfortunate holding to have. And this is...
I mean, this is almost everything for Guerrero.
Yeah, and Jimmy...
I can't imagine
feeling
this getting paid off.
Frustrated, talking to himself a little bit. I mean, this is just part of his flamboyancy and will fold. And that's a big pot for the amateur, who made that perhaps arguable misstep against Mockery, pads his stack hugely, and Jimmy Guerrero, who started...
Pinto back up on top.
Welcome back to the final table of the PokerStars European Poker Tour here in Barcelona, and apologies for that impromptu break, and it took longer than we wanted it to. Of course, we stopped the clock just to count the chip stacks. The players thought, oh, break, and all disappeared. So then we had to get them back again. So we're finally in a position to resume the action, and the good news is we now have correct chip counts. Following the elimination of Patrick Jarosz in 4th place, we can confirm that Jimmy Guerrero is the chip leader with 33.2 million, 66 big blinds. Fabiano Kowalski has 29 bigs, Neville Costa 24 bigs, and Giuliano Bendolini has managed to ladder up again. He's in 4th place with 17 big blinds. So Nick, it is what I said. Jimmy Guerrero now actually has a playable stack and can really do some damage to the others and also put them in a world of hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. All those middling stacks now, the Kowalski-Costa situation, they're looking at Bendinelli, they're going, is he really going to go, or are we going to have to battle it out? And they are in ICM jail.
Next player out, 565,000. That's right, the final four all guaranteed at least $500,000. 734 grand for third, more than $1 million for the runner-up, 1.7 million to the winner. Now, the most vocal person in favor of looking at the numbers and potentially discussing a deal was Jimmy Guerrero, but that was before that collision with Jarosz, where he got 66 big blinds. So I wonder now if he's just going to want to play on, Nick.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. Once you get such an advantage, I don't know if you want to talk deals, or maybe if you are going to talk deals, you want to lose one more player so there's a little bit more to chop.
Okay, we have 4 players. 3 out of the 4 are in their seats.
Break after that. Yeah. It's not the Dino break?
No, one level more.
The Brazilians are starting to get drunk. Felt beer on me.
Clock's running again, and cards are in the air again. This is hand 83 of the final table.
Here we go.
Guys, I do the job. Now it's your turn to do the job, guys. Right. Okay? Look, I'm alone against you 3 guys. Eh? We play spin and go. Okay.
Yes, let's go. Spinning goes for the win, James.
Hey, I'm alone. It's like me against the whole world.
Yeah, well, considering all those guys go about 20 big blinds, that's a fair analysis, fair analogy.
James, I just had a conversation with some of the Spanish commentators about what we've seen today. We're all really excited. We all made the comment, you know, it's kind of a bummer to see Jarosz leave at this point because he was so good for pumping up the rail, really hyping people up. But also what we've seen from Jimmy is the more he wins, the more animated he becomes. And I think we're going to see a very animated Jimmy after that call. Little shove and a fold. Bendinelli will take it. And now he's up to 19 big blinds already. That one shove, and he's already significantly closer to the 2nd and 3rd in chip stacks.
You're all alone there. Yeah, I say I'm alone against the whole world. Like, look, like yours.
As hand 84 gets underway, let's welcome Joe Stapleton back into the booth.
Hello, my babies. I've missed half the eliminations today.
I mean, you want to win 1.7 million.
Well, there's only been 2 of them so far, but you kind of feel more have got to follow relatively soon.
I changed my flight just in case.
Well, Bendinelli has opened the button here. Blinds 250,000, 500,000. He's raised to $1 million with King 8 suited. Chip leader Jimmy Guerrero. Ace 5.
Oh, he can just rip it here. Absolutely no mercy. Just put it in his face. I'm all in.
Nothing like a little sunshine. Got sand on your feet and a big bass line. Moving slow, cause we've got time. Your sparkles out, party at mine. Check out the view, shades low. Started at 2, now rooms to go. Come to my party, all of your friends are here, and we're all smiling ear to ear. Come disappear.
I'm all in. I'm all in. All in.
But there's a king on the turn!
Is nu wel iets in poker?
Oh, dat dichtbij.
Ooh, I'm in good shape right now.
The town takes it down! Like it's like Coles, and it's over!
Welcome to the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's final table day in Barcelona. The final 6 players in the main event will play down to a champion. Someone's going to receive the first prize of 1.6 million euros. Hello everyone, I'm James Hartigan. Joe Stapleton is down on the floor. With me in the booth, Randy Lou.
Hey everyone.
I should bring you up to speed just in case you missed anything that happened on day 5. Let me tell you what happened on the penultimate day of this record-breaking event. Just 13 players returned to the tables, with 2 former champs still in the field and 2 qualifiers in the Platinum Pass Last Longer Challenge. Danny Tang was the first player to hit the rail, a misjudged, mistimed hero call. Ben Heath almost cracked aces, but was rivered and departed in 12th. Hao Zhengwang built a huge stack, crippling Fabiano Kowalski with kings against jacks, and Kowalski busted shortly afterwards. Georges Hanna went out in 10th, getting us to our unofficial final table. Then the 2 remaining EPT champs clashed, Ognan Dimov getting the better of John Juanda, the 2015 Barcelona winner, out in 9th. No luck of the Irish for Patrick Clark or Mark Buckley, eliminated in 8th and 7th, respectively. Wong ended the day with the chip lead. Online qualifier, Petr Nijinsky just behind him. Between them, they have more than half the chips in play. We spoke to the chip leader at the end of play yesterday.
It's amazing, you know, it's my first time to take part in such a big tournament, and actually, I just played poker for almost 2 years, less than 2 years. It's just like a dream.
So we referenced the 2 big stacks at the table, Randy, Wong and Nijinsky. Let's have a look at all 6 players and let's see what they're bringing to the final day of the Barcelona main event. 81 bigs, 77 bigs for the chip leaders. Dimov, just above average with 50 big blinds. Matthias de Kerpe with 35 big blinds. And then we've got the 2 Portuguese players, the 2 friends at the final table. Marks with 34 bigs, Rodrigo Carmo clinging on with just 10 big blinds. We heard from the guy at the top of the leaderboard, Hao Zhengwang. Let's hear from the guy who's second in chips, qualifier Petr Nijinsky.
But what can I say? Dreams come true. I have been watching EPT for many years, and I always dreamed to be on the final table, but I'm shocked. I have been playing poker for many years, but it wasn't my main occupation. I'm a doctor. I finished medicine and I did 1 year practice. And then with my fiance, I decided to travel the world and play poker. Yeah, and we have been traveling for 1.5 years. healthier more, and I'm coming back to being a doctor.
Nijinsky living the dream. He's also in the qualifier last long contest for a platinum pass with this guy, Ognion Dimov.
Yesterday, when the Polish guy was shorter, there was bigger ICM pressure for me because of the platinum pass. I didn't have any hard spots where I made hero faults, but yeah, I had it in my head.
What about Wang? Seems to be quite an unpredictable player. Have you struggled to understand his method?
Yeah, it's really hard to play against players that are so unpredictable, but my strategy is going to be not to play big pots with him, at least in the beginning, while there are short stacks. And then we will be in some big pots. I'm going to win this trophy and make the biggest result of my career.
When we talk about platinum passes, we're talking about packages to the first ever PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship taking place in the Bahamas in January 2019. What will likely be the biggest 25K event in history. More than $8 million being added to the prize pool by PokerStars by virtue of these platinum passes, plus an extra $1 million to the eventual winner. Now, there are more than 300 platinum passes that are going to be awarded throughout 2018. Some of them being given away at live events, some of them being given away online. And if you want to find out how you could win a platinum pass, check out the details at PokerStarsLive.com.
Hello and welcome to the European Poker Tour and the live final table of our 15th Barcelona main event, the biggest EPT main event of all time. 1,931 total entries, nearly 10 million euros in the prize pool, 1.6 million euros to the eventual winner. The eventual winner, one of these 6 remaining players. Let's meet them now. Hot off a deep run in this year's Spanish National Championship, a top 3 finish today would launch the player in seat 1 into another #1 seat, his country's all-time money list. From Estonia, Matthias Tekerpe. The player in seat 2 is a wave-catching doctor on sabbatical. He qualified for EPT Barcelona on PokerStars while surfing through South America. At the moment, he has locked in this tasty barrel, frothing at the chance to be the 2nd Barcelona champion from his home country, from Poland, Piotr Nijinsky. At only 24 years old, the player in seat 3 eclipsed his total lifetime live tournament earnings on day 4 of this event. If he takes it down, he'll make nearly 100 times that number and just might help drive some traffic to his poker coaching business. From Portugal, Rodrigo Carmo. The player in seat 4 is currently studying for his master's and was introduced to poker by one of his teachers. He says he's purely a recreational player and hasn't been playing the game very long at all. Could have fooled us. This is how we do it. From China, Haozhang Wang. Joining his friend and countryman Rodrigo at this final table is the player in seat 5. He knows what it's like to go deep in Barcelona. Last year, he chopped the PokerStars National High Roller for 300,000 euros. A win here would put him at the top of his country's all-time money list. From Portugal, Pedro March. The player in seat 6 took home just over €500,000 when he won EPT Deauville in 2015. Today, he stands to win nearly 3 times as much. He's looking to be the first man to ever lift 2 EPT main event trophies. Ognion Dimov. Let's get a big round of applause for all the players here at the final table. Dealer Daniela, you know what to do. Good luck, everyone.
Wang.
Just can't take his foot off the gas. Maybe this is his way of being nervous. You know, some people, they play tight when they're nervous. She's like, bet, raise.
So the raise is to 450K. Dimov with queen 9 in the big blind defends.
Dimov playing his A game today.
A 9-7-5 flop. Pair in a straight draw for Wong. Top pair for Dimov. Action check to the pre-flop aggressor, and he continues.
As Randy would say, it's a front door straight draw, but he's got backdoor clubs.
A bet of 400,000 called by Dimov. 4 of clubs on the turn. Wong now with a flush draw as well.
This is a good card to continue barreling. Your opponent usually has like a random 7 or 5 in their hand. Get those to fold. Going to fire again. He's got a lot of outs in case he is behind.
And he's employing the gold and brown chips worth 500,000 each. That's a bet of 1.3 million.
Your Dimov here, top pair, good kicker. Lots of draws out there. I think you just got to continue.
Dimov calls the bet. The river card is the 10 of diamonds. It's a blank. Dimov still with the best hand. Checks the action to Wong. 4.6 million in the middle.
Yeah, Wong knows he probably doesn't have the best hand when he bets the flop, gets called. Bets the turn and gets called. He's going to take it showdown.
And this is not an insignificant pot for Ognian Dimov to win. It's going to see him leapfrog Wong on the leaderboard, adding 2.25 million to his stack. Dimov looking to win his second EPT title here in Barcelona. Now has a 62 big blind stack. Wong has dropped down to 57 bigs, 11.5 million. Nijinsky still chip leader. And the 2 Portuguese players are still at the bottom end of the leaderboard. 31 big blinds for Pedro Marques, 20 bigs for Rodrigo Carmo, and still 55 minutes to play at the 100-200 blind level.
Nijinsky's got to be loving this.
And 25 of the final table. Actions on Ognian Dimov. Ace-8. Raises to 450,000. Queen 8 of clubs for Piotr Nijinsky. He flats. Carmo in the small. Folds. Wong in the big. There's 5 deuce of clubs.
Not a good hand, but with a suited straight draw type hand, it is worthy of a call.
3-way to the flop. And that flop is Jack, Jack 5, just the 1 club out there.
Somehow 5's the best hand, though.
That's what they call that hand, the Perez.
The old Perez.
Action check to Dimov. He does not continue. Nijinsky on the button. That's 600,000. Quick call from Wong. And Dimov folds, heads up to the turn. At 8 sees Nijinsky take the lead and become a 95% favorite.
Probably didn't expect to hit the 8. Looks like he is going to try to get some value out of a 5.
I mean, when you get called there, your opponent has a 5 or a jack, right?
Yeah, I think if you do bet this turn card, you usually check back the river, or you check the turn and call river bet.
3 of diamonds on the river.
You're sitting here for a pair of 5s. Probably think you're good. Trying to get the showdown. Checks it.
Brzezinski bets this, man. I give him so much credit.
Question is, if he does bet it, will he get called? Is Wong going to pay him off with just a 5? Again, he's going for his meaty bet on the river, 2 million into 2.85 million.
He knows he did bet like this against Wong before. Didn't get called. If you keep doing the same bet, your opponent eventually wants to call. Wong knows his hand looks like a 5. Would his opponent try to move him off of it is the question. Is he reaching for chips or just touching them?
Well, that one's all messed up. Look, he's got him in perfect lines. He's probably going to figure that out.
He's also running out of time. Guessing he's playing his time bank cards.
Consternation.
It's a call.
Wow, Nijinsky is running away with this.
Wong pays him off, and Petr Nijinsky has now moved over the 20 million mark. He's got 21.6 million. He's got more than 100 big blinds. So round 2. Wong on the button, who's got kings.
Finally got one of those real hands.
King, Kong, Wong.
Raises to 500,000 using a single golden brown chip.
And I believe that he has raised 100% of his buttons when the action's been folded to him.
Dimov defends his big blind. Haven't seen Dimov's hand yet. 7-6, and he flops 2 pair.
Yikes.
Nearly a 3-1 favorite.
And we've seen Wong have a tough time with a marginal laydown. How tough a time is he going to have with a big laydown?
So he's continued for 700,000. Randy, how fast do you expect Dimov to play this?
I expect Dimov to play it fast because there's a lot of bad turn cards like an 8, a 5, a 3 that would slow down the action. His opponent is betting pretty big on the flop, so it looks a little bit more committing, like he's like his hand. There's a check raise.
A fistful of gray. Those are the 100K chips. So the check raise from Dimov is to 2 million.
So Wong's got the overpair, trying to think what hands does he beat. He beats like 8-9, 6-5, that's playing super fast. Would he play it this fast? That's the question. Just gonna call. I like the slower play. Just a lot of bad turn cards. If your opponent continues on 8 or 5, probably got a good hand.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man.
With the board pairing 4s, Wong now has a better 2 pair and becomes a 9-1 favorite. Dimov checks to him.
What do you do if you're Wong now? Because some 2 pairs just became a full house.
That is true. But then again, do you want to give a free card to 2 hearts, a 5, 8, you know, all of these random hands? You don't know which one you're trying to dodge.
Some people get a little funky with bottom pair. That just became trips.
So he is going to use a time bank extension here, trying to figure out the best play. He's got a pot-sized bet remaining. Trying to use any information he can get.
Using those time bank cards to buy more thinking time.
So he's thinking about, would his opponent snap check a full house? Would he snap check a straight right now? These are decisions that will help you decide whether to bet your pocket kings.
And I think the answer is yes, maybe.
You're correct. It is yes, maybe. He doesn't know.
Long bets 2.5 million.
What do you do if you're demob now? Do you just give up on this?
Well, you can see that Wong's pretty much committed himself now. Half of his remaining chips have just been bet on the turn.
I mean, he's repping an overpair pretty hard.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough spot with top two pair. You're thinking, man, I put so many chips in, get counterfeited, and you can still have the best hand. Your opponent's on a dealer button. Might have like ace-7, right? You know, like some kind of big play with a 5. Gonna make the call.
Wow.
Biggest pot of the day so far as Dimov calls the turn bet. 10.3 million in the middle.
And Wang's got practically nothing left behind compared to the size of this pot.
The river card is a 9. Doesn't change anything. It goes check, check on the river. And the level comes to an end with Haoxiong Wang getting back a lot of the chips he's lost over the course of the last 90 minutes. He's back up to second on the leaderboard. Well, this hand starts with ace-king in early position for Matthias de Kerpe. And he's going to open ship. Pocket 9s for Nijinsky. Or as we like to call them, les nuts des étoiles.
Stars nuts, James?
The man speaks French.
Yes.
Can't imagine that he's going to be filling the pocket 9s here.
So the question really is, Finton, do you just call or look to re-isolate?
I think you just call. The only other player who you're not going to be calling is Wong, and if Wong shoves here, he's just going to have an absolutely huge hand. So I think you can actually call fold.
Well, everyone else has folded, so here we go. Matthias de Kerpe racing for his tournament life. Gets it in with ace-king against the 9s of Nijinsky. Nines hold. We see our first elimination of the day on the 50th hand of the day.
De Kerpe at risk.
The Estonian rail. Side by side with Peter Nijinsky's fiancée Asha. It's a low flop, and they're spades rather than clubs. De Kerpe looking for an ace or a king. Nijinsky now 3-1 favorite to eliminate the Estonian. 6 on the turn, 6 outs for De Kerpe. The crowd wanting very different things on the river. The river card is a queen, and we lose our first player of the day as Matthias de Kerpe exits in 6th place, cashing for €287,050. Has ace-king, 15 bigs.
I imagine we're going to see another flip here, right?
I mean, Carmo, you'd imagine, certainly shoving. Wong with the 2-8s, very hard to fold versus a short stack jam, just 15 big blinds. There's the shove. And there is that red triangle of death in front of Carmo.
Wong's asked for a count, and when he gets the number, I'm pretty sure he is going to be putting Camo at risk.
It's not a call he'll be delighted to have to make, but it feels like it might just be on the borderline.
4.
Huge pot for Wong as well if he was to lose this. If he kind of start to drag down to those lower stacks, he'd be in the middle himself. It looks like he has called though. Cards on their backs.
So here we go, another coin flip, another race, the pocket pair of Haoxiong Wong against the overcards of Rodrigo Camo, who is the player at risk. That is Wong's rail, including his friend Han Yang in the black t-shirt.
Has to fade an ace or a king, and we'll be down to just 4 players.
Jack 5 deuce, 8s are still ahead. Camo, one of 2 Portuguese friends to have made this final table, needs an ace or a king. And he needs to hit one of his 6 outs on the river, or we are down to 4 players.
One chance to stay alive.
The river card.
3边
Is a 3-8 hold, and we lose another player. We go an entire level losing no one, and in the space of 3 hands, boom, 2 bust outs. As Wong celebrates with his rail.
终于顶住了
He's now playing a 65 big blind stack. Meanwhile, Rodrigo Camo managed to ladder. Remember, he came into play today with fewer than 10 big blinds, and he cashes out in 5th place for 354,200 euros.
And delight for our other short stacks at the table, Dimov and Marks, because they're laddering up. Everybody now guaranteed 424,000 euro.
Celebrate with your mates. Put your arms in the air like you just don't care. Nijinsky in the small has 8 deuce of hearts.
This man will not be hitting any 2s.
Nope, all 3 of the other deuces already in the muck. To Wong in the big blind, a smile and a check.
7-5-4. It is a flush draw and a gut shot for Nijinsky. Wang has the same straight draw and is still ahead with king high.
So board Nijinsky's going to look to do a lot of checking on in general. A lot of his value bets don't necessarily want to bet the flop. It's hard to value bet them on a lot of turns. He starts with a check, and Wong makes the stab with a king 8. Obviously both players with that gut shot straight draw. Wong with the extra overcard, but it's Nijinsky with the flush draw as well.
Well, that's a check raise from Nijinsky. Wong bet 325,000. Nijinsky pumps it up to 1.1 million.
And it's a fairly tough spot for Wong to want to call in. Obviously, we can see he's got the gut shot straight draw, but even if he hits an 8, he's not happy. If he hits a king on the turn versus a flop check raise, it's going to be very difficult for him down the streets. But it looks like he is continuing.
Also, I was going to say 6 of hearts would be brutal, but instead it's the king of diamonds. Wong didn't need to improve, but he does. Top pair.
And whilst he did have a good shot on the flop, it's to a 4-card straight, which is going to be pretty hard to get paid off in the first place.
Right, if you hit your 6, is your opponent going to start shoveling chips in with just a 7 or even 2 pair, right?
Well, having check raised flop, Nijinsky now barrels the turn for 2.4 million.
I really like this. He shut down previously when he turned a little bit of equity, but he's going to go for it here. He has the good shot, he has the flush draw, and Wong's going to have a lot of hands. He's going to have some 5x, he's going to have some maybe 4-6 hands that are just going to have to fold versus all this pressure versus the chip leader. Of course, it's unfortunate for him that he's turned the king, but I really like that he continues here.
I mean, even if Wong has a 7 and gets barreled on the turn and river, you've got to imagine he's going to be folding. Obviously, picking up the king, he's going nowhere. Will Nijinsky fire 3 streets?
If he doesn't, he's not going to be the chip leader anymore. It is not a fun river card to bluff.
And that's because it cuts down a lot of his value hands, right? Like he can have 7-4, which probably can't value bet anymore. He can have fewer combinations of 7-5 and pocket fives and 4-5 because, you know, the 5 on the board makes it less likely he has that in his hand. Just means that with his value range getting that much smaller, obviously when you relate it to his bluffs as a ratio are just going to go up. So is it a card he wants to pull the trigger on? Time bank card and deep in thought.
He's loading up. He is going to bluff the river. 4,500,000 is that?
And we spoke about it on the flop, but Wong catching that king, and it's still a very, very awkward situation for him. Nijinsky can still have 4-5, pocket 4s, 7-5, 6-8.
What hands is Nijinsky going to want to bet here when he check raises 3 times? He's going to want to bet his straights. He's going to want to bet his full houses, but that's pretty much it. He's not going to have a 5 too often, so I might want to go bigger with my size in here, closer to full pot. But I mean, it's an incredibly tough spot with King 8 right now.
And understandably, time bank cards being played, and you can tell that Wong is split down the middle. He's counted out the chips for the call, but they did the classic look back at your cards, which players inevitably do just before they fold.
But important to note, 12.25 million chips in the middle.
Right now, it doesn't matter, though, what odds he's getting, really. He kind of needs to be right. He can't be getting these wrong. I know you're getting odds. I know you have to call some parts of your range, but when there's so much money up top, you kind of got to throw it out the window a little bit and make the right decision right now.
Wong calls.
He does.
And that is a huge pot, which will change the chip lead at this final table. A big call, which sees him move up over the 28 million mark, and Petr Nijinsky drop down to below 15 million. Pocket 8s again for Wong. Bless you.
Let's see the flop.
Ace-3 for Mark. He shoved with this hand from the big blind last time, but this time he checks.
A little bit of speech play from Wong there.
Let's see the flop, he says. Oh, he'll wish he hadn't.
10-7. Action goes check, check. Straight draw for Wong on the turn.
Happy to check again. Still ahead of a lot of hands that just check in the big blind.
Don't anticipate this going check, check for a second time, though.
$425,000. Wong calls with a pair of 8s. No, he doesn't. He check raises. Check raises with the pair in the straight draw. It's check raise city. $2 million.
Given the connectivity of the board, Marks might be suspicious that Wong would let anything decent take off free cards here.
Particularly when he has an ace in his hand.
Even if Wong was playing trap on the flop, it'd be unlikely he checks again on the turn and risks a bad river if he has something like pocket 7s. He doesn't want to see a diamond or 6 or an 8 or a jack.
He might also realize at this point that he's somewhat capped, right? He hasn't got many strong hands at this point.
Jams the turn.
Oh, I'm priced in and I have to call.
If he does, he'll have 10 outs. I mean, that's better than a flush draw.
That's why they pay the big bucks.
Thank you.
Two 9 more.
Does he ever feel like he can have the best hand as well? Maybe against 8-5 of diamonds or something?
You have the
very occasionally.
You have the best hand now, bet.
There's the call. So Mark's set for a double up here, but Wong does have 10 outs. 6s, 8s, and jacks all working for him. Cards that Mark will have to fade on the river.
There you see the red triangle next to March. He's at risk. He needs to fade the cards in the top left to stay in the tournament.
6 6 6 6 6。没逼过别人，要逼一次了，茫茫多道次。
Let's see the river.
6.
It's a 4. March gets the double up through Wong. We are still four-handed here in Barcelona.
Nice friend.
So we referred to this being a record-breaking EPT Barcelona, and it's the 15th Barcelona main event that there's been. The first was back in 2004. Alexander Stevic, the original champion on the European Poker Tour, and we can see with those prize payouts how the tour grew very quickly over the next few seasons. In the modern era, we saw Martin Schleich, railed by Ola Shemian, win here in 2011. And the following year was the year of the Finns in hats, but it was Mikolai Pabal who emerged victorious. We mentioned Midi a moment ago. He took it down in 2013. Andre Letal, Savan, won in 2014. Then it was Jawanda, Mallets, last year's main event champion, hashtag Scarf Guy, Sebastian Sorensen, who will follow in his footsteps and claim the prize of 1.6 million euros. 4 players remain in the biggest field we've ever seen on the European Poker Tour.
Tournament director Toby Stone, which leads me to believe that a deal is being discussed.
All right, guys. So what we've got here, if you want to come in a little bit closer, I've got your 4 names here. I've got your chip counts, which will be confirmed. This is the last position which we're going to take out of the prize pool because you have to play for 10% of remaining. So everyone's already got 4 play. Everyone agrees? All right, guys.
All right, we have a deal. Hercules, Hercules, Hercules. So that's what everyone is locked up. They're still playing for an additional 180,000 euros for the winner and the Platinum Pass. Also, there is still the Platinum Pass on the line between Jasinski and Dimov. Hand number 81 here at the final table. Pocket 10s for Hao Zhang Wang. He's been aggressive throughout this tournament, and his aggression has not dialed down at all since the deal has been made. March, who starts the hand with just over 21 big blinds, has ace tray of clubs on the button.
Yeah, this is 4-handed. I wouldn't be surprised he shoves all in here. He knows Wang is going to raise a lot and will just fold to a shove, but pocket 10s would actually make a call.
There's the all-in from March. Dimov and Nerzinski fold. I assume Wang will be beating him into the pot. There are the cards on their backs. It is looking very likely that March is going to be eliminated in 4th place.